I time leaped to redo my high school life with my future wife. Volume 2, by Hiro Nakamura, translated by Yuki Kitsuniko, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. 6 months ago, I, Masanobu Suzuhara, traveled back in time. I was 30 years old, but the next thing I knew, I was back in 2008, in the body of my 15-year-old self. On my way home from school, I could feel people's eyes turning toward me. But they weren't looking at me. Even after leaping through time, I was just an ordinary high schooler with an unremarkable face. Their gazes were all drawn to the girl walking beside me. Hey, are you even listening? Sorry, I was just thinking. You do that sometimes, zone out and stop listening to people. She puffed out her cheeks slightly, clearly annoyed. Her name was Yuki Arasugawa. She had inherited silver hair from her Polish mother and possessed the kind of flawless face that didn't need makeup. Just walking down the street, she turned every head. Petite and slender in a way that stirred a protective instinct, but her personality was sharp, like a blade. Countless guys had been drawn to her beauty, confessed their love, and been shot down in flames. Beautiful like Snow White, yet thorny to the touch, that's why people called her the White Rose Princess. But for some reason, I was the only one who could talk to her normally. I knew exactly what made her happy. Her favorite foods. What she couldn't stand. Her hobbies, I knew everything, because in the future, she's my wife. So, what were we talking about again? About the new girl, Kidney Azuma. Right, she's starting next Monday, yeah. We have to meet up early that morning. I remembered what the student council president told us before we left school today. Normally, 3 first-years join the student council, but this year, it was just Yuki and me. The third member had taken a leave of absence until around May due to personal reasons. She's finally returning on Monday. That morning, we've all been asked to give her a tour of the school. I wonder what kind of girl she is. Who knows? As long as she does her job properly, I don't care what kind of person she is. Yuki said flatly, brushing aside some hair at the side of her face. I'm just glad it's a girl. If some guy tried to come between me and Arasugawa's love nest. Love nest, seriously. And even if it were a guy, there's still Senpai Tsunada. Yuki sighed in exasperation. Even her reactions when I joke around are different now than they were in the future. In the future, she's all sweet and lovey-dovey. But the cold, prickly version of her from this time, this one's cute too. And little by little, she's starting to open up. Thinking about how we casually walk home together every day now, it's hard to believe, given how things were when we first met. Well, see you next week. Yeah. See ya. We arrived at the usual intersection where we always parted ways. Unlike earlier, when we were together the whole time, the moment of parting felt a little lonely. But it's just 3 days. Once next week rolls around, we'll see each other at school again. Can't believe there's a day when I'd actually look forward to Monday. I watched Yuki's back as she walked away, and just as I turned to head home. So get this, Yamada actually called the teacher Mom by mistake. Across the street on the opposite sidewalk, I spotted a familiar face and came to a halt. Wait, is that Toda? Leading the group was a boy with short brown hair. I knew him. Toda Yoshinobu. Small in stature, but incredibly athletic. He's part of the track team and even made it to the prefectural competition in sprints. In our second year's summer break, he confessed to a Mai senpai from the girls' track team, and she said yes, but they broke up 2 months later. Also, he's ridiculously good at Sma-Ra. I've never beaten his meta Nai HT. And why do I know all that? Because before I time leaped, he was my best friend at my old high school. I instinctively almost called out to him, but I quickly shut my mouth. In this timeline, he doesn't know me. Because I ended up enrolling at Shichibu Academy, I never got the chance to meet him in this world. What do we have in PE tomorrow? Volleyball, I think. Seriously, doesn't volleyball make your hands hurt? Totally. It's brutal in winter. I recognized the two walking with him, Ito and Yutagawa. So, if we hadn't become friends, he would have ended up hanging out with Ito's group instead, huh? In the end, I didn't say anything to them. Just because we're at different schools doesn't mean we couldn't be friends. If I walked up and talked to him now, I'm sure we could become close again, just in a different way. But still, he looks like he's having fun. Watching him laugh and chat with Ito and Yutagawa made me hesitate. I didn't want to mess up their current friendship. It's a bit lonely, but this was the choice I made. I chose a wife over a friend. Take care. I gave him a mental wave and turned to walk away. Whoa. Whoa. At the intersection, I almost collided with a girl on a bike coming from the right. Yo. She swerved just in time to avoid me, but ended up slamming into a utility pole. Why you okay? I'm good, took the fall properly. She'd fallen flat on her back, but sat up like it was nothing. I'm pretty sure that was a solid hit though. My bad, that was totally on me. I wasn't watching where I was going. Haha, I was going a bit too fast myself. Wearing a tracksuit with Higashisakai Middle School on it, she stood up and dusted off her butt with a few pats. A middle schooler. Wait, she's a middle schooler? The reason I was so shocked was because her chest didn't look anything like a middle schooler's. On par with future Yuki's, maybe even bigger. She had reddish-brown, semi-long hair with a slight wave. Her eyes were a little droopy, her brows soft. Her clothes and tone felt boyish, but her appearance was decidedly girly, a somewhat off-kilter combination. HMMMM. She suddenly squinted at me and leaned in close. What is it? Confused, I stood still as she said, Are you Masyan by any chance? She tilted her head slightly as she asked, Masyan, that was my nickname in elementary school. Why yeah, I am. Whoa, it really is Masyan. You're taller now and kinda hot, but you're still Masyan. The same Masyan who choked during the milk chugging contest and shot milk out of his nose. Hey, that's ancient history. No doubt about it. She went to Ashiro Elementary with me. But seriously, who is she? I don't remember anyone this cute at my school. Man, it's been ages. What, 3 years? Sorry to interrupt your excitement, but... I gave her a slightly apologetic look and asked. From Ashiro Elementary, who were you again? Wyatt, you forgot. Sorry, it may have been 3 years ago for you, but it was 18 years ago for me. There's no way I'd remember every elementary classmate's face. It's me. Sakurai kid. Sakurai, wait, that's Sakurai. I was stunned. She looked nothing like how I remembered her from elementary school. Sakurai kid. She was the shortest girl in our grade. Being born at the end of March, she had a rough time fitting in and struggled to connect with the other girls. She often hung out and played with us boys instead. She was tiny and cried easily, so we treated her like a little sister, but now. Seriously, that's Sakurai. Can't believe how much you've changed in 3 years. Masyan, you're talking like an old uncle or something. Am I? Well, I am mentally halfway to being one. Didn't you move to Osaka for middle school? Something about your mom remarrying. Yep, but my mom's new husband got transferred to Tokyo. So now I'm back, baby. She picked up her fallen bike and wheeled it over to the side so it wouldn't block the path. How're Taken and Marbo doing? Haven't really seen them since we ended up in different middle schools. Hearing those nostalgic names one after the other, I was finally convinced. She really was the kid I knew. In my previous time leap, I never saw her again after we graduated elementary school. And now, out of nowhere, she's popped back into my life like this. Wait, why are you wearing your middle school tracksuit? Did you flunk a grade? There's no such thing as repeating a grade in middle school. Or wait, did you really think I would be held back? With one hand on her hip, Sakurai shot me a deadpan stare. Right, you were better at studying than me. I'm just wearing this 'cause it's comfy. Also, I haven't received my high school gym uniform yet. You haven't, it's already May. Well, I had to take a month off from school for various reasons. Seriously, were you hospitalized or something? Nope, actually I do theater. Theater, like drama club. Nope, I'm a professional. No way, so you're an actress, that's amazing. Haha, I wouldn't say I'm a star or anything. Sakurai scratched her head sheepishly. I had a show running in Osaka. It was supposed to end in March, but it got extended until May. I had already submitted my application to a school in Tokyo when the extension got announced. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Talk about bad luck. Still, Sakurai, a professional actress? She always had a cheerful personality. Maybe this path suits her after all. Anyway, I'll be starting high school next Monday. I'm technically a new student, but it feels more like I'm a transfer. Sakurai looked down, visibly deflated. Well, don't worry about it. I hope you make some friends quickly. If you ever need help, feel free to talk to me. Sure thing, you're still as kind as ever, Masyan. Her face lit up instantly. Were you on your way home, Masyan? Yeah, I just got out of school. Then I'll walk with you for a bit. Keed wheeled her bike alongside me, keeping close to my side. Now that I think about it, if she's going back to school on Monday, that's the same as Niyazuma-san, who came up in conversation earlier. Funny thing, there's someone returning to school at my place on Monday too. Hi. What a coincidence. No kidding. For a second, I wondered if they were the same person, but their last names were different. By the way, where's your new place? I'm guessing it's not the same as before. About 10 minutes by bike from here. I was just cycling around to explore the neighborhood today. But clearly, I need to pay more attention while riding. So that's why we almost crashed. Oh, can I ask you something? She puckered her lips into a triangle and casually raised her hand. I don't mind being called Sakurai. It actually feels nostalgic and kinda nice. But since my mom remarried, I've got a new last name. Oh right, sorry, what is it now? With a hand over her large chest and a wink, Sakurai proudly declared, Niyazuma Keed. It's kind of embarrassing, sounding like I just got married or something, so you can keep calling me Keed Masian. Section, yawn. I Ursugawa Yuki, shut off my alarm and let out a small yawn. A week had passed since the Wakaba festival. The hectic days of prep were over, and life had returned to normal. Good morning. Morning. I exchanged the bare minimum of greetings with my brother as we passed in the hallway. Since the festival, his attitude toward me has changed slightly. He used to tease me over everything, but lately he hasn't said much at all. Sometimes he'll ask about Suzuhara-kun's past, but honestly, I'd like to know more myself. I may have won against my brother for the first time, but thinking about it, Suzuhara-kun's help played a big role in that. Next time, I need to be strong enough to win on my own. As I splashed cold water on my face in the sink, I resolved as much. But still, he always shows up right when I need him, without me saying a word. He always seems to know what I'm thinking, acting one step ahead. Maybe he's some kind of a spur or something. Even though I just washed my face with cold water, it still felt strangely warm. Lately, whenever something happens, I find myself thinking, what would Suzuhara-kun do in this situation? And it's like my claws and fangs, those sharp edges of mine, are slowly being filed down by him. It's ironic that losing those is what let me beat my brother in the first place. This is so frustrating. I've decided I need to take a step back from Suzuhara-kun. He said he's on my side, and I believe him. But to me, he's someone I need to surpass, my rival. If I keep leaning on his kindness like this, I'll never get anywhere. Plus, midterms are coming up. I lost to him during the entrance exam, but this time, I'm aiming for first place. I glanced at the silver Shichibu crest pinned to my uniform. Next year, I'll make it gold. I'm off. After a quick breakfast, I left the house. It was 7:20 a.m., about 30 minutes earlier than usual. I came early today so I could give Niyazuma-san, who's joining the student council, a tour around the school. Niyazuma-san, the girl who placed third in the entrance exam. I wonder what kind of person she is. Is she cute? Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over me. If I take a step back from him, could she end up stealing him away? He's kind to people who need help, he's smart, and well, he's not bad-looking either, so maybe he is popular. Wait, what am I even thinking? Getting taken away. Seriously, what kind of nonsense is that? Besides, he already said he likes me. He wouldn't suddenly fall for some girl who just showed up, right? I stopped in front of the student council room door. Voices leaked from inside. It was 5 minutes before the meeting time, but it seemed everyone was already here. Good morning. I opened the door and looked around the room. As I thought, I was the last one to arrive. Mikami-senpai, the student council president, Shimizono-senpai, the vice president, Sugata-senpai, the treasurer, and Suzuhara-ku. A startled breath escaped my throat. Wow, can't believe Masian goes to the same high school, and even passed at the top of the class. You're way too close, back up a bit. But we were always this close before, weren't we? It was elementary school. Are you blushing? I am not blushing. My mind went completely blank. Right there, behind Suzuhara-kun, who was sitting on the sofa, was a girl practically glued to him. She leaned in close like an affectionate puppy, her face inches from his. And wait, are her boobs touching his shoulder? What is happening? Oh, Yuki-chan's here, isn't she looking even paler than usual? Shimizono-senpai noticed me first, and the others turned to look after him. Suzuhara-kun's eyes went wide and, Sugawa, this isn't what it looks like. He started panicking like a guy caught cheating. Gee, good morning. The words came out of my mouth like a machine. Wait, didn't I already greet them earlier? What's going on? My brain just short-circuited. I couldn't think at all. After that, I gave Niyazuma-san a tour of the school and introduced myself, but I have no memory of it. Next thing I knew, I was sitting in class. Did time just skip? Interlude 1, the daily life of a newlywed couple future. Late at night. I was sitting on the living room sofa browsing a news app when, what are you looking at? Yuki suddenly popped her face out from behind me. Her soft chest gently pressed against the back of my head, but she didn't seem to care. Kisuzuki Teruki, the actor, apparently got married. Wait, isn't he the guy who plays the lead in Flowers and Silver? Yeah. He married Horimi Moan, a former idol. I showed her the photo on my phone, a shot of the two of them together. Wow, she's really cute and has a big chest. No, you're cuter, and your chest is bigger too, I shouted internally. Anyway, the bath's free. I'll hop in now. Ever since the day I slept with Yuki, our relationship had changed. To put it simply, the distance between us shrank, not emotionally but physically. She suddenly became super touchy. Like earlier, randomly hugging me from behind whenever she passed by. She used to hesitate even holding hands, but now that we'd crossed that line, she didn't hold back anymore. Every time I come home, she hugs me tight. And when I'm about to leave, she clings to my back. For her, I guess it's her version of a goodbye kiss. Just now, too, she hugged me from behind while passing by. Her expression in those moments is like a little girl hugging her favorite plush toy, peaceful, relaxed. In other words, it's pure affection, completely innocent, like a cat rubbing up against you. But for me, it's not the same. Her soft chest presses against me. She smells amazing. There's no way I can stay relaxed. Every single time she hugs me, it's like I hear the click of my libido switch being turned on. It's especially bad when she does it before I leave for work, like torture. And the sad look in her eyes when she hugs me makes it even worse. Every morning, I walk out the door with my heart aching. And of course, I can't focus at all once I'm at work. It's already 11. I thought I'd take advantage of the rare break in meetings to finally approve some investment proposals, but I couldn't concentrate at all. Guess I'll clear my head a bit. I left the president's office and took the elevator down to the third-floor break room. It was empty. I turned on the lights, filled a paper cup from the water dispenser, and sat down with a sigh. Should I ask her to stop clinging to me so much? But what if I hurt her feelings? It's not like I hate it. If anything, the real problem is that I can't control myself when she does it. Man, never thought I'd be troubled by something this blissful. As I sat there agonizing, President, what are you doing here? Slacking off. The voice came from Mashiko, from Sales Division 1. Tanned, short hair, lean and muscular. His hobbies are surfing and physique competitions. He has 2 kids and a super energetic vibe. We're the same age, and we hit it off at a drinking party last year. Since then, he talks to me casually, even though he still uses polite speech. Just clearing my head. You. Protein break. What even is that? If people can take smoke breaks, then this should be fine too, right? He pulled out his shaker bottle, mixed in some protein powder and water, and downed it in one go. Phew, nasty. I need another. Then why drink it? He chugged a second shake just as fast, let out a small burp, and said, So, what's the problem? I probably can't solve a president-level issue, but I'll hear you out. It's not that big a deal, really. Come to think of it, this guy's married with kids. He told me he married his college girlfriend right after graduation. Maybe he'd have some good advice. I got married last month. What? You got married, sir? Huh? I didn't mention it. That's the first I've heard of it. Right, I hadn't told anyone except the executives. I guess you could say it was a political marriage of sorts, so we'd kept it from the rest of the staff. Sorry. Just don't spread it around. I'll make an announcement when the time's right. Got it, but in return, show me a picture. I gotta see your wife. No way. I'll show you mine, my wife and kids. Well, I am curious about the kids. I bet they're cute. I glanced at his phone. A family photo. A beautiful, small-faced wife and 2 twin girls, probably around 4 years old. Twins, huh? Yeah, it was super rough when they were born, but now they're just adorable. When I get home, they run up and hug me, going, "Papa, welcome back." Makes me feel like all these muscles are just for holding them. Mashiko puffed up and twisted around, proudly showing off his body. I wonder, will I eventually have kids with Yuki too? Will it be a boy, a girl? With her genes, they'd be cute either way. As I drifted into daydreams, Mashiko poked my side with his finger. "Come on, sir, your turn." "Hurry up." "Geez, just one, okay." There should still be a photo from one of our dates saved. I showed him a picture of Yuki. "Oh, ooh, she's gorgeous." "Told you." "Is she Western? Russian or something?" "I think her mom's Polish." "Whoa, but seriously, with a wife this cute, what's there to complain about?" "It's not a complaint, exactly." I ended up telling him everything. Mashiko listened, nodding repeatedly. And then he laughed through his nose and said, "Oh, come on, that's what you're worried about. That's easy." "No way, I'm really glad I asked. Maybe I should tell them to give you a little extra on your next bonus." "So, what should I do? Should I ask her to save the hugging for nighttime only?" "Nah, you don't need to go that far. The point is that getting hugged before work just gets you all worked up and makes it hard to focus, right?" With a sparkling grin on his handsome face, Mashiko pointed toward the restroom outside the break room. "Just rub one out in the company bathroom, and you're good. Talking to you was a mistake. Out of respect for your adorable daughters, I'll let you off the hook and not cut your summer bonus. You better be grateful." Section. The next morning, I checked my phone and saw a message from Mashiko. "Sorry for messing around yesterday. I really think it's best to be honest about how you feel with stuff like this. You're going to be together for years, maybe decades after all." Years, maybe decades, huh? He's right. Keeping my feelings bottled up won't do either of us any good. After breakfast, it was time to head to work. "Have a good day." Yuki moved in to hug me, pressing those soft-looking breasts against me, but I gently stopped her with my hand. "Is something wrong?" Could you not hug me before I go to work?" Was it that bad?" "You didn't like it." Tears welled up in Yuki's eyes as her face crumpled like the world had ended. "No, it's not that. I don't hate it. In fact, I really like it. I like it too much." Yuki tilted her head slightly, blinking at me with those clear, innocent eyes. It makes it really hard to focus on work and all." I looked away as I said it, and Yuki seemed to catch on, letting out a small ah. Sorry, I don't really understand how guys think." "No, it's not your fault. Not all guys are like this. I'm just the one lacking self-control." "Got it. Starting tomorrow, no more morning hugs." But any time other than morning is totally fine. Seriously, I welcome it." "Okay." Yuki broke into a bright smile. "But I might want to do something else instead. Honestly, just sending me off is enough to make me feel like I can take on the world, but..." Yuki paused to think, then brushed her hair back as she stepped toward me. A faint blush on her cheeks, eyebrows slightly furrowed, eyes half-lidded and warm. She got closer. Something soft and warm touched my lips. I didn't need to ask what it was. Her flushed face right in front of mine gave me the answer. How about this instead? A goodbye kiss." Giggling, Yuki pressed a fingertip to her lips. Snap! I heard something inside me break. Before I knew it, I had pinned Yuki to the floor. Wait, why am I being pinned down on the floor?" I loosened my tie and looked down at the now flustered Yuki. "You seriously don't know why this is happening?" "I kinda get it. I need you to completely get it. We have work. You're gonna be late." I pulled out my phone and made a call. "Good morning. Sorry, would it be possible to reschedule this morning's meeting to later today?" "Yes, from 2 p.m. in meeting room 3. "Thank you, I appreciate it." Without a hint of hesitation, I rearranged my schedule. "All right, I'm good until noon." "Oh." And just like that, a new rule was established between us. No hugs before work, goodbye kisses. Even more forbidden. Reason, I go full berserker. Chapter 1, I'll be the losing heroine. How did it come to this? It was lunchtime. I let out a heavy sigh, holding my head in my hands. Whoa. The yakisoba bread at this school is seriously good. Sitting in front of me, straddling the chair backwards, was Sakurai, no Niyazuma Kid. "Why are you coming all the way to this class just to eat?" "Well, the groups in my class are already all formed. I don't want to eat alone, you know. With your communication skills, you'd make friends in no time." "Yeah, but it just feels like they're forcing themselves to be nice, and it gets exhausting." "Forcing themselves?" "Like that." While stuffing her mouth with bread, Kid turned to the side. At the corner of the classroom, Yonda and Miyama kept glancing over at us while whispering. Hey, hey, who's that girl? Oh, she's the one who vanished from the third seat, apparently. Seriously. She finally made it back to school. Yonda and the others were casting awkward, cautious glances our way. So that's it. The vanished third seat. At Shichibu Academy, where academic excellence reigns supreme, students who hold a crest are always in the spotlight. But this year, the student ranked third abruptly took a leave of absence. It caused a huge stir right at the start of the year, sparking all kinds of speculation. Some said she was sickly to begin with. Others said the intense entrance exam studies broke her mentally. And now that Keed had returned, those rumors were flaring up all over again. You could just deny it, you know. Say you're actually a professional actor and had to take a break because of work. That would just cause more trouble. In middle school, everyone knew about my acting work, but there were still rumors. People said it was unfair that I skipped school or that the teachers treated me specially. I see, so there are always jealous ones. That's why this time, I'm just sticking to the story that I was sick. Aside from the student council and the teachers, I don't plan to tell anyone about the acting. So, thanks in advance. Got it, I won't tell anyone either. As expected of Masian, such a trustworthy guy. Hey, want a bite of my yakisoba bread? There's only pickled ginger left. Well, honestly, I don't mind Keed coming over to hang out in my class. Talking with her is fun, and since we're going to be working together in the student council, it's probably a good idea. The real problem is... At her seat, eating lunch alone, Arasugawa Yuki kept glaring at us with a deadpan look. I swear, it's like she could shoot lasers from her eyes. She was clearly in a bad mood. Even someone who didn't know her future self like I do could tell. It had been like this since this morning. The reason for her foul mood was obvious. It was because I was getting along with Keed. In simple terms, she was jealous. Honestly, I was happy to see she liked me enough to get jealous. But I couldn't let her keep misunderstanding things. She needed to know that Keed and I had no romantic feelings for each other, that we were just childhood friends. Keed, you got anything going on after school today? Nope, I'm free. Today, the upperclassmen were attending a club meeting, so student council activities were on hold. I was scheduled to start training Keed the day after tomorrow. I had to solve this issue before then. Section, after school, I took Keed with me to a Mag's on the opposite side of the station. No students from Shichibu Academy would come here. In Kansai, everyone calls it Magudo, so hearing Mag sounds kind of fresh. Keed was happily munching on a cheeseburger 120 yen. You sure make junk food look delicious. Haven't you had way better food at your acting job after parties? One thing I regretted about my time leap was that my taste buds didn't go back with me. Back when I was a student, junk food tasted like heaven. But once you know the taste of high-end cuisine, it's hard to go back. I figured Keed would be the same, but it seemed not. It's not like I get to eat fancy stuff all the time. Only after big performances, we'd go somewhere nice. She gave a small laugh. But you know, even after eating things like fugu and steak, nothing beats a burger after school. Sounds like something out of a game from the future. By the way, why did you decide to become an actor? It just kinda happened. My mom's new husband works backstage at theaters. He asked if I wanted to try, and once I did, it was more fun than I expected. Hi. Guess you had the talent for it. Not really. Everyone around me was a veteran who'd been acting since they were kids. It was tough just keeping up. Are you going to keep acting here too? Yeah, but for now I'm focusing on school. I'm taking a break from acting at least until autumn. That's probably for the best. You already missed a month of school. Catching up won't be easy. Exactly. Hey, think you could help me study during lunch breaks? Yeah, I don't mind. I cut myself off mid-sentence. Right, this was the whole reason I brought her here to talk. Sorry, I can help, but not somewhere public. Why not? You know Arasugawa. You mean the silver-haired girl from the student council. She looked like a doll, so cute. Yeah, did you notice her glaring at us all day? Don't underestimate me, I'm an actor. My powers of observation are. So you noticed. Not at all. Good, honesty is important. Figures. Her looks might have changed, but her easygoing personality hadn't since elementary school. What's up? Did you guys fight? That's not it. She just suddenly got into a bad mood today. Today? It would be a bit harsh to say it was Keed's fault. She hadn't done anything wrong. Before explaining why Yuki was in a bad mood, it was probably better to be clear up front. The old me would have tried to dodge around it, but not anymore. First, let me say this clearly. I cleared my throat. I like her, I like Arasugawa. At my sudden confession, Keed blinked in surprise. F for real. For real? Is it really that surprising? I mean, for the super shy Massian to just straight up say, I like her. It's gotta snow tomorrow or something. That's what surprises you. You wouldn't even say who you liked when they asked during the school trip. I'm not the same as I was in elementary school. Besides, you were in a different group back then. Was I? You were. Don't just casually rewrite history. I see, it's starting to make sense now. You called me out here to tell me not to act too familiar when Yuki-san's around, right? Why yeah. Sorry about that. Yuki had a ridiculously strong possessive streak. In the future, she would even warn me about being alone with Mikami-san, the student council president, and forbid me from staying out overnight. Just to be sure, there's no chance you have feelings for me, right? Like, you've secretly liked me since elementary school or something. Not at all. Keed said it with a completely straight face. Then, forming an X with her fingers, she added, Actually, my agency told me no dating until after I graduate high school. Wait, really? That's a thing for actors? Normally it's not, but since I'm still young and cute, there's an idol-like side to my image. So, I've got a lot of hardcore male fans. I see. Yeah, that made sense. Someone as cute as Keed would definitely have her fair share of crazy fans. Unlike Yuki or the president, whose beauty was almost otherworldly, Keed had that girl-next-door cuteness that made her approachable. Besides, I don't really get the whole love and dating thing. I haven't even had a first love yet. Seriously, maybe because I was born late in the school year. At our age, that doesn't really matter anymore. This isn't elementary school. When was your first love, Massian? For me, it was my preschool teacher. Whoa, dang, guess it wasn't me, huh? Nope. Where does that weird confidence come from? You always felt more like a little sister than anything. A little sister, huh? Well, as long as you cared about me, I'll accept that. Keed crossed her arms and nodded, satisfied. Actually, back in elementary school, I thought of you as an older brother. I'm an only child, so I figured if I had a brother, he'd be like you. Really? Should I start calling you Oni-chan then? Please don't, that's way too creepy. We looked at each other and burst into laughter. Talking to her is easy. I don't even get nervous like I usually do with girls. Anyway, looking forward to being friends with you. Same here. We toasted with our Mags drinks. Changing the subject a bit, why did you decide to join the student council? You didn't even know I was part of it, right? Keed never struck me as the type to be interested in student council or alumni meetings. Plus, with her acting work, she shouldn't have had any time for it. About that, I actually got tricked by a teacher. Fiddling with the straw wrapper, Keed made a sour face. A teacher. Our homeroom teacher, the guy whose scalp's basically a barren wasteland. That must be Hayama-sensei from Class B, I thought. A math teacher around 40 years old. Rumor had it he was desperate to become the grade chair and was always sucking up to the vice principal. I really wasn't planning to join. I mean, I'd just taken a month off, and soon I'd be back to acting too. No way I'd have time for student council stuff. Right. But Hayama-sensei told me before I enrolled that the top 3 ranked students are automatically put in the student council. He said it was a long-standing tradition. He probably lied just to boost his class's achievements. Knowing Hayama-sensei's personality, that checked out. I thought I'd just quit after returning to school, but if Massian's there, sticking around doesn't seem so bad. I see. If you get busy, I'll cover for you. Thanks. Keed grinned happily, so she's staying because I'm here. In the world before I time leaped, when I didn't attend this school, maybe she really did quit the student council. Neither Yuki nor the president had ever mentioned her in the future. Maybe we just hadn't stayed close enough after graduation. Yuki and Keed, Honestly, I couldn't say their personalities would mesh well. Actually, it wasn't even about compatibility. This version of Yuki was way too prickly. Only someone like Mikami-san, the student council president, an actual saint, could deal with her hedgehog-like defenses. But future Yuki regretted it. She wished she had been more honest, that she had made more friends. While I was thinking about that. So, what kind of person is Arasugawa-san? I want to know more. Keed rested her chin on both hands, looking at me with curiosity. Maybe it's fine to tell Keed. If she knows about Yuki's circumstances, maybe they'll get along. She's got a lot of reasons for the way she acts. I told Keed about Yuki's background, how she was always compared to her brilliant older brother, how her looks made her constantly pestered by guys, forcing her to reject them harshly, and how, just because she was a girl, she could never quite earn her father's approval. Because of all that, she ended up with the awkward personality she has now. She denies things like having fun or falling in love as being pointless, but deep down, I think she really longs for that kind of life. She had clearly said she enjoyed hanging out with me at Shibuya. So, more than wanting to date her, I just want her to experience a fun school life. Hey, why are you grinning like that? Keed sipped her drink through a straw, a wide grin on her face. Well, I was just thinking, Massian is still Massian. What's that supposed to mean? When I first reunited with you, I was honestly really shocked. You'd grown up so much. I mean, I got taller too, but you grew even more, and it felt like you were a completely different person. It was kinda scary. Placing a clenched hand over her chest, Keed gave a wry smile. Do you remember? Back when the girls were excluding me, you were the one who invited me to hang out with the boys. Ah, yes, I remember. You probably invited me without thinking much of it, but for me, it was a huge help. If it weren't for you, I probably would have stopped coming to school. Seriously, that was a clutch move past me. So now you want to help Arasugawa-san the way you helped me, right? It's not something that noble. I just like her and want to date her. But to do that, I need to fix the things holding her back. It's totally a selfish reason. Ahaha, sounds just like you, Massian, wait. Suddenly, Keed covered her chest dramatically with both hands. Wait, does that mean you helped me back then because of selfish reasons too? Definitely not, relax. I chuckled awkwardly, grabbing a fry. So, the important thing, what does Arasugawa-san think of you? Well, who knows? I crossed my arms and leaned back in my chair. I think her affection level is pretty decent. I'm the only guy she talks to outside of student council stuff, and she definitely got annoyed when I was hanging out with you. All right, we have to clear that up first. Tomorrow, I'll make sure to tell Arasugawa-san myself that I don't have any romantic feelings for you. Seriously, that'd be a huge help. Just be careful how you say it, okay? She would never admit she's bothered by me. Got it. I'll bring it up casually, leave it to me. Thank God, that should fix Yuki's bad mood, as I let out a sigh of relief. Keed, arms crossed, seemed deep in thought. What's up? I was just thinking, maybe I could help you and Arasugawa-san get together. Help like what exactly? Like during the student council group assignments, I could arrange it so you two end up alone together. That's tempting, but you don't have to go that far. Just the thought counts. Can't be honest, super competitive, gets jealous when you're with other girls. Keed muttered under her breath, tapping the table with her finger. She clearly wasn't hearing a word I said. Suddenly, Keed snapped her head up and clicked her fingers. I've got a brilliant idea. She stood up with a burst of energy. A brilliant idea. Yup, a plan that'll fix Arasugawa-san's bad mood and bring you two way closer. She hurriedly finished off her half-eaten cheeseburger. Sorry, I'm heading out first. I need to practice a performance I've never tried before. Performance? Before I could stop her, she slung her bag over her shoulder, winked with a snap and said, Look forward to tomorrow. I'll show you the acting skills I've polished over 3 years. With that, she left the shop. I've got a bad feeling about this. I shuddered. That face. She used to make that face whenever she thought up some prank back in elementary school. Digging pit traps in my path, snapping gum at me. No, I'm overthinking it. That was all in elementary school. She's grown up now. Anyway, guess I'll head home too. Surrounded by mature types like Yuki and the president, I'd forgotten something important. First years in high school are still just kids who happen to be a little closer to adulthood. Section. The next day, during the break after first period, I glanced over at Yuki. Maybe it was a little better than yesterday, but she was still giving me occasional side glances with a sour expression. And Keed, what exactly was she planning to do? Even when I emailed her last night to ask, she just replied, Look forward to tomorrow. Hey. Someone tapped me on the shoulder. It was Hamasaki from the seat behind mine, looking terrified. Why's the White Rose Princess so mad? He whispered nervously. Ah, well, it's complicated. Since I was the only guy who could actually hold a conversation with her, every complaint like this ended up coming to me. So you guys fought? Man, just make up already. Her glare is killing me. Since his seat was right behind mine, I guess he felt like he was being stared down too. Poor guy. Sorry, man. Arasugawa-san, are you here? The back door of the classroom burst open, and a girl with reddish-brown hair stepped in. It was Keed. Instantly, all eyes turned to her. After scanning the room to make sure she had everyone's attention, she strode toward Yuki. Did you need something? Yuki looked a little surprised, but quickly regained her usual icy composure. I'm here to declare war. Declare war. The whole classroom erupted in murmurs at the dangerous-sounding words. Before I knew it, everyone was watching them. You like Suzuhara-kun, don't you, Arasugawa-san? What? For a moment, silence fell across the room. Then, shocked voices echoed from all over. No way. Seriously. He was the only guy she ever talked to, but wow. It wasn't just because you were in the student council together, huh? See, I told you. They've been secretly dating behind the scenes. Everyone was shocked by the huge news that shook the entire class. What the hell is he saying? I was left speechless for a different reason. I had figured he'd cause trouble, but this was way beyond what I expected. But even more surprising was Yuki's reaction. The older would have immediately snapped back. What are you talking about? That's ridiculous. Are you stupid or what? However, the current Yuki was different. Her face turned bright red, her mouth opening and closing like a fish, unable to form a single word of rebuttal. After a while, she finally managed to squeeze out a faint voice that seemed on the verge of vanishing. Aya, are you out of your mind? So am I. Hi. Keed, blushing faintly, pressed both hands tightly against her chest. I like him too. I've liked him for years. Gone was the loud, boisterous Keed, her voice now soft, filled with shy embarrassment. It was a side of her I'd never seen before, and honestly, it made my heart skip a beat. Massian and I went to the same elementary school. So, we're childhood friends. I never managed to confess my feelings back then, and we ended up going to different middle schools. But I believe it was fate that brought us to the same high school again. Keed closed the distance between them, her face flushed, locking eyes with Yuki as she declared firmly. I know him 100 times better than you do. That's why I'm not going to lose. It was, as she said, practically a declaration of war. The once noisy classroom went dead silent, everyone stunned as they watched the two girls face off. Things got really weird, huh? Keed looked around and then said, But it's not like I want to pick a fight with you, Arasugawa-san. Just want to make that clear. No hard feelings, no matter who wins, okay? I only came to say that today. With that, she spun around and cheerfully added, See you in the student council room. Then she left the classroom. In her absence, all that remained were my stunned classmates, Yuki trembling with a bright red face and me completely hollowed out. Hey, you're really getting along with the White Rose Princess after all, aren't you? You bastard, why do you get two super cute girls chasing after you? Hamezaki and Ikiyanagi grabbed me and shook me around as I rolled my eyes back in disbelief. That idiot. At that moment, I knew the carefully crafted plan I'd made to become Yuki's boyfriend had collapsed into ruins with a resounding crash. Section. What the hell were you thinking? During the next break, I dragged Keed behind the gym and slammed my hand against the wall beside her. Ahaha, that was my first time confessing, and in front of so many people too. Turns out, it's way more embarrassing than I thought. Keed blushed lightly and fidgeted. You said yesterday you had 0 romantic feelings. Was that a lie? It's true, I only think of Massian as a friend. No romantic feelings at all. Then why the hell did you say all that? Because it's part of my plan. Keed placed her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest proudly. For the next while, I'm going to pretend to be the childhood friend who's in love with Massian. I had no idea what she was talking about. Why would you do that? Because it'll get you and Arasugawa-san together faster. She raised her index finger sharply. Arasugawa-san's really competitive, right? People like her tend to be more honest with their feelings when they think there's a rival in love. A rival in love. So basically, you're going to play the losing heroine on purpose. Losing heroine, oh ho. That's a fun way to put it. Well, yeah, that's pretty much it. Back in this era, the term losing heroine isn't mainstream yet, huh? But finally, I was starting to understand her plan. First, Keed would pretend to be madly in love with me and aggressively pursue me. Yuki, seeing that, would start panicking, thinking she might lose me. That panic would force Yuki to face her own feelings honestly. I tilted my head. Do you really think that'll work? Of course. I've studied hundreds of scripts through my work as an actress. Trust me. She sure sounds confident. By the way, how many real-life romance experiences do you have? 0. Keed tilted her head cutely, as if saying, so what? This is bad. I'm seriously worried. She's like one of those otakus who think they can master love because they've played a bunch of dating sims. Phew. Things are getting interesting now. Time to show off my acting chops. Keed swayed side to side, humming happily. Well, I get what you're trying to do, actually. I have another problem I need your advice on. Sure, if it's something I can help with. Keed beamed confidently. I leaned in and shared my new, serious dilemma. Because of you and Arasugawa, now there's a rumor that 2 beautiful girls are into me, and every single guy in class is out for my blood. What do I do? Keed fell silent. An awkward pause stretched between us. Then she suddenly pressed 2 fingers to her temple and said, "Oh right, next period's in a different classroom. Later." And she bolted, "Don't you dare run away. Section." Man, I'm exhausted. After getting home, I slumped in front of my computer with a heavy sigh. Keed's dramatic confession hadn't just shaken the class, it spread across the entire year. Thanks to that, tons of guys who'd heard the rumor that Yuki liked me came swarming in. And I had to explain, over and over again, Keed misunderstood. Yuki's never said anything like that, and she's never shown any signs of liking me. Keed, seriously. If she was going to pull a stunt like that, she could have at least checked with me first. This feeling, it's familiar somehow. When was it? Ah, I remember now. It's the same feeling I had when someone took on a project destined to blow up without getting the CEO's approval. As for Yuki, when it was time to go home, she left in a hurry. The student council officially met on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, but the president and Yuki usually stopped by on Tuesdays and Thursdays as well to get work done. But today, Yuki hadn't gone to the student council room at all. It was the first time, aside from when she was sick. Keed said, it'll help her be honest with her feelings if she has a love rival, but isn't this just backfiring? Yuki really hated being teased. I can't concentrate at all. The stock chart on my monitor started to look like a Yuki affection meter. A huge crash. No way I'm making money like this today. I was about to close the screen when, knock knock, Masami, you in there? It was my dad's voice from the other side of the door. I'm here, you can come in. The door opened, and my dad stepped inside. Actually, I've got a golf game tomorrow and well, you can't expense it through the company. Yeah, so sorry, but could you let me borrow next month's allowance in advance? He clasped his hands together, in front of his face like he was praying. My dad, Suzuhara Keiji, age 42. He co-founded Linklaird with his college friends and, as the CEO, grew the company into one with 500 employees over 20 years. Despite his timid personality, he was well-liked for being good-natured and dependable, and he was beloved by his subordinates. He met my mom in college, and they married right after graduation. Apparently, Mom fell head over heels for Dad's fragile, luckless aura and aggressively pursued him. Even though Mom is younger, she's way more strong-willed, so Dad's been completely under her thumb ever since. He may look weak, but he's actually very capable at work, and on top of that, he's a black belt in judo. He's the real deal. But despite all that, my dad had one huge flaw. He had terrible drinking habits. He wasn't the violent type, but he became a reckless spender. He was the kind of guy who'd shout, "Drinks are on me tonight." Thanks to that, it wasn't unusual for credit card statements totaling hundreds of thousands of yen to show up at our house. Mom usually turned a blind eye because his salary was good enough to cover it, but when I was in second year of middle school, things escalated. After a company party, he went to a hostess club for the after-party and blew a few million yen. Mom went ballistic, not just because of the money, but because it was a hostess club. After that, she confiscated his bank books and credit cards, and he was put on a strict 50,000 yen monthly allowance. Still, there were some business engagements he couldn't expense, and living on just that allowance was tough for him. That's when I proposed, "Dad, how about we make a deal? I wanted to try something everyone dreams about, making money using knowledge of the future. But for that, I needed an account I could freely use. High schoolers couldn't freely trade stocks or Forex. Minor accounts didn't allow margin trading. So I proposed that he lend me one of his registered accounts, and in return, I'd pay him a monthly account rental fee. And the plan worked beautifully. My New Year's gift savings ballooned in no time. The easiest way to make money was through stocks. I already knew which companies were going to thrive. All I had to do was use that information smartly and grow my seed money. So this is what insider trading feels like. At first, I felt a little guilty, but watching the numbers in my account climb washed that guilt away real quick. Here, next month's allowance. Aw, thanks, son. I owe you. I handed him an envelope full of cash. Dad glanced at the total balance on my computer screen and his eyes went wide. Amazing. You're about to hit the 10 million yen mark, aren't you? It's just luck. If I kept winning like this, people would get suspicious. I'd have to throw in a few losses later to cover it up. Still, I'm surprised you let me do this. I thought you'd oppose it. I would've if you were just fooling around, but you actually studied hard. Honestly, you knew more about taxes than I did. When did you even learn all that? Oh, well, just in my spare time. I see. If things keep going this way, you might actually make a living as a trader. Dad sagged and muttered. Meanwhile, I'm just a loser dad, borrowing money from his own kid. God, this is depressing. Once I'm in college, you'll pay me back double, right? Besides, the New Year's money I used was technically money you earned too. I patted his slumped back. Just be careful with drinking, okay? Don't make Mom cry again. Yeah, I won't. Never again. I can't go through that torture again. Wait, torture? Did Mom actually torture him after the Hostess Club incident? And still, look at you. Dad stood up and compared his height to mine. He was still about 5 centimeters taller, but I was catching up fast. You've really grown up suddenly. Honestly, you don't seem like a high schooler anymore. Well, of course I'm growing. I'm still in my growth spurt. No, I mean not just your height. I'm talking about inside. Dad stroked his chin thoughtfully. Was it around the end of last year? Ever since you said you were aiming for Shichibu Academy, you started working like crazy. I just thought I'd have to study a ton to get in. Maybe, but still, the change was unbelievable. For a second, I even doubted if you were really Masami. A cold sweat trickled down my cheek. I'd been careful to act natural, but maybe parents really could sense something in their kids. This must be what it's like for someone pretending to be another person, afraid they'll be exposed. You're not hiding something, are you? Dad squinted and stared into my eyes. Could it be, am I busted? You met a girl, didn't you? That's the only thing that changes a guy that much. Nope, totally wrong. Thank God Dad's intuition sucked. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, it was better to just play along. It would make me seem less suspicious. Not exactly wrong. The girl I like was going to Shichibu Academy. Oh, I see, and did you at least become friends with her? Dad grinned and leaned in, clearly excited to hear his son's romance gossip. We did become friends, but things are a little awkward right now. You remember Keed? Yeah, that tomboyish girl you used to play with sometimes in elementary school. She was all over you like a little sister. She ended up at the same school, and now things have gotten complicated. Oh, Dad nodded with interest and said, 2 girls at once, huh? I guess blood really doesn't lie. He murmured to himself. Want to hear a little story from my youth? Not really. It all started when I was in college. Ignoring my response, Dad began speaking wistfully, staring off into the distance. I joined the literature club. You were into literature, Dad. Not at all. What I was interested in was Ayaka-senpai, who was in the club. She was delicate and incredibly beautiful. I joined the club, but I couldn't bring myself to approach Ayaka-senpai. She didn't seem to have a boyfriend, but cowardly me could only admire her from afar, like she was some unattainable flower. Then, during my second year, new members joined, and among them was your mother. I've heard that part before from Mom. She said she found this really dreamy senpai and totally went after him. And that senpai was you. Yeah, that's right. I was hers from the very first day. Mom, were you some kind of predator? And then I started dating your mother, and eventually you were born. I never saw Ayaka-senpai again after graduation, but at the last class reunion, I heard from one of her friends. Turns out, Ayaka-senpai liked me too. Wait, seriously? Yeah, we were actually into each other. Dad smiled wryly and gazed up at the ceiling. Do you ever think, maybe I should have confessed to Ayaka-senpai instead of Mom? No. I have no regrets about marrying your mother. She's an amazing woman, way too good for me. I married her, we had you, and I'm really happy with the life I have now. Dad, seeing him flash a bright smile, I couldn't help but add, it would have been way cooler if you weren't coming back from borrowing money off your son. Don't rub it in. Dad scratched his head awkwardly. What I'm trying to say is this. When it comes to love in school, you never know what's going to happen. If there's a girl you're into, you better make your move early. Otherwise, someone else might snatch her away. I see. It wasn't about Dad's regrets, he was talking about Ayaka-senpai's regrets. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. You better, that's life advice from someone who's been through it. As Dad was about to leave my room, I called out to him. Oh yeah, Dad, make sure you get your cancer screening this year and next. Huh, yeah, you're such a worrier. Just because you had a dream about me dying of cancer. Well, it'd be a problem if it turned out to be a premonition. All right. I can't just die and leave you two behind. In the world before my time leap, Dad had passed away from pancreatic cancer when I was in college. If we caught it early this time, maybe we could save him. I didn't get the chance to be a good son back then. Love in school, huh? Yeah, you really don't know what'll happen. I chuckled bitterly, thinking back on Keed's ridiculous antics yesterday. Section, ping. The next morning, I woke not to my alarm but to the sound of a text message arriving. Who the heck? I cracked open my sleepy eyes and checked my phone. The sender was Arisugawa Yuki. Yuki. Wait, Yuki. I shot up from bed. It was rare for Yuki to send me a message. And this early in the morning, no less. Had something urgent happened? Panicking a little, I opened the message. And then, hi. I tilted my head in confusion. The subject line read, I went to the dentist yesterday. The body of the message said, lately, my tooth's been hurting and it made talking kind of a pain. Sorry for being so unfriendly. I nodded repeatedly, then closed my phone with a snap. Yeah, that's a lie. Before the time leap. When I had a cavity and was holding my cheek, Yuki said with a look of exasperation. That's what you get for not brushing properly. I've never had a cavity in my life. Which meant this story about going to the dentist was also a lie. Why would she lie about something like that? Most likely because of Keed's confession yesterday. She didn't want to admit that she was jealous because I was getting along with Keed. She must have spent all night thinking it over, maybe even pulling an all-nighter. That would explain the absurdly early text. But even if I pointed out the lie, it wouldn't do anyone any good. I decided to just play along. I sent back a reply. Are you okay? Maybe you've been eating too many sweets. The response came almost immediately. Maybe. Anyway, let's just go back to normal from today, okay? A few moments later, another message arrived. By the way, about what Niyazuma-san said, about me liking you, that's not true. I just trust you, that's all. Don't get the wrong idea. The speed of that reply. She definitely had that one saved in drafts beforehand. She was really slow at texting. Normally, something that long would take her at least 2 minutes to type. And, trust me, huh? I smiled a little bitterly and saved the message into my favorites folder so I wouldn't accidentally delete it. Being trusted is about as big a compliment as being liked, you know. Closing my phone, I collapsed back onto my bed for a second round of sleep. Come to think of it, future Yuki said something similar, didn't she? As my consciousness slowly faded, I thought faintly of the Yuki from that future. Interlude 2, Yuki's cringeworthy past future. I'm home. When I got home from work, unusually, Yuki didn't respond. Was she out somewhere? But the lights in the living room were still on. She wasn't in the bedroom, the bath, or the toilet either. Worried that something might have happened to her, I hurriedly searched the house. Yuki. There she was. She was in the empty room we used for storage. She was sitting cross-legged in front of an open cardboard box, gazing at a piece of paper she held in her hands, lost in thought. A piece of paper? No, a photo. What are you doing? Welcome back. When I spoke to her, she hurriedly hid the photo behind her back. Is that an old photo? Why, yeah. It's a group photo from the student council back when I was in high school. High school, Yuki. I want to see it. Could you show me that photo? No way. She refused with incredible force, and I was taken aback. Seeing my reaction, Yuki hastily added, sorry. I didn't mean to yell. No, I'm the one who should apologize. I didn't think you'd hate it that much. I don't want you to see me from back then. I'm totally different from how I am now. Totally different? Was she, like, really overweight? But I remember her saying she had a body type that didn't gain weight easily. As I stared at Yuki, she scratched her cheek awkwardly. Masanobu-san, have you ever remembered something you did in the past and felt like screaming? Well, sure, that happens. My entire high school life was like that. Did something happen? Not just something, everything. Everything. Yuki looked down in embarrassment, letting out a low groan. You know, I told you before how I tried really hard, because I didn't want to lose to my brother. That annoying older brother of yours, right? Yeah, but the way I tried was wrong. I just buried myself in studying, had no friends, no popularity, and in the end, I lost the student council election. A gloomy cloud seemed to hover above Yuki's head. This was bad. Maybe I triggered some trauma. Wait, but didn't you say that was a student council photo? That was from my first year. In the first year, if you had good grades, you could join the student council. But in the second year, you had to win an election. Yuki suddenly lifted her head as if she remembered something. Come to think of it, Mikami-senpai once said she wanted to meet my husband. Mikami-senpai. She was the student council president when I was a first year. She recently helped me out with some advice. Advice? Was something wrong? No, it's nothing. Yuki flailed her hands in front of her reddened face. Then, should we invite her over sometime? Mikami-san, I'd like to meet her too and introduce myself properly. Plus, I might get to hear some stories about Yuki's past. But for some reason, Yuki looked troubled. Wait, could it be she doesn't want to introduce me? Sorry, I'm such a lame husband. I curled up in a ball in the corner of the room. It's okay, you don't have to introduce me. What's wrong all of a sudden? Well, you seemed troubled. I thought maybe you didn't want to introduce me. Of course not. I'd proudly introduce you as the person who saved me. Why, Yuki? What is this feeling? I'm about to cry. I'm sorry. I was just hesitating because of my own selfishness. Selfishness? Yeah, Mikami-senpai is incredibly beautiful. She's got this mature charm that I don't, so I was a little worried you might be tempted. Yuki gasped and hurriedly added, it's not like I'm doubting you or anything. It's just, she's that attractive. She tugged gently at the hem of my shirt and looked up at me. I just got a little scared you might be taken away. Oh. So cute. What is this adorable creature? What an unbearably cute creature. Total critical hit. Inevitable instant death. Why are you suddenly speaking Chinese? Sorry. Her cuteness broke my brain. I gently squeezed her hand. Maybe because I had been outside, my hand felt a little cold. Meeting her gaze, I said softly, It's okay, I'll never cheat on you. Why, yes, I know. Yuki's expression softened with relief, her cheeks turning slightly pink. But if you're saying that much, what kind of person is she? Well, not just her looks, her personality's amazing too. She always had the top grades in our year, and unlike me, she was really well liked. Her eyes sparkled as she passionately talked about Mikami-senpai's virtues. Even back in high school, she always looked out for me. She's the person I trust the most. The most? Seeing her say that so definitively, I felt a tiny pang of jealousy. Maybe it showed a little on my face, because she quickly said, I trust you too, you know. She gave a small, shy smile. I see, that makes me really happy. Saying it out loud was somehow incredibly embarrassing. Apparently, she felt the same way. Both of us turned away from each other, faces flushed bright red. Chapter 2, The Student Council's Rite of Passage. Suzuhara-kun, how's the progress on next week's status report? Yes. It's about halfway done, and I plan to finish it by the day after tomorrow. With Keed joining, all 6 student council members were finally assembled, and the new student council began operating. First, we had to explain the student council's work to her. And that's how it goes. After getting the president's approval, you also need to get Mine-sensei's approval, so be careful. I see. Got it. By the president's decision, Yuki and I were put in charge of training Keed. It made sense, since we were her classmates. All right, next we'll set up the work computer. Go ahead and start it up. Yes, ma'am. Yuki treated Keed normally, as if that declaration of war had never happened. Keed, too, interacted with Yuki in her usual bright and cheerful way. Watching them, I realized they really were polar opposites. Yuki's personality was cat-like, awkward with people. In contrast, Keed was dog-like, friendly with everyone. For now, at least, I was relieved that the student council wasn't filled with tension. The password is managed by the school. I'll give you a memo with it written down later, so make sure you don't lose it. No worries. I already memorized it when I saw it earlier. There's no way you memorized it that fast. It's T5 Psi 318 GP9, right? That's correct. Yuki looked at her in disbelief. I've always been confident in my memory, Keed said proudly, sticking out her chest. She was amazing even back in elementary school during the pi recitation contest. I heard she memorized up to 600 digits, but the organizers only prepared for up to 500, so halfway through no one knew if she was right or not. It caused a rare incident. That brings back memories. I won first place, but the certificate ended up saying, "You memorized up to the nth digit of pi," with the number left blank. Yuki whispered to me, Hey, was she always that incredible? Yeah. In my year, Keed was the smartest. I see. Yuki bit her lower lip in frustration and asked, Hey, how did you memorize that just now? Any tricks? It's kinda hard to put into words. Can you do photographic memory or something? You mean photographic memory? No, I don't have anything that special. Keed shook her head slightly. I just link whatever I want to remember with different information in my mind. Like, for the password, I memorize not just the characters, but also colors, smells, and fonts all together. Plus, I make myself believe this is super important. That helps too. Pointing to the area around her forehead, she said, I imagine using this part of my brain. Once you get used to it, it's easy. Easy, she says. Yuki and the president both looked at her with yeah right expressions, completely stunned. I'd had a feeling, but Keed was the same type of genius as Yuuma. Honestly, I should have realized it the moment she got accepted into this school 3rd overall while also working as an actress. Yo, good work, everyone. Looks like you're hard at it. The vice president, still in her gym clothes, showed up, apparently done helping with club activities. A light blue towel was draped around her neck, and she looked a bit sweaty. The air conditioning feels so good. Standing in front of the AC, she flapped her gym clothes to cool off. Sujita-senpai and I quickly averted our eyes so we wouldn't get caught staring. Keed-chan, how's the work going? Anything you don't understand? No problems so far. If anything's confusing, feel free to ask Shizuka. Wait, not Risa-senpai. As expected from someone trained in Osaka-style comebacks. Sharp. Thanks. The vice president and Keed hit it off immediately. Guess lively types naturally get along. They were already calling each other by name, and yesterday they were even getting excited talking about cosmetics. With Niyazuma-san joining, things have gotten so lively. The president murmured as she watched them. Haha, sorry about that. Why are you apologizing, Suzuhara-kun? Besides, I prefer things being lively. The president smiled warmly. That was a relief to hear. Now that all the first years are here, why don't we decide on roles? Come to think of it, we hadn't assigned the first-year positions yet. What roles are left? General Affairs, Public Relations, and Secretary. The president, vice president, and treasurer, handling the money, were all second years. The 3 leftover positions were, to be blunt, kind of side roles. The president was secretary last year, right? Yes. Then I'd like to be secretary. Yuki raised her hand eagerly. Then I guess I'll take public relations. I'm known for having a loud voice. Wait, do you even know what public relations is supposed to do? Isn't it where, if something happens, you go up on the school rooftop and announce it with a megaphone? No, that's wrong. What is that caveman method? Use the PA system. Guess that leaves me with general affairs. I didn't have any particular preference, so I just took the remaining role. When we reported our decisions back to the president, she smiled happily. Perfect. It's exactly the arrangement I was thinking of. Just as I thought everything was settled. Hey, are you really okay with just general affairs? Yuki asked me. Why? General affairs is kind of a miscellaneous role. Compared to the other positions, it tends to get looked down on. I see. So that's what this is about. If you actually wanted to do secretary or public relations, we should probably talk about it properly. No, I really don't have a role I want to do. Besides, general affairs is an important job too, right? Like the unsung hero type. That's right. General affairs is often seen as a lower position, but I don't think that's true. It's a support role for the entire council, so it requires flexible communication skills and broad knowledge. That's why I think someone as considerate as Suzuhara-kun is perfect for it. The president jumped in to back me up. If you're really okay with it. Yuki fiddled with her hair and turned her gaze away. Thanks for worrying about me. I circled around to where she was looking away and said it with a small smile. It's not like I was worried about you or anything. I just don't like it when talented people don't get properly recognized, that's all. Anyone could tell that was just her way of hiding her embarrassment. Glancing to the side, I saw the president smiling warmly. Section: seafood salad, crispy fries, and 6 drink bars, please. Evening. After we finished that day's student council work, we came to Zazeria, a family restaurant near the school. It all started when the vice president suggested we hold a welcome party for Keed. At first, she wanted to go to karaoke, but Yuki pointed out that going to karaoke after school was against the rules. As a compromise, we settled on Zazeria. Being close to the school, about half the customers were students. We were led to the very back table, where the seating went. President, Vice President, Sujita-senpai across from Yuki, Keed, and me. Since it was Keed's welcome party, she sat at the center. All right, shall we go grab drinks first? I want wine. Glancing enviously at the salarymen drinking wine from decanters, I reluctantly poured myself a ginger ale at the drink bar. After confirming everyone had their drinks, the president raised her glass. Then, to welcoming Niyazuma-san, and to the future success of our student council, cheers. Cheers. I gulped down half my ginger ale like it was beer. Yeah, this was good too. Once all the food had arrived, the vice president clapped her hands above her head. All right, let's get started. The traditional initiation ceremony for new student council members, Keed-chan answers our questions game. Hi. There's something like that. Of course, you can't be a true member until you pass this. Vice President, Yuki, and I never did that. Got it. Bring on the questions. Ooh, brave one. All right, I'll start with a soft jab. With an evil grin, the vice president asked, back in middle school, did you have a ow? The president smacked her lightly on the head. Risa. We promised no awkward personal questions for juniors, remember? I was just joking. Your face is scary. Though the president only smiled sweetly, it must have looked terrifying to the vice president. Panicking, the vice president scrambled to change course. Then, new question. Where do Kansai middle schoolers usually hang out after school? Zazeria. That got humble real fast. Yeah, either Zazeria or Mags, probably. Middle schoolers don't have much money, so we'd stretch a drink bar for hours. So it's the same in Kanto too. Seems like it. I was busy with theater back then, so I only hung out with friends at school. That's why getting to hang out like this now was something I always dreamed about. Kaki-chan here, have some of my fries. The vice president, eyes glistening, slid her plate of fries over to Keed. All right, next questions for Shizuka. Hey, me. Suddenly put on the spot, the president flustered a little and then asked, do you have any siblings? Only child. How about you guys? I'm an only child too, said the president. I've got a little brother, said the vice president. Little brother, just from that phrasing alone, I could tell her brother's life wasn't easy. I've got 4 little sisters, said Sujita-senpai. What? Both the president and vice president cried out in shock. Apparently they hadn't known either. Wait, real sisters, not imaginary. Real. 3rd year, 1st year, and twin 5th graders. Wow, your parents really gave it their all. It's kind of amazing you never mentioned it. You never asked. Sujita-senpai was always a bit of an enigma. All I knew was that he was quiet, had a deep voice, was an otaku, and did his work perfectly. Do they call you Oni-chan and stuff? They each have their own way of calling me. Oni-chan, Aniki, Negna, and stupid glasses. Wait, one of them's definitely a tsundere. Anyway, this isn't about me today. It's Keed's welcome party. All right, okay, next question, Big Brother Sujita. Me's. Apparently he hadn't prepared one. He thought for a while, then said, do you have any favorite anime or manga? I like shounen manga. I've read all the famous ones, and I watch anime too. I've always preferred boy-targeted stuff over girly shows. I was more of a Kamen Rider fan than a Pretty Cure fan. I see, for the record, I'm a Pretty Cure fan. That's what led me astray. No regrets, though. You knew it led you astray, but did it anyway. All right, next is Yuki-chan. Duh. Yuki looked over at Keed, who tilted her head slightly, waiting for the question. Suzu. She mumbled something, then awkwardly corrected herself. Back in middle school, did you go to cram school or have a tutor? Wait, did she almost say my name just now? I went to cram school in first year, but the schedule didn't fit, so I quit before second year. After that, I just studied on my own. Wow, and you still got third place. That's amazing. Nah, I'm still not there yet. The classes at this school are way harder than middle school. And with midterms coming up, I really have to buckle down. That word's banned. Midterms make the food taste bad. The vice president stuck out her tongue dramatically the moment midterms were mentioned. The president cleared her throat with a small cough. Student council members can't afford to fail their classes. Everyone, do your best, she said, glancing toward the vice president. Why are you only staring at me? Well, unlike the first years who got in by grades, the second years were elected. Apparently, the vice president wasn't exactly a top student. Still, just getting into this academy meant she wasn't bad at studying. I guess that leaves me. Man, this is tough. Even if I'm supposed to ask a question, nothing's coming to mind. I pretty much know everything about her already, and the only thing I didn't know, her middle school days, I just heard about at MAG. While I was struggling, the vice president looked back and forth between me and Keed. Come to think of it, it was a real surprise, huh? That Suzukai and Keed-chan are childhood friends. We just went to the same elementary school. Does that really count as childhood friends? I wonder. Technically, childhood friends are people you've known since you were little. So, I guess it depends on whether you think elementary school counts as little. The president tilted her head slightly. No, there's a much easier way to tell, the vice president said, wagging her finger. It's whether you ever promised, I'll marry you when we grow up. If you did, you're childhood friends. If you didn't, you're not. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? I see. Keed gave a small nod. Then we're childhood friends, she said brightly. Cough, cough. Yuki, who had been drinking apple juice, suddenly started choking. No, I don't remember making any promise like that. When I turned toward her in shock, Keed gave me a quick wink. She must be telling me to play along. Tell us. Tell us more about that? The vice president squealed, clearly excited. It was just a promise from when we were little kids. I don't even remember it. That's so cold-hearted. What about you, Keed-chan? Don't you have any feelings for the grown-up Suzukai? Keed glanced at me. Well, if you're asking whether I like him or not, I'd say I love him, she said in a small, bashful voice, her cheeks faintly red. Kaya. The vice president squealed like an overexcited baby. But then she suddenly turned serious. But Suzukai likes Yuki-chan, right? And Keed-chan likes Suzukai, but Yuki-chan and Keed-chan are both in the student council. Whoa. It's a love triangle. You're only realizing that now. This is amazing, just like the kind of drama Sugata-kai always plays in his games. The ones I play are pure romance games. Don't lump this in with that, Sugata-senpai said, adjusting his glasses sharply. No, for the record, I'm all about pure love, too. So you're saying a soap opera could break out in our student council, Suzukai? You might want to stuff a magazine under your shirt just in case. I'm the one getting stabbed. If you get murdered, leave it to me. As an active high school girl detective, I'll find the culprit for sure. The truth is always one. What kind of Koninkan ripoff is that? Actually, setting that aside, is romance even allowed within the student council? If it's a pure relationship, it should be fine. The president said that with a strained smile, glancing between me, Yuki, and Keed. Maybe we should just ban it after all. No, that's so boring, no romance ban, the vice president protested. Yeah, love's gotta be free, Keed chimed in. The two of them booed and pouted. Meanwhile, Yuki, looking pale, was muttering under her breath. I have to do something. Interlude 3, Words of a Promise, Future. Mikami-san, Yuki's friend and her senior from high school. It was decided that she would visit on a weekend night. We had suggested going to a bar or a restaurant, but at her request, we ended up hosting a home party at our place. Yuki's friend, I wonder what kind of person she is. That day, I finished work right on time and rushed home. I'm home. Welcome back. Sorry, could you help me set the food out? When I headed to the kitchen, there was Yuki in an apron, surrounded by a mountain of food. That's a lot. Ooh, sorry. I kept thinking I want to make this too, and I couldn't stop. Rather than snacks to go with alcohol, this looked more like a full-course banquet. I chuckled wryly as I started carrying the dishes to the table. Ding dong, they're here. Just as we finished setting the table, the intercom rang. Yuki and I went to the front door together, and when we opened it, there stood a stunningly beautiful woman in a suit, with a refined, traditional air. Sorry about this. Work came up all of a sudden, so I had to come straight from there. No problem at all, let me take your suit. I could see why Yuki was said to be too beautiful. She had sleek, semi-long black hair and a perfectly sculpted face like a doll. Tall and slender in her suit. No, she wasn't actually that tall, but her small face and great figure made her seem taller than she really was. You must be. At that moment, our eyes met for the first time. She smiled softly and said, Nice to meet you. My name is Mikami Shizuka. And then she bowed deeply. I am Suzuhara Masanabu. I also bowed deeply in return, almost biting my tongue out of nervousness. We hadn't gone to greet her parents, but in a way, today felt something like that. Thank you very much for inviting me over today. It's not much, but here's a little something for you. She handed me a small bag, likely filled with Western-style sweets or something similar. Sorry to trouble you. As we both bowed repeatedly, Yuki, watching us, let out a little laugh and said, You two are being way too formal. Please just relax. Living room. When Yuki brought out the home-cooked dishes, Mikami-san smiled happily. It's been so long since I've had Yuki-chan's cooking. I'm really looking forward to it. I've improved a lot since back then, so please enjoy. I opened the fridge and pulled out some chilled drinks. Mikami-san, what would you like to drink? Anything's fine, as long as it's not something too strong. A canned chuhai will do. Saying that, she picked up a lemon chuhai. Well then, here's to celebrating Suzuhara-san and Yuki-chan's engagement. Cheers. Cheers. After that, I listened to Mikami-san and Yuki reminisce for a while. How they first met. Stories about Shichibu Academy, the prestigious high school that valued academic excellence above all. The hardships when one of Yuki's fellow student council members suddenly quit, and they had to recruit new ones. Tales of the mischievous vice president, who now apparently works as a freelance announcer. She's really so different now. You'd be shocked if you saw how she was back in high school. Please don't talk about that. Yuki lightly patted Mikami-san's back. Seeing how much Yuki trusted her, I could tell that Mikami-san must be a truly wonderful person. Nayu. About 2 hours later, Yuki was down for the count. She flopped over and began sleeping soundly. I'll go get a blanket. Even though the heater was on, she might catch a cold. I grabbed a blanket from the sofa and gently covered her with it. She's probably out until morning. She never handled alcohol well to begin with, but she had been drinking enthusiastically because Mikami-san kept encouraging her. Hi. Wait, Mikami-san should have known that Yuki can't hold her liquor. So why did she keep urging her to drink? Sorry, I just wanted to talk to you one-on-one for a little bit. Mikami-san said as she adjusted her seat. So she really did get Yuki drunk on purpose. I've heard a lot about you from Yuki-chan. She always looks so happy when she talks about you. I see. It was unbelievably embarrassing. I trust you too. Yuki's never opened her heart to anyone else like she has to you. Mikami-san gently stroked Yuki's sleeping head. But even so, please let me say this. She looked straight into my eyes, her expression dead serious. Suzuhara-san, will you swear to make her happy? Her voice was sharp and cold, so different from before that it sobered me up instantly. Her hands were tightly clenched and sweaty, and I understood why right away. Of course, she had seen it firsthand. She had seen Yuki suffering far more than I ever had. To Yuki, she wasn't just a friend, she was like an older sister. I bit my lower lip tightly and met Mikami-san's gaze. Please don't worry. I swear I'll make Yuki happy. When I said that, those were the words I wanted to hear. Relieved, Mikami-san relaxed her body. At the same time, tears began to spill from her eyes. Sorry. I didn't mean to cry. She hastily wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. This girl has been through so much hardship. It's about time she was rewarded. So please, make her as happy as you can. Make her laugh a lot. I clenched my teeth tightly and said, "Yes, I promise." I nodded firmly. "By the way, you two aren't planning to have a wedding ceremony, right? Then, how about exchanging vows right here instead?" "Vows? Oh, like when a priest at a wedding asks, 'Do you swear eternal love?' But, the bride is currently fast asleep." "That's fine, she's probably too shy anyway. Let's just get it over with while she's sleeping." "Wait, is that how vows are supposed to work?" This is starting to sound a little shady. "All right, let's begin." Mikami-san cleared her throat and said, "Groom, do you swear to love, honor, cherish, and support Yuki, in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, for as long as you both shall live?" "I do." Hearing my answer, Mikami-san nodded in satisfaction, then stood in front of Yuki and said, "Bride, do you swear to love, honor, cherish, and support Masanabu, in sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, for as long as you both shall live?" "Su. She's completely out." Mikami-san leaned into Yuki's mouth, nodded approvingly, and said, "She's saying I do." She gave a big thumbs up. Mikami-san. She had seemed so serious and capable, but maybe she's a little airheaded after all. I let out a wry smile. "Now then, the two of you must seal it with a kiss." "A kiss, but doing it while she's asleep, that's a little. Aren't you two normally all lovey-dovey?" Well, it's true we've kissed plenty of times, but doing it in front of someone else is another story." Looking a little bored, Mikami-san pouted and sipped her chuhai. Somehow, now I feel like getting married too. If there's anyone good at your company, could you introduce me?" "I don't mind, by the way. What's your type, Mikami-san?" "Let's see." Mikami-san thought for a moment, then looked at me with a mischievous smile. "Someone like you, Suzuhara-san." "Haha, please don't say things that make my heart skip a beat. What exactly do you like about me?" "You're not the type to cheat. My ex-boyfriend Sniffle." Oh. I think I just stepped on a landmine. Tears welled up in Mikami-san's eyes as she recalled some unpleasant memory. "Munya Masanabu, love you." Suddenly, Yuki mumbled in her sleep. Ua. After staring at each other for a moment, Mikami-san and I both burst out laughing. "Let's keep drinking while enjoying this adorable sleeping face." "Yeah, I'm off tomorrow too, so I'll have another drink." "Tell me more about Yuki's past, please." "Leave it to me, there's plenty to tell. Now then, let's move on to her college days." Chapter 3, An Invitation from Her. "Hey, you're good with computers, right?" During the break, just as I was heading toward the art room for the next class, Yuki, who had been walking right behind me, called out, "Well, just about average." "Then, this Sunday, could you come with me? I want to buy a new computer, but I don't know what kind I should get." She tried to sound nonchalant, but the way she stumbled over her words made it obvious she was nervous. I understood immediately. Buying a PC was just an excuse. She wanted to go out with me. Given Yuki's personality, if she just needed to choose a PC, she'd normally research it herself and buy it without a second thought. And yet, she's asking me. "Grabbed." I hurriedly forced down the grin that threatened to break across my face. I kept my cool so she wouldn't notice. "Are you fine with me picking it out?" "Yeah. You seem the most knowledgeable." Averting her gaze and fiddling with her hair, Yuki gave a small nod. "What are you looking for? A laptop or a desktop? Also, what do you plan to use it for?" "Plan to use it for? If you just want to use office software and such, a relatively low-spec machine is fine. But if you want to play online games, you'll need to be particular about the graphics card. Well, PCs aren't as expensive in this era as they will be in the future, so you probably won't need that much money." "What's your budget?" "Around 50,000 yen. I guess if I ask my dad, he might give me a bit more." "Dad, huh?" I clenched my fist tightly. At this point in time, Yuki still didn't know that in the future, she would be used as a pawn in a political marriage. She genuinely believed that if she achieved results even as a woman, she would be acknowledged. I'd rather die than ask that guy for anything. Then, a laptop would probably be best. You won't be able to run MMOs or anything, but you should be able to get something decent. Well, I'll leave those details to you. Anyway, see you after school at the student council. Yeah. Saying that, Yuki briskly walked ahead of me, even though we were about to have a class together in the art room. Oh. I caught sight of her making a small fist pump gesture. Maybe Keeds, make her feel rushed, strategy is actually working pretty well. Bringing in a rival to make the heroine feel pressured. It felt like some cheesy rom-com manga move, and I had been worried if it would really work, but I see right, that's how it was. Holding my head, I looked up at the ceiling. Yuki, she was going to grow up to love over-the-top romantic comedies. Section. Sunday. I was waiting for Yuki in front of the Radio Kaiken in Akiba, a place that wouldn't exist anymore in the future. Never thought I'd get caught up in a time leap myself. I suddenly remembered a famous time leap story set in Akiba, one that hadn't even been released yet in this era. Akiba at this time was in the middle of its moe culture boom. You could spot people in otaku fashion, and even a few cosplayers here and there. Out on the main street, maid cafes were handing out flyers and calling for customers. It was a stark contrast from the future, where the place would be packed with foreign tourists. Still, she's late. It's rare for Yuki to be late. I wonder if something happened. PRRRRRR. Just as I was starting to worry, my phone rang. It was a call from her. Hello. Sorry, I got a little lost. It's my first time getting off at this station, and it's pretty complicated. Yeah, Akiba station's like a three-dimensional maze. Where are you now? I'm right outside the Electric Town exit. I'm still inside the station. Ah, I just found a sign for the Electric Town exit. I'll head that way. I could hear the hustle and bustle through the receiver. Sounded like she was walking while still on the phone. Can I help you? Did someone approach her? Cosplay, Izioi, Suijin too. No, I'm not interested, sorry. She's getting hit on. Or maybe being recruited for a cosplay group. With her silver hair and cute looks, she'd be pretty eye-catching. Oh, I found the exit. I see it too. I spotted a silver-haired girl coming down the escalator. Yuki sure was easy to find. I ended the call and waved. She must have noticed me too, because she started hurrying over. Bleep. She got stuck in the ticket gate. Guess her Suica card didn't scan properly. Cute klutz. Embarrassed, she blushed deeply, tapped her Suica again properly, and then walked over to me. Whoa. My thoughts slipped out loud without meaning to. Unlike our first date, she was dressed more like a proper girl this time. A short-sleeved white shirt with a light jacket and a light brown checkered skirt, even shorter than her school uniform skirt. The muted colors contrasted beautifully with her silvery hair, making her look stunning. As I stood frozen by how cute she looked. What are you spacing out for? Impatient, she asked, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. I almost turned to stone from how cute you are. See cute. For a second, Yuki's expression almost broke into a smile, but don't say stupid things. Come on, let's go already. She turned away sharply. I couldn't see her expression, but the ears peeking through her silver hair were bright red. Her reaction to being called cute had changed so much compared to when we first met. It made me really happy, like my efforts were finally paying off. By the way, someone talked to you earlier, right? Yeah, some college-aged woman wearing, what's it called, Gothic Lolita. She asked if I was interested in joining a cosplay club. Just as I thought. I've been scouted for modeling a few times before, but that was a first. Well, it is Akiba after all. Otaku, Yuki narrowed her eyes, looking at the people passing by in cosplay and the women dressed as maids. I don't mean to make fun of them, but I don't really get it. Manga and anime are for kids, right? Why yeah. You'll end up a full-blown rom-com otaku yourself someday, you know. I only got into anime because you recommended it to me too. Well, shall we get going? We entered a big electronics store building right by the station. The place was blasting cold air, and it had that distinctive electronics store smell hanging in the air. Looks like there are a lot of stores around here. Is this one the best? Yeah, if it were a desktop, buying parts and building it yourself would be an option, but for a laptop, it's better to just buy a finished product. So, a major store is the way to go. I see. Next up is the OS, Windows or Mac. I hear about those a lot, but what's the difference? They each have their advantages, right? Yeah. The strength of Windows is the sheer amount of compatible software. Since most users are on Windows, there's a huge range of programs available. Mac has fewer available programs, but it's highly valued by developers. It's also more secure and less prone to viruses. Still, it's a bit more for advanced users, so I'd recommend Windows. Hehis. Yuki stared intently at a nearby PC for a moment, then turned toward me, as if making a decision. Hey, what kind of computer do you use? Which one was it? I bought it 3 years ago. so I don't think they sell the same model anymore. I see. There was a slight hint of disappointment in her voice. Maybe she wanted to get the same one as me. I gave a wry smile. With phones, it's common for couples to get matching models, but with PCs. Thank you very much. In the end, Yuki decided on a light pink laptop from a major brand. While Yuki was paying, I took the paper bag containing the laptop from the store clerk. Wait, why are you taking it? Huh. I realized only after she pointed it out. Why was I the one receiving it from the clerk? Even I was surprised. I must have fallen back into the habit from dates with future Yuki, where I carried all the heavy stuff without thinking. Thinking for a moment. It's pretty heavy, so I'll carry it. We're hanging out after this anyway, right? Well, yeah. Blushing faintly, Yuki nervously intertwined her fingers. Tea then, please. She said it in a voice so soft, it was almost inaudible. Now that we're done, shall we set off on our second date? I'm telling you, it's not a date. Today's going to be a fun day. Watching Yuki repeatedly fussing with her bangs beside me, I found myself thinking that. Section. All right, what should we do? The moment we stepped out of the electronics store building, I shouted up toward the blazing sun. On our last date at Shibuya Station, there had been plenty of date spots Yuki would enjoy, like a cat cafe and a department store. But Akiba, in this era, didn't have anything that the current Yuki would really enjoy. Future romcom otaku Yuki would have had tons of places to visit, though. You didn't think about it at all. Yuki sighed beside me, giving me a half-lidded look. Yeah, normally the guy plans the date right. It's not a date, so we should think about it together. Dang, failed to get her to admit it was a date. Is there anything you want to do, Arasugawa? I mean, you helped me buy the computer, so we can do whatever you want. What I want to do, Even so, there were only so many options around here. First, arcades, there were tons of them. Then there was darts, billiards, karaoke. There might even be a batting center around. I took another glance at Yuki's outfit. It was pretty easy to move around in, so something active might work. As I pondered with my hand against my mouth. Maybe she misunderstood me staring at her, because Yuki suddenly blurted out. But no weird stuff, okay. I was just checking if your outfit was good for moving around. Oh, really? That's misleading. You're the one whose mind jumped to weird stuff. Someone's pretty pink inside. You're the last person I want to hear that from. How rude, my mind's not pink, it's something much darker. Anyway, let's just walk around. If we see something interesting, we'll stop by. Emma. I held out my hand. Yuki looked at it, puzzled. What's with the hand? Oh crap. Oh no, I almost tried to hold hands without thinking. Just like earlier at the electronics store when I grabbed the bag, I'd slipped into habits from dating the future Yuki. Back at the Shibuya date, I had stayed sharp and kept it in check. But this time, being our second outing, I had let my guard down. Yuki stared at my hand with a confused look. It's nothing. I hurriedly pulled my hand back, but Yuki locked eyes with me. Were you trying to hold my hand? I scrambled for an excuse, but nothing came to mind. As I fumbled, holding hands is something couples do. Do you always do that with girls? No, you're the only one I want to hold hands with, Arasugawa. After what happened with Keed, I'm done with being avoided because of jealousy. I have to be clear about this, only me. Yuki's expression softened for a second before she hurriedly turned her face away. Oh, that was a surprisingly good reaction. Maybe if I pushed just a little more. There are a lot of people around here. I thought we could hold hands so we wouldn't get separated. Man, I sure can spout lies smoothly. Using my best bad boy cunning, I tried to coax her along. Holding hands is something lovers do. That's interlocking fingers you're thinking of. Just holding hands normally is fine. I held out my hand to her once again. This nervous feeling, it's like offering your hand to a stray cat and waiting to see if it'll let you pet it. She hesitated for a while. No, I can't. If someone saw us, they might get the wrong idea. And with that, she quickly started walking off by herself. Man, seriously, I might have pushed too hard. I hurried to catch up with her. There's no way we'll just randomly bump into someone we know at a time like this. You said that before, but didn't we run into your brother? Right, that did happen. We bumped into Yuma right outside a love hotel after a little fun. Don't worry, don't worry. There aren't any love hotels around here, and besides, who among our friends would even be hanging around Akihabara on a day off? There was someone. Right in front of us, coming down the stairs of a nearby building, was a slim guy with black hair and glasses. It was Sujita-senpai. The sign on the building, he came out of Read Nico no Ana, a doujinshi shop. He had a huge backpack on his back and both hands full of paper bags stuffed with doujinshi. Through the gaps of the bags, you could glimpse some of the covers, and some of them looked questionable. Sujita-senpai seemed to notice us too. He jolted like he'd been electrocuted. Thanks to the glasses, it was hard to see his expression, but he definitely looked startled. An unbearably awkward silence passed between us. Sujita-senpai gave a quick bow. I reflexively bowed back. Please pretend you didn't see anything. Muttering in a low voice, he hurried off toward the station. See, I told you, Yuki said, snorting as if to say, told you I was right. Still, I wonder if Sujita-senpai came to buy a computer or something. Oh, let's just not bring that up. Yuki, who had no knowledge of doujinshi, tilted her head, a question mark practically floating over it. Section. It's so hot. Feels like full-on summer already. We walked through the electric town district for a while, but with it being late May, today's high had broken past 30 degrees. Want to take a break at that arcade over there? You don't do well with heat, right, Arasugawa? I don't, but wait, did I ever tell you that? Ah, well, I just kind of figured Europeans aren't great with heat. That's true, actually. Inside the arcade, the air conditioning was blasting. Phew. Yuki flapped the collar of her shirt to cool herself. The casual, somewhat careless gesture made my heart skip a beat. Fortunately, there weren't any other customers nearby to notice. The first floor of the arcade was filled with crane games, the second floor was a metal game area, and the third seemed to be for rhythm games. So this is it. Yuki looked at the crane game prizes with great interest. Come to think of it, even in the future, I never went into an arcade with her. Is this your first time inside an arcade? Yeah, I've seen them from the outside a few times, but I've never been inside. It was against the rules back in elementary and middle school. Seriously, pretty strict rules. I guess that's what you get with prestigious private schools. Wanna try one out? Maybe, but I don't see anything I really want. Since it was a Kihabara, most of the prizes were geared toward otaku. None of them seemed to appeal to Yuki. Oh, how about this one? A cat plushie. You think I'll go for anything just because it's a cat. Wait, isn't that true? At least the future Yuki was totally like that. Plushies are such childish things. Muttering under her breath, Yuki stood in front of the crane game and locked eyes with the cat plushie. Clink, Yuki inserted a 100-yen coin. Oh, she's doing it. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not like I want it, or anything. I just felt like the poor thing was asking to be rescued from inside that case. New discovery. My wife can apparently talk to plushies. I just press and hold this, right? Nervously, Yuki pressed the button. Maybe startled by the arm starting to move, she flinched a little. Ah. A dejected sound escaped her lips. Looks like she went too far forward, the arm missed completely. One more time. Frustrated, she popped another coin in. But her second try also ended in failure. The arm only brushed against the plushie's paw without lifting it. She's struggling with the depth perception part, huh? Want me to help? How? I'll watch from the side and tell you when to let go. I moved to the side of the crane machine. Yeah, from here I can see it clearly. I'll say stop, and you release the button then. W8, should I let go when you say Sue or P? Sue, then. Sue, got it. Man, this kind of silly strategy meeting would have felt stupid when we were older, but it's kind of fun right now. I watched her intently as she pressed the button with a serious face. Stop. All right, should be perfect, I hope. The arm grabbed the plushie tightly, or so I thought, until it slipped right out. Damn, the grip is way too weak. Guess it's a bust, just as I was thinking that. Oh. The claw caught the plushie's tag. The advanced technique of snagging the tag, I've only seen this in videos before. Well, it wasn't like we aimed for it, so it was more like the tag just happened to get caught. With a clunk, the plushie dropped into the prize chute. Man, that was some crazy luck. Seriously, maybe the plushie itself wanted Arasugawa to rescue it. That's ridiculous. Yuki shot me a what are you even talking about? Look. Even though just a minute ago, she was claiming she could hear the plushie's voice, she's so cruel. Wow, this little guy is so soft and comfy. Looks like she's taken quite a liking to it. Yuki buried half her face into the plushie, wearing a blissful, dreamy expression. Man, cute is holding something even cuter. ultra adorable. Hey, why are you raising your hand? High fives. A sign of our successful co-op play. Whenever we pulled off a good co-op in games in the future, we always did a high five. I wonder if she'll go for it now, too. Yuki hesitated a little, but then she shifted the plushie into her left hand and gave me a high five with her right. Maybe my hand was a bit too high. Yuki had to hop up a little. Sorry about that. Getting it with just 300 yen is pretty lucky. Normally, how much would it cost? Over 1,000 yen isn't unusual. I once lost more than 2,000. You didn't think about giving up halfway. Well, after sinking that much into it, you just can't quit. That's exactly what the stores are counting on. I'd rather give up cleanly if I thought it was hopeless. Yeah, right? With your personality, you'd probably keep going until you ran out of cash. Yuki let out a troubled voice. This is bad, I can't fit it in my bag. The plushie was about the size of a human baby. Yuki tried to shove it into her small handbag, but the plushie's head stuck completely out. Isn't it fine? Even if the head's sticking out, it looks cute. No way, it's embarrassing. It makes me look childish. Still so particular about stuff like that, huh? In the end, we asked a staff member for a bag and got it sorted out. Section. After leaving the arcade, we both felt thirsty and decided to find a cafe. Speaking of Akihabara, there are maid cafes around, but I'd prefer a normal cafe. Got it. But if there's a cat cafe, that would be even better. Sorry, but there aren't any around here. Oh. Yuki's shoulders slumped in disappointment. You really do love cats, huh, Arisugawa? What's it to you? I thought she might deny it, but after her recent softening up, it seemed she couldn't anymore. It's a bit of a walk, but there's a nice, quiet cafe. Want to go there? I led us to a small, antique-style cafe tucked into a back alley. It was a privately owned place, pretty cramped, with only about 10 seats. The owner, an elderly man with a slight stoop, was still running the place, but in the future it had already closed down. Welcome. The old man looked up from washing dishes and greeted us. There's 2 of us. Do you have room? Of course. Right this way. There were only 3 other customers, 2 businessmen discussing work and a housewife taking a break after shopping. We were guided to a 2-person table at the very back. It's still May, but it's scorching outside. The aircon here is a lifesaver. Agreed. Chattering about nothing in particular, we opened the menu. I ordered an iced coffee. Yuki got a lemon tea. Speaking of which, midterms are coming up soon. Yeah. Starting next Wednesday, right? Midterms not as depressing as they used to be, but still not exactly fun. Are you studying properly? From what I've seen on the quizzes, your scores have dropped a bit compared to when you entered. I mean, I'm studying kinda. I studied like a maniac for the entrance exams, but now, I was just doing the bare minimum. I'm not some natural-born genius. If I stop giving it my all, of course my performance drops. These days, Yuki was scoring better than me on the regular quizzes. Looks like you'll be saying goodbye to your golden badge next month. Relax, that's not happening. Why not? Because the Shichibaushu only gets reassigned once a year. The next reshuffling happens in spring next year, based on the overall year's performance. Really? I honestly wanted to hand that thing off to someone else already. It drew way too much attention. They don't want the face of the school changing all the time, you know. The Shichibaushu represents the school. Face of the school, sounds like way too big a deal. It will be. You'll end up on the cover of the school brochures and in interview articles. Seriously, pressure. Honestly, they'd be way better off putting Yuki on the cover. They'd probably double their applicants. By the way, why is it called Shichibu Academy? They're clearly aiming for a star motif. But why a 7-pointed star instead of a pentagram or a hexagram? I read that the 7-pointed star symbolizes making the impossible possible. They named the school hoping to raise students like that. You really know your stuff. Coming from you, that sounds sarcastic. It was just written in the pamphlet when I was picking a school. While fiddling with the empty sugar stick wrapper, Yuki stared into my eyes. Speaking of which, I've always wondered, why did you choose Shichibu Academy? Well, I was stuck. No way could I just say, because you were there. Saying it was the closest to home sounded lame too. I picked it because it had the highest deviation score around here. That's all. I see. Yuki probably chose this academy because of her rivalry with her brother, Yuuma. Not that I needed to ask. What middle school did you go to? Ajikami Middle. Ajikami Middle. Yuki pulled out her phone and started looking it up. It's a decent school, but not top tier or anything, and yet you managed to get top scores. Because I worked myself to death. And anyway, it's been nothing but questions about me. Maybe embarrassed about being called out, Yuki's cheeks turned slightly pink. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just curious how someone grows up to be such a weirdo like you, that's all. She hurried to cover it up. A weirdo, huh? How I lived, huh? I just lived half-assedly until I was 30, then time leaped and ended up like this. Not that I could say that. Well, let's see, back in middle school I already asked about your middle school days before. I want to hear about even earlier. Even earlier, so, elementary school, huh? Could it be? Are you curious about my relationship with Keed? Cough, cough. Yuki, who had been drinking tea, choked. After coughing for a while and wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, she said tearfully, I'm not curious at all. Yeah. Let's just leave it at that. Keed was just a friend I often played with. There was a kid leader named Taken, a chubby guy called Mabo, and a glasses-wearing one named Wait, was it Takashi or Takeshi? It was only 3 years ago, you know. What's wrong with your memory? Yuki narrowed her eyes at me in exasperation. No, for me, it was almost 20 years ago. Of course I'd forget. Keed was good at studying, but short and bad at sports. It's not that her reflexes were bad, she just didn't have muscle strength. Because of that, she got bullied by some girls, and we ended up protecting her in our group. I see, it's hard to imagine, considering how she is now. Yeah, she grew a lot in 3 years. Now she's taller than Yuki, and there's also her chest. So, what kind of kid were you? Well, I wasn't a model student. I could study, but I was a restless little brat. Really? You don't seem like that at all. You always seem so calm. That's just because I've gotten older. When you say brat, do you mean a delinquent? No, not that bad, just a bit mischievous. Like digging a pitfall trap filled with dog poop to get back at an upperclassman bully. Or forgetting my swimsuit for pool class and wearing a black garbage bag instead. What were you even doing? Maybe I overshared a little. Yuki looked slightly creeped out. Okay, that's enough about me. Now tell me about little Arisugawa. To be honest, I didn't know much about her childhood. In the future, Yuki didn't like to talk about her past. After losing her mother to illness and clashing with her father, I never pried either. Yuki muttered, let's see. I was just an ordinary kid in elementary and middle school. Hi. That's it. Yeah. No way, no way, no way, no way. This is like buying a bento only to find it's all filler. Tell me more. That's not fair. I even exposed my darkest secrets. That's because you did it on your own. You must have at least 1 or 2 embarrassing stories from when you were a kid. Too bad. I don't have any. Yuki stuck her tongue out slightly. Cute. Seriously. I thought I was finally going to hear some childhood stories about her. Oh, wait a second. You don't have any because you were just studying all the time and didn't do anything else, huh? Bullseye. Yuki's face flushed bright red. She even looked like she was about to cry a little. Now I feel bad. I should leave it alone. Well, anyway, reflecting on the past won't change anything. Let's talk about the future instead. The future? Yeah, like what we're going to do after graduation. Have you already decided your career path? Well, more or less. In the world before the time leap, after entering Waste University, I joined my father's company. I had actually been considering working elsewhere, but during my time at university, my father's illness was discovered, and I decided to take over. After joining the company, I was relentlessly trained by the executives who owed my father, and 3 years later, I became the company president, or rather, was forced into the position. But this time, if my father's illness is discovered early enough, there's a good chance he can be saved. If that happens, I won't have to inherit the company. I'm planning to go to university for now. After that, I haven't decided yet. I see. What about you, Arisugawa? I'm going to university too. I haven't chosen my school yet, but afterward, I'll probably end up working at my father's company. Just as I thought. Same as before the time leap. She entered Tadai's literature department and later worked in accounting at Ariscore. If I don't intervene, she'll walk the same painful path again. But what can I do? I can't just tell her not to join her father's company, and even if I said, you'll be sold out by your father someday, she wouldn't believe me. After thinking for a moment, I asked, "Is working at your father's company your dream, Arasugawa?" "My dream." "Yeah, we're at the point where we're choosing our futures. Shouldn't we be picking schools that help us achieve our dreams?" "My dream," Yuki murmured softly, a complicated expression crossing her face. After that, we talked about all sorts of things until evening, about student council work, about places we wanted to visit next time, about how we studied for our entrance exams. But even then, Yuki seemed a little distracted, like her mind was elsewhere. The next day at the student council room, Yuki had brought another laptop besides the one she usually used. It was the light pink one we bought together yesterday. But why bring that to school? There are school-issued laptops for student council work, and she wasn't even using the new one. She just placed it on the desk after pulling it out of her bag when she sat down, but kept using the work-issued one. "Hey, good work, everyone." Swinging a nearly empty bag around, Keed came into the room. After glancing around to see who was there, she said, "Huh, Arasugawa-san has 2 laptops." She must have noticed the pink one because she spoke up. "That one's my personal one. Having 2 means I can work at home too." "Whoa, they make laptops in such cute colors." "Yesterday, Suzuhara-kun helped me pick it out," Yuki said proudly, curling her lips slightly into a smug smile. "And then I realized it. She brought it to school just to show off to Keed, didn't she? You 2 went out together." "Why, yeah. After helping me choose the laptop, he took me to all sorts of places." Yuki crossed her arms and spoke with a slightly mischievous tone. I could see exactly what she was thinking. "Jealous, aren't you?" Or, "Hey, how does that make you feel?" Usually so composed, Yuki now wore a rare bratty, mischievous grin. And as for Keed, she suddenly teared up. "You, She burst out crying at the top of her lungs. No, maybe she's acting again. But for fake crying, there are actual tears coming out. It just looks like real crying. Even Yuki was clearly taken aback, simply looking lost. "That's so unfair. Why didn't you invite me too? I thought we were friends. How could you leave me out?" She cried like a little kid, rubbing her eyes with both hands and bawling nonstop. Overwhelmed by Keed's sheer intensity, Yuki apologized with a guilty look. "I am sorry. Let's all hang out together next Sunday." "Really?" The tears vanished instantly. Wiping her face, Keed brightened up. "All right, I got your word. I'm so looking forward to it." She cheered excitedly. Yuki stared wide-eyed at Keed's sudden mood swing. So it was fake crying after all. But there really were tears. She's amazing at acting. "Hey, about hanging out as 3. How about we do it next Sunday instead of this week?" "Huh, Masian, you have something more important than a date with 2 beautiful girls." "Midterms. They start next Wednesday." Yeah, she totally forgot. That was obvious from Keed's reaction. "Yeah, we can't exactly go out right before exams." "Exactly, so after the tests." Wait, then let's change the plan. Why don't we have a study session instead?" "Study session," Yuki and I said in unison. "I mean, I want you guys to teach me. I have no idea about the stuff I missed during all of April." So that's the real reason. "What should we do?" Yuki glanced at me. "Honestly, I would rather study alone. I can't concentrate well when studying with others, but I had already promised Keed that I would help her catch up on what she missed. It would feel kind of cruel to abandon her now." "All right, let's do it. You okay with that, Arasugawa?" "If you're doing it, I'll join too." Her expression clearly said, "There's no way I'm letting you 2 be alone together." "So, where should we do it?" "Library sounds good." "Library's no good. They'll scold us if we make noise." "You planning to make noise at a study session? You're just looking for an excuse to play." "You don't know. Human concentration maxes out at 50 minutes. Keed wagged her finger smugly. "So after 50 minutes of studying, 50 minutes of playing, that's the most efficient." "You don't need 50 minutes of play." Yuki's cold retort cut in. "Besides, libraries aren't really for studying anyway. They're for reading books. But is there anywhere else? School's closed on Sundays. How about a department store food court? On a Sunday, it'll be packed with families. Plus, hogging seats would be bad for the school's reputation." So difficult." Keed crossed her arms and pouted. After thinking for a moment, she clapped her hands. "Then how about Masian's house?" "My house? Yeah. I want to visit again. You have that big TV and that yard where we used to play mini golf." Keed stared nostalgically out the window. And your mom's cookies were amazing, and you had all those game consoles. My mom won't be home this weekend, and there aren't that many consoles anymore. And you can fly. I can't. Don't turn my house into some floating castle. Seriously, why is my house automatically the default? Arisugawa's house? Yeah, no way. I don't want to see that bastard father of hers or Yuma. Keed's house, she just moved recently, so barging in would be bad. Damn it. In the end, my house is the only choice. Well, I guess it's fine. Arisugawa, are you okay with my place? It's fine. Then it's settled. Study session at Masian's house. Cheering at full energy, Keed practically danced, while behind her, Yuki shyly muttered. Suzuhara-kun's house. And fidgeted. Interlude 4, just like him. Sunday, the morning of the study session. I, Arisugawa Yuki, was tilting my head in front of the bathroom sink. Yesterday, I bought a magazine out of curiosity. Spreading open, a must-see for high school girls, modern makeup techniques. I tried doing some makeup. I wonder if I really look any cuter. I followed the instructions in the book, but I didn't feel like I had changed much. There were techniques on how to make your eyes look bigger and tips for making your skin appear whiter with foundation. But my eyes were already big and my skin already pale even before any makeup. Maybe that's why I might have wasted my allowance. I closed the book and returned to my room. Then I hid it under my bed. I didn't want Dad or my brother to find out I bought something like that. I'll secretly throw it out later. I should get going soon. After confirming that my study materials and the copies of past exams I received from the student council president were packed in my bag, I headed toward the front door. Heading out, as I was about to put on my shoes, I heard a low voice behind me. Startled, I turned around and saw Dad standing there in casual clothes. Why, yeah, you have the day off today, huh? More or less. Anyway, tests start next week, don't they? You sure you have time to be going out? Crossing his arms, Dad said this coldly. I'm not going out to have fun. I'm going to a friend's house for a study session. A study session. Dad looked me over and touched his chin. That's a pretty dressed-up outfit for that. Having it pointed out made my face burn. I am a high school girl, you know. Of course I dress up a little. Is that so? Still a study session, huh? Dad furrowed his brows. Is it not allowed? I'm not saying that, but I don't think it's very efficient. Only the ones with bad grades benefit from things like that. I agreed with that too. Today's study session was more about helping Niyazuma-san catch up on the material she missed. So even if I wasn't there, Suzuhara-kun would be enough. But if I left them alone, they'd end up just the two of them. I imagined the two of them studying alone in a room together. No way. Absolutely not. Even at the last student council meeting, they were sticking way too close together despite everyone else being around. If I leave them alone in a room together, who knows what might happen? Yeah, that's right. I'm going there to protect public morals as a student council member. It's not because I'm curious about his room or anything. And besides, only the ones with bad grades benefit, right? Then I should go. What? Because today's study session will be with the top student. That's right, I had placed second in the entrance exam. Meaning, right now, he's ranked above me. This top student, he's a boy. He is there a problem? You said it's at a friend's house. That means you're going to a boy's house. The third-ranked girl is coming too, so it's not just the two of us. I see. Then it's fine. Dad turned to head back toward the living room, but midway he seemed to remember something and turned around. You're planning to run for student council president next year, right? Then make sure you're ranked first by then. That academy is all about academic merit. Those who excel at studying are respected. Just that is enough to gather votes. Just like my brother. Yuma, originally I wanted Yuma to inherit Ariscore. You actually allowed him to study abroad. I did think about keeping him leashed and forcing him to inherit the company. But frankly, that kid was too much for me to handle. If I forced him, he'd probably overthrow me instead. His ambition and womanizing habits, he inherited only my worst traits. Although he was insulting my brother, Dad looked a little proud. Lately, I've realized something. My brother hates Dad, but Dad doesn't seem to hate my brother. Dad simply admires talented people. That's why. Yuki, you don't need to compete with him. As if reading my mind, Dad spoke in a flat tone. Just focus on your studies and get into a good university. I'll find you a good husband so you can be happy. A good husband. Most likely, my marriage partner would be the next president of Aeroscore. Ever since I was young, Dad often told me, a woman's happiness is graduating from a good university, marrying a good man, and having children. It's an old-fashioned way of thinking, but I didn't particularly mind it. I wasn't interested in romance anyway, and all the boys around me seemed childish. If it was a mature and capable man, I wouldn't mind even if he was a little older. All I wanted was not to lose to my brother, to be recognized by Dad. That alone was enough for me to keep moving forward every day. But recently, that belief had begun to waver. After enrolling in Shichibu Academy. After meeting him, and the decisive moment was the day we went out together. What's your dream, Arasugawa? The conversation we had at the cafe about future dreams. My dream. When I thought about it carefully, I realized my true feelings. I want freedom. Not marrying someone Dad chose, but choosing the person I loved with my own will. And to gain that freedom, there were two paths. One was to run away. To run and run and run until Dad would finally give up, disgusted. Dad wouldn't force a marriage onto someone who resisted that strongly. After all, choosing a marriage partner was supposed to be for mutual benefit between him and me. And the other path to freedom was not running but fighting. Hey, if I become the student council president, could I inherit Aeroscore? It was the first time I had ever told Dad that I wanted to take over the company. Dad looked surprised for a moment, but then immediately made an exasperated face. It's impossible. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a woman to stand at the top of a major corporation? He said in a voice like he was trying to soothe a child. Our company is merit-based. It's not like those small family-run businesses. But my brothers, I wasn't planning to make Yuma the next president just because he's my son. I saw the potential for him to surpass our current employees. I see, then. I stared straight into Dad's eyes. If I become even more capable than my brother, then I can inherit Aeroscore, right? If they were going to force me to marry the next president of Aeroscore, then I would just become the next president myself. If that happened, the concept of a marriage partner would disappear entirely. Honestly, running away would be much easier. Choosing to fight meant stepping into a future full of unknowns and hardship. But the path I wanted to choose was the path of fighting. The Wakaba Festival made me realize it. I'm someone who's stubbornly competitive and hates running away. Dad looked a little surprised again. That's right. I think it's impossible, but if by some miracle you manage it, I'll consider it. He said, all right, I got a promise out of him. I clenched my fist in my heart in triumph. Yeah, I won't run away. I'll fight and seize my freedom with my own hands, just like him. Chapter 4. Study sessions never really go smoothly, huh? Ugh, there's hair even in a place like this. The day of the study session. I was cleaning the floor of my room with a lint roller. I forgot its official name. Luckily, Dad was out playing golf with a client company's president. Mom was away on a trip with the neighborhood association. So until tonight, I'd have the house all to myself. All right, looks good. The plan was to hold the study session in the living room on the first floor. There was a big table there, plus a TV for taking breaks. So why was I cleaning my own room? Because Keed was coming. Knowing her, she might try to sneak into my room. Back in elementary school, whenever she came over, we'd play games in my room. Well, now that she's a high school girl, surely she wouldn't just barge into a boy's room. No, she totally would. She's the type to just come in and sprawl out on my bed. Unfortunately, my room didn't have a lock. Stopping an intruder was impossible, so I'd been cleaning under the assumption she'd get in. Floor trash and stains, check. Trash can emptied, check. PC password set, check. Sprayed the futon with Febreze, check. I went through a final inspection while striking the safety cat pose. Right, I just needed to air the place out. Just as I was about to open the window. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. That was fast. It was 1:45 p.m. We were supposed to meet at 2 o'clock. Keed knew where I lived, but Yuki didn't, so they were supposed to meet at the station and come over together. I went downstairs and unlocked the front door. Opening it, I found two beautiful girls in casual clothes standing there. Yuki was wearing the same outfit from our recent date. The only difference was that instead of a pouch, she was carrying her school bag. Keed was wearing shorts and a midriff-bearing outfit, and barefoot in sandals like she was about to head to the beach, full-on summer vibes. Thanks for having us. Like a cat, Keed slipped past me and into the house. She kicked off her sandals and walked barefoot around the first floor. Wow, so nostalgic, nothing's changed. Spreading her arms wide, she spun around. Yuki, meanwhile, timidly said, Thank you for having me, and stepped inside hesitantly. She looked like a borrowed cat. Your parents aren't home. Yeah, they both had plans and went out. Probably won't be back until tonight. I see. The moment she realized my parents weren't home, Yuki returned to her usual demeanor. Here, give this to your parents. She thrust a paper bag with handles, which she was holding in her left hand, against my chest. What's this? Pastries. It's common courtesy to bring a gift when you visit someone's house. I don't think kids usually do that. But maybe it's normal among upper-class people like Yuki. Thanks, I'll make sure they get it. Yeah, the shelf life's pretty long, so everyone can share it. It's really good. When I took the paper bag, Yuki nodded in satisfaction. All right, let's start playing. We're supposed to study first. Wait, why are you heading upstairs? The living room's this way. Keed had started up the stairs, so I hurriedly stopped her. I thought we were gonna do it in Massian's room. We're not kids anymore. We're using the living room. Keed puffed out her cheeks in protest. I wanted to hang out like we used to, sitting on the floor playing card games, sitting on the bed playing Smash Bros. DX. Neither of those are around anymore. What era are you living in? Well, technically, it's not that old a game yet. Listen, you need to be more careful. Going into a guy's room is a pretty risky move, you know. I ended up sounding like some old man, but it was something I needed to say. For when she might visit another guy's house in the future. I mean, I do get a little cautious when I go into a guy's room. Keed's cheeks tinted slightly as she gave an awkward, sheepish smile. But I trust you, Massian. That expression was pure maiden love, and even though I knew she was acting, my heart skipped a beat. Actors really are amazing. Besides, it's not like you have the guts to make a move on a girl anyway. Yeah, that jab was definitely genuine. I do have the guts to punch a girl, though, straight to the face. Whoa, DV guy alert. Arasugawa-san, you shouldn't marry Massian. Saying that, Keed ducked behind Yuki. Are you trying to support me or sabotage me? Pick one. If you two don't stop fooling around, I'm going home. Apparently fed up with our comedy routine, Yuki shouted at us. Section, the rectangular table in the living room. Yuki sat kneeling properly on a floor cushion. Keed sat cross-legged on her cushion. Good thing she was in shorts. If she'd been wearing a skirt, there would have been a major wardrobe malfunction. Yuki, looking restless, glanced around the room. Keed, meanwhile, was marveling. Whoa, the TV's a flat screen now. Is there anything we shouldn't touch? Not really. Oh, but stay away from my dad's laptop. I stood up and headed toward the fridge. Hey, is barley tea okay for both of you? I'm fine with anything. What else do you have? Milk, coffee, orange juice, and mentsuyu. Then I'll have mentsuyu on the rocks. Don't order it like it's whiskey. I poured barley tea into 2 glasses, filled with ice, and said, Here you go, 1 mentsuyu on the rocks, placing them in front of Keed and Yuki. Keed picked up the glass of barley tea and sniffed it a few times. Doesn't seem like there's any weird drugs in it. Wait, when did my credibility disappear? I read a rom-com the other day that had a similar setup. The guy put something in the drinks, knocked the girls out, and had his way with them. That's not a rom-com, that's straight up an erotic manga. Enough joking around, let's get serious and study. With a sigh, Yuki spread out her textbooks and reference books on the table. What should we start with? Let's see, math is definitely the toughest. All right, let's tackle math first. The quiet room was filled with the sound of mechanical pencils, scratching across paper and pages turning. We were working through past exams from last year's midterms. Apparently, the student council president had kept copies of old tests, and when I asked, he gladly lent them to us. The exact same problems probably wouldn't appear, but at least we'd get a feel for the kind of questions they'd ask. Phew. After solving everything, I glanced over at the 2 of them. Yuki had already finished earlier and was reviewing her answers. Keed, meanwhile, seemed stuck on a few problems, clearly struggling. Still, it was a bizarre sight. 2 beautiful high school girls in my house. This isn't a dream, right? Beep, 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 beep. The alarm I set for 50 minutes went off. Time to check our answers. Our scores were me 91 points, Yuki 98 points, Keed 73 points. Fed totally hopeless. Keed was in the third seat ranking, so her academic ability should have been about the same as ours. With that score, you won't even make it into the top 100, let alone the top 3. Ew. Keed pouted, her eyes brimming with tears. But maybe you can still manage. Looking closely, it seemed that she only bombed the sections covered while she was on a leave of absence. The material after she returned? Perfect scores. There were even questions where she missed the basics but nailed the advanced parts. How did she even solve these? I don't really get how to do this one. Ah, that's from late April. You bring the value on the right side over here, and then. I tried explaining to Keed, who was sitting across from me, but she furrowed her brows. It's kinda hard to see from over here. Saying that, she circled around the table and sat down right beside me. Yup, much easier to see now. Her face was suddenly close, and I caught my breath. Same as with Yuki, why do girls always smell so nice? Yuki smelled sweet and gentle, like soap. Keed, on the other hand, had a sweet, citrusy scent, probably the shampoo. I glanced at Yuki. She was pretending not to care, but she was definitely jealous. Proof, the mechanical pencil in her hand was creaking ominously. At this rate, it was going to snap. Gotta finish this quickly. I hastily turned my focus back to the worksheet. You reused the formula from 3 here and... Just as I bent my elbow to point at the problem in the bottom right corner. Soft. My right elbow brushed against Keed's left chest. Even over her clothes and underwear, I could tell. It was soft and springy, like a marshmallow. Keed also seemed to notice, glancing downward. Ew. She formed her mouth into a small triangle, looking a little surprised. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Haha, no need to apologize. It's not like anything's missing. Keed laughed it off easily. Then she leaned forward again to look at the worksheet in front of me. In doing so, the 2 fruits bounced gently. Maybe you should scoot over a bit, if we bump again. I don't mind at all. I'm the one who minds. And so does my future wife. Finally, having had enough, Yuki moved. She drained her barley tea in one gulp and said, Suzuhara-kun, could I get a refill? Why yeah, I'll bring it. Nice save. I stood up and headed to the kitchen. While pouring barley tea into her cup, I glanced back and saw Yuki pressing her hand against her chest, looking troubled. It's okay, you'll grow bigger too someday. No worries. Section. About an hour and a little more had passed since we started studying. Even Keed, who had been fooling around at first, was now silently focused on her reference book. She had always been the type to get bored easily, but when she got serious about something, she could block out the whole world. That hadn't changed. Gonna hit the bathroom real quick. Keed put down her pen and stood up. Got it. You remember where it is. Yup, end of the hallway left side. Once Keed was gone, it was just me and Yuki. Got really quiet all of a sudden. Yeah, it did. I thought she might say something like, now I can finally concentrate, but that wasn't it. Looking a little restless, Yuki fiddled with her hair for a moment, then, as if steeling herself, stood up and sat right next to me. Hey, about this problem, do you know how to solve it? She pointed at the problem at the very top left of her reference book. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, you answered this exact same problem correctly on the previous past exam. So easy to tell. She's trying to pull the same stunt Keed did earlier. Man, she's adorable. Pointing out you already know how to solve this problem would just be lame. So, since irrational numbers can't be expressed as fractions, you move this part over here. As I explained, Yuki listened, nodding slightly. Wait, isn't she inching closer? Slowly, carefully, so I wouldn't notice? Bump. Unlike with Keed, her chest didn't touch me, but my right elbow brushed against Yuki's left arm. NN. Her slender, soft arm. I must have hit a sensitive spot because a small sound escaped her lips. Don't make weird noises, you're making my heart race. If she got any closer, things would get dangerous. I turned to say something to Yuki when... Our eyes met. In other words, Yuki hadn't been looking at the problem. She had been staring at my face the whole time. Why are you looking at my face instead of the problem? Why you're when to talk? I just now lifted my head. There's no way I could explain the problem without looking at it. I get it now. Thanks. With that, Yuki quickly scurried back to her own cushion. Ah, geez, I'm way too old to be getting this flustered. Maybe I should splash some water on my face. No, wait, Keed's in the washroom right now. I'll wait till she gets back. Speaking of which, Keed's taking a while to come back. Keed's kinda late, huh? Now that you mention it, yeah. It had already been over 10 minutes since she said she was going to the bathroom. I didn't want to comment on how long girls took in the bathroom, but even so, wasn't this a bit much? Could she be lost? No way, it's our own house. No way. This is bad. I shot to my feet and sprinted toward the bathroom. Clack, I flung open the bathroom door where Keed was supposed to be. Hey. What are you doing? Behind me, Yuki cried out in shock, covering my eyes. Arisugawa, look carefully. Look carefully, you're barging into the girls, huh? She slowly lowered her hands from my eyes, as expected. She's not here. Right, the bathroom was completely empty. On the raised toilet lid, a piece of paper was stuck. You got tricked, dummy. It said, complete with a tongue-out emoji, we've been had. Yeah, she knew exactly where my room was. Upstairs. As we climbed the stairs, I heard the floor creaking above. Hi-yahoo. I raced up and threw open the door to my room. Beowin. Keed was there, bouncing on my bed, hugging a pillow. Ah, that's not fair, no, wait. What are you doing? Playing on Massian's bed. We used to sit here and game all the time, remember? Grinning innocently, Keed bounced 2 or 3 more times, then buried her face into the blanket. Ahaha. Smells like a boy. What the hell are you doing? My body just kinda moved on its own. Keed stuck out her tongue playfully while still lying on the bed. She's pretending to be a girl in love again, huh? Even if it was an act, burying her face in a guy's bed without any real feelings, that's some serious acting guts. Who said you could come in here? Get off the bed right now. That's not gonna fly. You said it yourself, Massian. I did. Before we started the study session, when I asked, is there anything we shouldn't touch? You said, not really, didn't you? Standing triumphantly on the bed with her arms crossed, Keed gave a smug grin. Which means, touching your room's door and your bed is totally fair game. I didn't mean you could come in, use some basic common sense. Don't twist my words, get off the bed. Alan. I gave her a light kick on the hip, and she flopped onto the floor with a weird squirm. This is your room. Well, yeah, technically. I see. Yuki stepped inside and looked around. It's actually pretty tidy. You expected it to be messier. Yeah, plus, it's just like my brother's room. Wait, you've been in a guy's room before. And no, I mean it reminds me of my brother's room. Ah, that brother. So that's what his room looks like. I pictured him with gravure posters all over the walls, honestly. He said, girls don't like that kind of thing. Right, her brother was a womanizer who kept bringing girls over. Hope his dick explodes. There's a bed, a desk, a bookshelf, and a mini fridge. Oh, and some workout gear, just like you. Yuki frowned slightly. So you really have been luring girls here since middle school? I have not. Stop thinking muscles, playboy. Besides, you're the one who said in the future you like fit guys, so I started working out for you. And today's the first time I've ever had a girl in my room. I see. Huh? Are you saying the old me doesn't count? Keed had a what the heck kind of expression. No, elementary school visits don't count. Don't stare too much, it's embarrassing. You came into my room the other day, so we're even. Even? Yuki's room? Oh, right, when I visited her while she was sick. Honestly, back then I wasn't paying attention to that sort of thing, and technically, I didn't even go inside the room. All right then, guess it's about time we get started. Cracking her knuckles, Keed said with an oddly fired-up look. Started with what? If you're in a boy's room, there's only one thing to do. Hunt for porn mags, obviously. That's something guys do with each other. Girls want to do it too, right, Arisugawa-san? Right. Hey, don't drag Yuki into this. I have no interest in something so stupid. Thank you. I almost thought I was the only sane one here. Keed tapped her finger against her lips and tilted her head slightly. But aren't you even a little curious? Like, whether Massian's into girls with big boobs or older women or something. Ugh. You're curious, right? Let's uncover Massian's secrets together. Wearing a mischievous bratty face, Keed peered at Yuki. I already know what kind of girls he likes. When we introduced ourselves at the student council room, he confessed. Mid-sentence, Yuki's mouth opened and closed soundlessly. Oh. Steam practically erupted from her face. You just don't get it. A guy's preferences change all the time. Keed shook her head dramatically, as if pitying Yuki's ignorance. Arisugawa-san, can you really say for sure that Massian's taste hasn't changed? That's. Yuki was faltering. Notice already, she's talking all confident, but the girl in front of you has zero romantic experience too. If you can't say for sure, then it's even more important. We have to check what kind of girls he likes through his porn stash. Ugh. Unable to argue back, Yuki fell silent. Seeing that mission complete might as well have flashed across Keed's face. Stop that smug look already. I sighed and said, hands on my hips. Do whatever you want. I don't have any porn mags anyway. A high school boy without porn? No way. Keed immediately started searching around the room. Fool, I had already anticipated this. There had been porn mags, ones I bought back in middle school before the time leap. But they'd all been safely relocated to Dad's room. All right, first step, here we go. Keed shifted the small dresser next to my bed aside. Heh, nothing there, maybe a stray 10-yen coin at best. I'm pretty sure it was around here. Keed tapped the wall where the dresser had been. Huh, what's she doing? Ah, found it. With a click, a hidden door about 50 centimeters wide creaked open. Wait, what the hell is that? You don't remember. Your dad built it for you, Massian. Dad, now I remember. When I was a kid, I begged Dad to build me a secret hideout, and he actually started building a hidden room next to mine. He got caught by Mom partway through, and construction was halted. In the end, all that remained was a small hidden space barely big enough for one person, and this hidden door. After buying the dresser in 3rd year of middle school, I never used it again and totally forgot about it. This is bad. I definitely cleared it out when I put the dresser there, right? I'm counting on you, pass me. Oh, there's something in here. Smells like treasure. Keed stuck her upper body into the hidden space and pulled something out. Thud, thud, thud. 3 old magazines fell to the floor. They were the porn mags I had picked up from the riverbank during the summer break of my 1st year in middle school. Already ancient and damaged by rain, they were ragged and stiff, and the covers were bondage-themed. Hardcore. The kind that used to be sold at convenience stores but were long gone by the future. W. Even Keed let out a tiny, squeaky voice like some small animal. The stuff that turned up was way harsher than expected, leaving her at a loss. Massian, you've changed a lot in the 3 years we didn't see each other. She said it in a trembling voice. I had never seen her so scared. No, I swear bondage and SM aren't my thing, so why did my past self pick these up? Because back then, Iro was precious. There weren't many safe porn sites, and you risked viruses trying to access shady ones. So even if the content wasn't your fetish, if you found porn, you picked it up. Waste not, want not. God admit, past me, what a landmine to leave behind. This isn't mine. I picked it up when I was in middle school. Middle school Massian isn't you. No, the middle school me is basically a different person. Another me. Where do you think you are? Some parallel world anime. Keed crouched next to the fallen magazines. Ooh, this is pretty hardcore. She started flipping through the pages. Here, Arasugawa-san, you wanna see too. I do not, don't point that at me. Yuki fled to the far corner of the room, covering her eyes with both hands. But between her fingers, there was a tiny gap. Pretty sure you're peeking. Ah, what the hell is this punishment game? I held my head in my hands, cursing my past self. Section. After the search of my room ended, we resumed studying. It was quiet, but different from the focused atmosphere from before. A gloomy air hung over the 3 of us. Even Keed, who had been the mood maker, fell into an awkward silence. It was like she had played a prank on a whim and ended up causing a huge fuss. Someone please kill me, or at least someone please change this heavy atmosphere. Maybe my prayers were answered. Woof, woof. We heard a dog barking outside the living room's big window. You have a dog. No, I don't, that's Chocolate's bark. When I opened the curtains, I saw a dachshund running around in our yard. A red collar, black and brown fur. Noticing us, the dog started smacking its paws against the glass with its tongue hanging out. Geez, you want a treat. I opened the big window, and without hesitation, the dog came inside. Wow, so friendly, huh? Even though it was the first time meeting Yuki and Keed, the dachshund showed no fear and ran around us, wagging its tail like crazy. That's Chocolate, the dog belonging to the Nakasu couple next door. They keep her indoors, but sometimes she escapes. Escapes? Isn't that a little irresponsible? Well, they're both pretty old besides, she never goes far. At most, she comes around the neighborhood like this to beg for treats. I see. She's smart. Maybe reacting to the word treat, Chocolate stopped between Yuki and me, wagging her tail furiously. Yuki reached out to pet her but hesitated halfway. She won't bite, right? She asked with a worried look. It's fine, she doesn't bite. Even though she didn't mind being scratched or bitten by cats, she seemed a little scared of dogs. That said, it wasn't like she disliked them either. Once she confirmed Chocolate wouldn't bite, Yuki slowly slid her hand under the dog's chin and began petting her head. Ha 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 ha. Maybe because it felt so good, Chocolate rolled over onto her back, presenting her belly as if demanding more. She's doing a belly up. Yuki seemed to have completely forgotten we were nearby and entered the same love-struck mode she did when we went to the cat cafe. Incidentally, it's easy to tell when she enters love-struck mode. Her voice goes up about 3 keys. Hey Masyan. Keed tugged at my shirt. Is Arasugawa-san always like this around animals? Yeah, I thought it only happened with cats, but looks like it happens with dogs too. First time seeing it myself. Really? It's kinda cute, seeing someone who's usually all cool and aloof get all soft like this. Right. But maybe I should stop her soon. If she pets Chocolate anymore, things are going to get bad. Arasugawa. You should stop soon. It's not good to pet her too much. Why? She's so happy. Still lying on her back, Chocolate twisted her long body happily. Just a little longer. I feel like she's about to really like me. No, she already likes you. That tail's wagging like crazy. What do you mean by it's not good? Is she sick or something? No, not exactly. I scratched my head and revealed the truth. She has a habit of peeing when she gets too happy. There was a sudden squirting sound. Too late, Yuki's scream echoed through the living room. Section, ha. I Arasugawa Yuki, sighed as I showered. I don't smell anymore, right? Sniff sniff, I had washed myself thoroughly, but I checked just to be safe. After confirming I only smelled like body soap, I let out a relieved breath. The bath is ready. Please close the hot water faucet. This one right. After making sure the water stopped running, I turned off the faucet. The water filled in the bathtub made a little plopping sound. Honestly, I would have been fine with just a shower, but right now, I couldn't leave the bathroom, because I had no clothes to wear. At first, I was going to borrow something from Suzuhara-kun, but once I entered the changing area, I realized it wasn't just my jacket that was dirty. My underwear was too. Right now, Niyazuma-san was out at the nearby department store buying me new underwear. Until she came back, Suzuhara-kun, being considerate, prepared a bath for me so I wouldn't catch a cold. It's a little hot. I slowly lowered myself into the tub. After about a minute, I managed to submerge myself up to my shoulders. Phew, maybe a little smaller than the bathtub at home. For someone small like me, it was just the right size. Glancing at the shampoo and body soap lined up beside the tub, I sank my neck down into the water. Feels nice. Even though I tried to relax, my heart kept pounding wildly. This is the bath he always uses. I never thought I'd end up bathing at a boy's house. My head's gonna explode. I tried to calm myself by taking a deep breath. Arasugawa, is the water temperature okay? Hiya. A weird noise came out when he spoke to me from outside the changing room. It's a little hot, but I'm fine. All right, let me know if you need anything. Okay. Wait, thinking about it calmly, isn't this kinda dangerous? Just the two of us, me and a boy who I knew had feelings for me. There weren't even any locks on the changing room or the bathroom. If he came in right now, I would. No. I shook my head vigorously, trying to dispel the weird thoughts creeping in. Sure, he liked to mess with me in annoying ways sometimes, but he'd never actually do something that would seriously upset me. I knew that much. Something I'd hate, If he walked in right now, would I really hate it? Sitting curled up in the bathtub, I asked myself that question. It would definitely be super embarrassing, but if you asked whether I'd feel disgusted, I wasn't so sure. What do I really think about him? I didn't hate him. So then, did I like him? But even if I did, what kind of like was it? Was it trust, admiration? Was it the kind of friendly affection you have for someone, or maybe something more? It hadn't even been a full minute since I got in the bath, but I was already starting to feel lightheaded. Maybe the water was too hot. For someone like me, who's never been in love, it was hard to tell if these feelings were actually romantic. But there was one thing I knew for sure. I don't want Niyazuma-san to steal Suzuhara-kun away from me. Still standing in the bathtub, I looked at my reflection in the mirror. Everyone said I was cute, but was that really true? I knew my features were well balanced, but my eyes always looked a little sharp and cold. And Niyazuma-san was really cute too. Unlike me, she had a face that people naturally wanted to be kind to. I see. I was jealous of Niyazuma-san. I finally understood why I'd been in such a bad mood ever since she transferred in. She had everything I wanted. Like my brother, she was talented. She was honest about her feelings. And she had a personality that made people want to love her. I thought back to what Niyazuma-san said earlier. Arasugawa-san, can you really say for sure that Masyen's taste hasn't changed? When she said that, my chest tightened painfully. The first time Suzuhara-kun and I met through the student council, he confessed his feelings to me. But there was no guarantee that his feelings would stay the same forever. Especially when there was such a cute girl like her around. He might end up liking Niyazuma-san instead of me. That's it, I just had a great idea. I should start dating Suzuhara-kun. But until I'm sure about my own feelings, I wouldn't tell anyone. I'd ask him to just act like normal friends for now, without doing anything too couple-like. That way, no one could steal him away. I'm the worst. I felt disgusted with myself for coming up with such a cowardly plan. Niyazuma-san had the courage to confess her feelings honestly. And here I was, ready to lie just to keep him for myself. The real reason I couldn't take a bold step forward. It was because my father was planning to have me marry the next president of Erascore. Not even Suzuhara-kun could do anything about that. Even if we did start dating, it would only end eventually. Dating him knowing we'd have to break up someday. I slapped my own cheeks sharply. What am I getting all weak for? Before I came here, I made a promise with Dad. If I became the next student council president, I'd finally be free. That's why I have to win the next student council election and build connections through the Alumni Association. Until then, I'll do whatever it takes to keep him close to me, my way. I didn't have Niyazuma-san's warm, lovable smile. I didn't have the courage to be honest about my feelings either. But even so, Suzuhara-kun said he liked me. Then there must be something special about me that only he knows. I had no idea what that something was, but I just had to trust in myself and keep moving forward. And if I do manage to become student council president, I'll finally be honest about how I feel. By then, maybe I'll know for sure if what I'm feeling is real love. Achoo! Maybe I was catching a chill. I sank back into the warm water again. To become student council president, I had to win the election. During the campaign period, candidates were allowed to pick one person to officially nominate them and give a speech on their behalf. I already knew exactly who I was going to ask. I was sure he would accept without hesitation, and he would pull off the speech flawlessly. But that wouldn't be because of my own power. That's why. Suzuhara-kun, are you there? Mustered up all my courage, I called out to him from inside, ready to make a certain proposal. Section, the sound of the shower stopped. Right now, Yuki was probably soaking in the tub. Crap. My heart was pounding like crazy. Just thinking about the girl I liked taking a shower nearby had me so worked up, anyone would think I was some clueless middle school virgin. But honestly, it wasn't my fault. It was because of my future wife. Man, give me a break. No matter how hard I tried, I kept remembering the first time I met Yuki in the future. That night, when she came out of the bath wearing nothing but a towel and tried to seduce me. It left such a huge impact on me that, honestly, it might have permanently messed up my preferences. Get a grip, me, right now, the one taking a shower is Dad. It's Dad taking a shower. I repeated that to myself like a mantra, desperately trying to calm down. Thanks, Dad. Oh, wait, I just realized. I never taught her how to adjust the water temperature. Everyone in my family loved their baths boiling hot, so the default setting was pretty high. That must have been rough on someone like Yuki, who wasn't good with heat. Hey, Arasugawa, is the bathwater okay? Hiya. Startled, her adorable yelp echoed from inside the bathroom. It's a little hot, but I'm okay. All right. If you need anything, just call me. Okay. VRRR. Just then, my flip phone buzzed in my pocket. It was an email from Keed. The subject line was blank. In the body, there was just a single line. Which one do you think's better? Which one's better? What was she talking about? I tilted my head in confusion, and then another email arrived. Forgot to attach the picture, lol. This time, there was a photo attached. When I opened it, 2 pairs of panties were laid out in the picture. You're not seriously planning to have Yuki wear these, are you? I recoiled instinctively. The underwear Keed had picked was pretty extreme. One was a string thong and the other a T-back. There's no way she's gonna wear something like that. Quit messing around and buy something more normal, I quickly texted back. She replied almost immediately. So Massian likes plain underwear, lol. How did you even get that from what I said? I fired back. Shut it. Just buy some normal stuff already, murder glare. About a minute later, another email came through, this one with another attached photo. How about this? This time, it was actually reasonable. Light pink. The fabric was a little on the thin side, but compared to the last 2, it looked completely normal. Yeah, that one's fine, I guess, I responded. A moment later, another message arrived. By the way, that pair, it's the one I was just wearing till a minute ago. Pewha. Startled, I dropped the phone onto the floor. That was close. If it had been a smartphone, the screen might have cracked. What the hell are you sending me, you idiot? I scrambled to pick up the phone to type a furious reply. Another message came in. Just kidding, you totally fell for it. Yeah, she's getting smacked with a rolled-up newspaper when she gets back. I started rolling up some old newspaper into a makeshift punishment stick when... Suzuhara-kun, are you there? Yuki called out to me from inside the bathroom. Is it gonna take a little longer for Nizuma-san to get back? I just got a text saying she finished shopping. She should be back in about 10 minutes. I see. Separated by 2 doors, the changing room door and the bathroom door, we talked. It felt weird. Hey, do you want to make a bet for the next midterms? A bet? Yeah, see which one of us can get first place in the year. I mean, the rankings get posted anyway. We're gonna find out who won whether we bet or not. That's not it. I want to actually wager something. A wager? Like that bet you made with your brother during the Wakaba festival. The winner gets to make the loser do anything they want, just once. I sucked in a breath. Where was this coming from? Why all of a sudden? I was curious about her reasons, of course. But even more than that, I was dying to know what kind of command she'd give me if she won. Honestly, I don't feel confident about winning. Like I said before, the only reason I got first place last time was a lot of luck and studying until I almost died. I know. That's why I'll tell you in advance what my command would be. Then you can decide if you still want to accept. My request is for you to be my recommender in next year's Student Council President election. Recommender. Right, that's the person who does a support speech during the campaign and helps out. You don't even have to order me to do that. I'd be happy to help. I knew you'd say that, but that's no good. It wouldn't mean anything if I had to beg. Wouldn't mean anything. What's that supposed to mean? Yuki's behavior today had been off, nothing like the version of her I knew. So, what'll it be? You in or out? Whether I won or lost, there was basically no downside for me, no real reason to refuse. All right, first one to rank first place, right? Yeah, and you better go all out. If you hold back, I'm gonna be mad. That tone, it was the same as future Yuki's voice when she got serious. When she got competitive, she really went for it. You beat me during the entrance exams because you studied like crazy, right? So work just as hard this time too. Why go so far? I was about to ask when. I'm back, and hey, Massian standing right outside the bathroom, eavesdropping. Keed burst through the front door and pointed accusingly at me. That's not, we were just talking. Talking, while she's in the bath. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously, tilting her head. Anyway, move it. I can't get in if you're standing there. Shoo. All right. I decided to wait in my room while Yuki got changed. As I climbed the stairs, I heard Keed barging into the bathroom. Hey, don't just open the door like that. Uo. Arisugawa-san, your skin's so pretty. And your boobs are. Don't say weird stuff, you idiot. Shut the door. Their voices echoed up the staircase, muffled through the doors. I want to peek so bad, but no, self-control. Grimacing, I headed into my room. This is the underwear you bought. Just as I was closing the door, I heard Yuki's voice, sounding flustered. Just what the hell did you buy, Keed? Section. I never did get around to asking her why she challenged me to that bet. After Yuki and Keed left, I lay on my bed, staring up at the ceiling. The faint scent of the two of them still lingered. I hadn't planned on aiming for the top in the next midterms, but after Yuki's little wager, if I beat her. She'll do whatever I say, huh? If I didn't do anything, I'd lose and have to follow her command. But even if I lost, all I had to do was support her campaign next year. It wasn't even a bad deal for me. Honestly, it was a steal. Still, she told me she wanted me to go all out. Was she really that frustrated about losing to me? Even in the future, Yuki hated losing. I remembered her pouting and demanding rematches over and over whenever she lost at video games. Wait a sec. I sat up on the bed and crossed my arms, thinking, what if I beat her in the midterms, and then, for my command, I told her, let me do your campaign speech next year. Wouldn't that be kinda cool? I jumped up from the bed and snapped my fingers, winning and not humiliating her. Instead, going out of my way to grant her wish with a show of honor. A real manly move, no doubt about it. That's the perfect answer. The real problem is whether I can actually win. I headed to the nearest convenience store, loaded up on energy drinks, then dug out the headband I'd worn back when I was cramming for entrance exams and tied it around my forehead. Guess it's time to give it everything I've got. Interlude 5, The Competitive Girlfriend Future, a rainy Sunday. Yuki and I were sitting on the couch playing video games. It was a party game packed with mini-games, the kind meant to be played with multiple people. Since Yuki hadn't played much before, I picked something even beginners could enjoy. I fell off. Heavy. I'm pulling ahead. I'd been a little worried, will she actually have fun with this? But it turned out that worry was completely unnecessary. She was gripping the controller with a serious look on her face. I am finally getting used to the controls. The real battle starts now. Oh. If anything, she was way too serious. When she glanced at me, her eyes were dead serious. I could feel her determination to win burning from across the couch. And something else I'd kind of suspected before was becoming pretty clear today. I blew up again. Yuki's anguished cry rang out as her character got blasted to pieces on screen. I glanced sideways at her slumping in defeat and gave a wry smile. Man, my future wife's luck is just plain awful. Every time she rolled the dice, it was a 1 or a 2 at most. Every item she picked up was some kind of trap or debuff. I mean, I didn't even know these items could explode until today. Hurry up and start the next match. Her sore loser side kicked in. She was biting her lower lip, teary-eyed and fuming. I'm starting to feel bad for her, maybe I should let her win soon. Yes, just a little more and... Damn, looks like I'm gonna lose. Completely fake sounding. We were playing a board game this time. Yuki was only 1 space away from the goal. Meanwhile, I still had 12 spaces to go. This one's gotta be hers. I rolled the dice lazily. A fairy popped up from the space I landed on. The fairy waved its wand, and both our characters started glowing. Switching player positions, poof. No, you idiot, stop. 1 minute later. On the screen, big flashing letters, player 1 wins. I turned my head slowly. Next to me, Yuki was trembling, her eyes brimming with tears. No good. In a game with this much RNG, it's practically impossible to throw a match properly. Hey, why don't we switch to a different game? Wait. One more time, 1 more match, please. Yuki shook me desperately, pleading with everything she had. Okay, but let's take a little break first. I switched the TV channel. I kinda wanted to watch this show. Let's chill for a bit, then get back to it. All right, but it's a promise, okay. Total lie, I have 0 interest in this show. If she stayed all fired up like this, she'd never win. She needed to cool her head a bit. The show was called Sudden Visit, Secrets of the Successful. It was an interview show where they brought in big-name CEOs or famous manga artists to talk about their success stories. I'll go make some tea. You want some too? Yeah. Thanks. Got it. Yuki said that and stood up, just as the TV announcer introduced the next guest. Today, we're joined by the founder of Cross Streamers, Arisugawa Yumasan. The moment she heard that name, Yuki jolted like she'd been shocked. There, sitting on a gleaming golden sofa in the studio, was a man in a sharp suit, his silver hair gleaming under the lights. My brother. A second later, it clicked for me too. Right, he was Yuki's older brother. I'd only met him once, but his face was burned into my memory. Nice to meet you. I'm Arisugawa Yuma. Thank you for having me today. It's been a while since I've spoken Japanese, so please forgive me if I slip up. Flashing a bright white smile, he spoke smoothly and confidently, without even a hint of nervousness. Wow, I think this is the first time I've ever seen someone I know on TV. Why, yeah, but still, for him to be on a show like this. Both of us stared blankly at the screen. Come to think of it, when we met him before, he'd said he had business in Japan. Maybe it was to appear on this show. After a brief intro about Yuma's achievements and a rundown on cross-streamers, the young female interviewer started asking questions. Wow, you're incredibly handsome. You could pass for a Hollywood actor. Haha, I get that a lot. You look so young. How old are you, if you don't mind me asking? 28. 28, that's incredible. So you founded Cross-Streamers at... When I was 20. I started the company while I was attending university in the US. I see, so you already had the vision for it back then. Actually, the concept had been in my mind since high school. When smartphones started becoming mainstream, I thought, this is it from now on, people will be watching videos anywhere, anytime. I knew it was now or never. Smiling warmly, he answered every question without missing a beat. Then, as the show reached its climax, the interviewer threw out the classic question. So, in one word, what's the secret to your success? Yuma touched his chin thoughtfully for a moment before answering. If I had to sum it up, I was blessed with good people. My success is thanks to the incredible efforts of the people who supported me. He smiled brilliantly as he said it. That's absolutely a lie. You don't believe that even a millimeter, ne-san. Yuki shouted with a face like a dog baring its teeth in warning. Her hatred of her older brother was the real deal. She used to say she got teased a lot when they were younger, so maybe it was lingering resentment. The program ended, and a commercial started playing. That went by in a flash. It did. I think I managed to put on a good act. Was going on the show about boosting the company's image. I think so. I mean, he even showed his face on TV, so he's probably trying to appeal to stay-at-home moms. I see. I'm a young company president too, but I just inherited my father's company. In contrast, he went to America all on his own and built a company like that in less than 10 years. I don't know why, but I feel a bit like I lost as a man. While I was sulking, Yuki must have noticed. What's wrong? She asked. Nothing, I was just thinking, he's only 2 years older than me, and yet he's amazing. That's not true. Masyami-san is way more amazing. Yuki puffed out her cheeks, clearly angry. I mean, I appreciate you saying that, but seriously, there's not a single thing I could beat him at. I gave a wry smile and scratched my cheek. His looks, his wealth, his education, he beat me in all of them. Even the size of our companies, his has already surpassed mine. There is something you beat him at. Huh? Oh, kindness maybe. That's part of it, but I mean something even more obvious. Seriously, I have no idea. Is there really something I beat him at? Geez, do I have to spell it out for you? Yuki sighed with an exasperated look. Then she flopped down toward me. Her head rested on my lap, like a lap pillow, and looking up at me, she said, "That you have a super cute wife." Section Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, Midterm Exams. Whoa, Massian, what's up? You look like a zombie. The morning of the first day of midterms. I ran into Keed at the shoe lockers, and she made a startled face. Sorry, don't talk to me right now. If you do, all the English vocabulary I memorized will disappear. Staggering, I headed for the classroom. It had been 3 days since then. I'd been studying for the exams almost without sleep. My advantage is the know-how I have for test preparation. I've taken twice as many exams as the people around me. I used that experience to prepare for this one, not just working through last year's past papers. I compared the teacher's question trends with this year's lesson content and made predictions. My body is young. I've got more than enough stamina. Still, pulling 3 all-nighters is rough. When I arrived at the classroom, Yuki was already at her desk, reviewing. As I passed by her, she kept her eyes on her notebook and said, "You really gave it your all, just like you promised." In a faintly happy tone. Of course, a promise is a promise. She acted normal, but there were faint dark circles under her eyes. Looks like she also crammed hard just like me. I absolutely won't lose. Hearing her mutter that, I sat down at my own desk. The bell rang and the teacher came in. As the test papers were being distributed, I took a deep breath. All right, I've done everything I could. You may begin. With the teacher's announcement, I gripped my mechanical pencil tightly and faced the question sheet. First semester midterm exam results. First place, Niyazuma Kid, 787 points. Second place, Suzuhara Masyami. Arasugawa Yuki, 786 points. Fourth place, Kaju Manabu, 774 points. Why? Staring at the ranking sheet posted in the hallway, Yuki and I shouted at the same time. Section, after school in the student council room. Man, my gamble on what to study totally paid off. Keed said cheerfully, scratching her head. Next to her, I gave a wry smile. And beside me, Yuki had collapsed face down on a desk, completely motionless. It had been about 5 minutes since she passed out, and she hadn't moved a muscle. This is thanks to our study sessions. Without Massian and the others' help, I wouldn't have gotten first place. Really, thanks so much. Yuki started twitching and convulsing. Stop, she's already dead. Kicking a corpse isn't cool. The reason she was so upset wasn't just because she lost. Earlier, I'd gone a look at Yuki's test papers. All her lost points were due to careless mistakes. If she'd approached the exam a little more calmly, she would have won. Maybe the all-nighters had killed her concentration. Why am I always like this? Right when it matters most. Oh, she rebooted. Yuki ran to a nearby wall and started banging her head against it. Is she gonna be okay? She'll be fine. Give her a little time and she'll recover. Speaking of which, what's going to happen with that bet we made during the study sessions? Arisugawa, can we call that match a draw? Yeah, let's carry it over to the finals. I'm feeling a little sick, so I'm gonna go get some fresh air outside. Dragging her heavy steps, Yuki left the student council room. Arisugawa-san doesn't look so good. I wonder if something happened. Keed tilted her head slightly, completely unaware she was the cause. Sigh. We studied that hard, and in the end, it all amounted to nothing. Well, whatever. Things not going your way is part of youth, too. Even this frustration will probably become a precious memory someday. Besides, now that exams were over, there were a lot of fun things to look forward to. Next month was the forest school trip, plus the beach, the pool, the summer festival, so many events packed into the summer. Oh. I almost started grinning from imagining Yuki in a swimsuit and a yukata. Geez, and after the other day when I was fantasizing about Yuki taking a bath too. I'm getting kind of gross, aren't I, Bath? Right, even though the exams were over, there was still something bothering me. Why had she challenged me to that bet? Saying she would do anything I asked, those were words the old Yuki would never have said. Something must have changed with her while I wasn't looking. And if that's the case, it's not because of school. I should go talk to him. One of the reasons Yuki turned out the way she is here at this academy. Section, the old school building's rooftop. It wasn't off limits, but there was no one around. Thanks to the water tower, it was out of sight from the other buildings too. At first glance, it seemed like it would be a hangout for delinquents, but instead, someone even worse had made it their base. What do you want? The moment I stepped onto the rooftop, a man's voice called down from above. On top of the water tower sat Arisugawa Yuma, the top student of the 3rd year's and last year's student council president. He was also Yuki's older brother. I just wanted to have a little talk. I knew he often played hooky up here. There was an earphone stuck in his right ear. He must have been listening to music. Talk. You came all the way here just for that. Wouldn't it be better with no one around? It must be less stressful to talk to me with your true self. Man, you're still as irritating as ever. I told you not to bother with honorifics, but here you are using them again. Yuma clicked his tongue and narrowed his eyes. Because of that dumb Wakaba festival, my standing at the alumni meeting dropped just a little. Rather than thinking your reputation dropped, shouldn't you think Yuki's reputation rose? Same difference. In Shage Tomi's eyes, I probably looked like the brother who lost to his little sister. Yuma jumped down from the water tower and faced me. Over 190 centimeters tall, with a rugged, powerful frame. Standing this close, he really was huge. I worked out too, but there was no overcoming a difference like that from birth. If he was a tiger, I was at best a small dog. On top of that, he had a good face, top grades, no wonder he was popular. What are you staring at? I was just thinking you're like a tiger, and I'm a small dog. When I said it plainly, Yuma let out a short laugh and said, "A small dog, huh? Coming from a guy with enough poison to kill someone if they bite you. Wait, that's how he sees me, a poisonous chihuahua. The warning bell's about to ring, shouldn't you get to class? Isn't being an honors student part of your persona? I'm going to a university overseas." Prepping for the entrance exams here is pointless for me, so I'm allowed to self-study like this. You're not studying. I am. Listening practice for English. Saying that, Yuma pulled the earphone out of his right ear and shoved it into mine. An American's high-pitched shout and an electric guitar blast pierced my eardrum. Heavy metal isn't exactly English study material. Oh, you into heavy metal? Not really. I know the famous ones like Metallica, but that's about it. Man, boring. Yuma clicked his tongue lightly. So, what did you want to talk about? About Yuki. Yuma made a tired face, like he expected that. Did anything happen at home this past week? No, why? Judging by his reaction, it didn't seem like anything happened between Yuma and Yuki. Sorry, let me rephrase. Do you know why she wants to be student council president? Rebellion against me, isn't it? She's got no real talent, but she hates losing. I used to think that too. But lately, her ambition seems even stronger. She asked to be secretary last year when you were president, and she's already asked me to help with her campaign speech for next year. Plus, she's been acting a little off. While I was thinking seriously about it, Yuma said, "You really like that kid, huh? She's got nothing going for her except her face." In an exasperated tone, "What? Oh, did you just insult Yuki?" Before, I kept conversation with him to a minimum because I didn't want to show my hand. But not anymore. Maybe it's time I taught this crappy big brother a thing or two about how great she really is. Clearing my throat, I said, "With all due respect, she's great in ways besides her looks. First, her personality. Her fierce competitiveness is adorable. The way she acts tough and how she gets mad if you treat her like a kid, those are all major charm points. When it comes to work, she does make the occasional mistake, but she's quick and, more importantly, serious, so she's held in very high regard by everyone around her. Next, her cooking skills. She's not amazing yet, but considering her relentless drive and perfectionist tendencies, I'm confident she'll improve dramatically in a few years. As for other household tasks, she's already perfect at all of them. I think she'll make a great wife someday. Also, okay." When I looked, Yuma was backing away from me, cold sweat running down his face. Oh no, I totally freaked him out. "You're not on any weird drugs, are you?" "I don't drink or do drugs, I'm sober." "Yeah, that's actually worse." "Ah, fair point. Marriage, huh? Thinking that far ahead when you're still just a kid." "Ah crap, I accidentally said marriage out loud." As I panicked, Yuma muttered, "Not that it matters, your wish won't come true. And that would depend on how she feels. It's not your decision to make." "No, that's not the problem. It's our old man who'll decide." "Old man? That shitty father of theirs. Our dad plans to marry Yuki off to the next president of Aeroscore." What?" That was the first I'd heard of it. Even the future Yuki had never once. "From the look on your face, you didn't know. Good. Nice to see there are still things you don't know." Yuma patted my shoulder and whispered into my ear, "He's using Yuki as bait to make the company executives compete." Compete? Almost all the execs at our company are unmarried workaholics. Dangle the prospect of marrying the president's adorable young daughter in front of them, and they'll work themselves to death for the chance. What the hell, does Yuki know about this? Who knows? But she's probably starting to get suspicious. Maybe Yuma found my completely shaken reaction hilarious because he chuckled. Anyway, that's how it is. No way Dad's gonna let her date, let alone marry you. Once a piece of fruit has bugs on it, its value drops, right? I see. In the future, when her father offered her up in exchange for financial aid, it was because the company was already falling apart. Until then, she was kept trapped inside the company, treated as a pawn to drive the executives. I wonder what it must have felt like. That bastard. I clenched my fist. I wanted to go punch Yuki's father right this instant. I agree he's a piece of shit. I hate our old man too. Yuma roughly scratched his head. Wait a second. Suddenly, he seemed to start thinking about something. I get it. Maybe her wanting to become student council president is connected to that. What do you mean? It's simple. Her fiancé is supposed to be the next president of Aeroscore, right? Then if she becomes the president herself, she won't have to get married. It felt like the dots were connecting. It was just my own speculation, but considering her personality, it made sense. So that's why she's aiming for the student council presidency and connections with the alumni association. Exactly. Well, even if she becomes student council president, I doubt the old man would approve. I agreed. I couldn't imagine that Showire-minded bastard letting Yuki take over the company either. He was probably just lying to make her focus on studying. I've asked this a few times already, but there's no chance you'll take over Ariscore instead. Sure, if that happened, Yuki would be freed. But not a chance, even if the world turned upside down. Yeah, figured. I'd asked him before and got the same answer. Thanks for all the information. I gave him a small bow and turned to leave when... Hey, hold up a second. Yuma stopped me. He pulled a piece of paper out of the breast pocket of his uniform and handed it to me. Arisugawa Yuma. It was a simple business card with just his name, phone number, and email address written on it. He was probably using it to pick up girls. That's my contact info. From now on, don't come here. Contact me there instead, and don't you ever get in the way of my slacking off again. So he was slacking off after all. Why the sudden change? I thought you hated me. I don't judge people based on like or dislike. I judge based on whether they're useful or useless. Saying that, Yuma started climbing the ladder up to the water tower, getting ready to resume his nap. Well, do your best. I'll be over here enjoying the sight of you struggling. After sitting on top of the water tower, he waved at me with his back turned. If you transferred into this school 2 years earlier, maybe I wouldn't have had to live such a boring life. He muttered. Interlude 6, Beauty and Beauty. The school cafeteria. I, Arisugawa Yuki, was having lunch with the president. Having finished eating first, I glanced over at her. Both the president and I had ordered today's daily special, the beef stew hamburger. The president was neatly handling her knife and fork as she ate. Her mannerisms were those of someone from an upper-class household. I could tell because my father had been strict with my upbringing too when I was little. Come to think of it, why are we even having lunch together in the cafeteria? This morning, when I sent her an email saying I had something I wanted to discuss, she replied, "Then, let's meet in the cafeteria at lunchtime." Normally, because I stand out so much, I made a point of eating lunch in the classroom. If I went alone to the cafeteria, upperclassmen boys would constantly hit on me. But today, maybe because the president was with me, no one tried to approach at all. Why did you invite me to lunch? We could have talked in the student council room after school. That's because, Enfufu, what's going on? When I looked over, the president was desperately trying to stifle her laughter. Sorry. You said exactly the same thing Suzuhara-kun said when he came to consult me before, so I couldn't help but laugh. That guy also consulted the president. I felt a prickling curiosity about what he had consulted her about, and also a faint irritation at the fact that he had gone to her instead of me. What kind of talk did you and Suzuhara-kun have? Before I knew it, the question had slipped out of my mouth. I can't tell you that. It's a secret just between him and me. The president put a finger to her lips. Just for that moment, the usually mature and composed president looked a little childlike. And besides, you wouldn't want anyone else to overhear today's consultation either, would you? That's true, but still. I had thought that the only one who liked Suzuhara-kun was Niyazuma-san. But could it be that the president also had feelings for him? No, that's not it. The reason I came to talk to her today was for something much more important. I'll get straight to the point. How can I become student council president? At my question, the president simply gave a small nod, without showing any surprise. I'm willing to do whatever I can, starting now. I see. Before that, can I ask you something? Why do you want to become student council president? Why, you ask? If it's just out of rivalry with Yuma-senpai, your brother, then I can't support you. I want someone with conviction to succeed me. The gentle smile she had worn earlier had completely disappeared from her face. Conviction? The reason I want to become student council president. I clenched my fist tightly and stared straight into the president's eyes as I answered. Because it's necessary for me to achieve my dream. Your dream, could it be, the Alumni Association? Yes, President, have you already participated? I have. I attended for the first time last Sunday. How was it? It felt like a buffet-style dinner party. There were so many important people that I was so nervous I hardly tasted the food. The president gave a wry smile. If even she was nervous, it must have been pretty serious. I also received a lot of business cards and was even invited to join some companies after graduating from university. If you can get into that group, It definitely broadens your future options after graduation. I see. Just like father and brother had said, the Alumni Association really was the perfect place to build connections. After taking a sip of tea, the president placed her hand lightly on the table. One more thing. Arasugawa-san, what kind of student council president do you want to be? That's the ideal student council president I envisioned. At first, I was about to say, someone like you, president. For the past 2 months, watching her work, she had been the ideal student council president in my eyes. But just before I could say it, the one who came to mind was Suzuhara-kun, who had helped me during the Wakaba festival. While I admired a president who was as kind and competent as her, the one who truly moved my heart was, I want to become a student council president who can change people. During the Wakaba festival, Suzuhara-kun had changed me, when I had been so narrowly focused on the immediate goal in front of me. He had freed me from the fixed ideas that had trapped me. I couldn't explain it very well in words, but I found myself admiring that. Sorry, that sounds so vague, I just can't put it into words very well. No, it's fine. I understand perfectly. The president smiled gently and said, in other words, you want to be someone like Suzuhara-kun. The spoon slipped from my hand and clattered onto the table. How did she know? Is she psychic? That's not it. He's nothing like my ideal. Even though it's true, I instinctively denied it. Oh, really? Then it looks like I misunderstood. The president didn't press the issue any further. But judging from her expression, it felt like she had already seen through my lie. The president thought for a moment, then murmured, maybe this is just the right timing. Now that we finally have a full student council, I was thinking about bringing back the suggestion box. Arasugawa-san, would you like to be the leader for that project? Suggestion box. Yes, students would submit their concerns, and the student council would work to solve them. It was discontinued last year, but I had always thought about reinstating it eventually. I think it's the perfect role for someone who wants to become a student council president who can change people. That was true. If I could help students with their problems, it would give me valuable experience, and it would definitely help me gain votes in the election too. 2 birds with 1 stone. Without hesitation, I gave a firm nod. Understood. I'll do it. Chapter 6, Suggestion Box. What's this? After school. Once everyone had gathered in the student council room, the president brought over a square box about 50 centimeters wide from the adjacent storage room. It's the student council suggestion box. Students write their requests or problems on a sheet of paper and put it inside. There was something like that. I mean, it's covered in dust though. It was sealed off by the former student council president. The former president, that would be Yuma. His face from our lunchtime meeting flashed through my mind. Well, he's not the type to listen to students' complaints anyway. He said, it's too much trouble, abolish it, and tossed it into the storage room the day after he took office. Just as I imagined. What he cared about was the evaluation from the Alumni Association, not the students' opinions after he became president. But it's true that it's a lot of work. 2 years ago, they kept the box open, and because it made it easy to submit consultations, the number of submissions skyrocketed. There's even a rumor that the president at the time collapsed from overwork. Seriously. Suddenly, the box in front of me started to look like a cursed object of the highest grade. About that, I have a proposal, said Yuki, raising her hand. How about we have them use different sheets of paper based on how serious the issue is? Yuki pulled out 3 sheets from her bag, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 blue. The blue sheet is for things that aren't very important, just simple requests. The yellow sheet is for general consultations, things that would be nice to solve if possible. The red sheet is for issues that absolutely must be resolved, like bullying or anything that affects school life. I see, so we have the person submitting the consultation judge the severity. Yes. I think the reason the previous student council failed was because they tried to respond to every single consultation. So, we'll only tackle the high-priority ones and leave the low-priority ones for when we have extra time. Yuki glanced nervously at the president. What do you think? Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea, said the president, giving a small nod. Then she patted Yuki lightly on the shoulder. I'd like Arasugawa-san to be the leader for this suggestion box project. Arasugawa-san, can I count on you? Why yes, I'll definitely make it a success. Straightening her posture, Yuki spoke with determination. Then, I'll go print the submission sheets right away. She jogged off toward the printing room. The president called it an interesting idea, not a good idea. Maybe she, like me, had noticed the flaw in Yuki's proposal. I spoke in a whisper. President, you noticed, didn't you? The problem with Yuki's idea. Yeah, well, but I think it'll be a good learning experience. To become a capable student council president, you need the experience of failure too. Maybe she herself had made a similar mistake before. She gave a wry smile and scratched her cheek. Section, 1 week later. The president's and my bad feeling turned out to be spot on. Why did it end up like this? Yuki was sitting in front of a mountain of submission forms piled up on the desk, holding her head in her hands. In short, the color-coded plan had been a total failure. Most of the submissions were on the red and yellow papers, the ones meant for high-priority issues, and there were only a few blue ones. As soon as the box was set up, students swarmed it. At a normal school, setting up a suggestion box would barely get any attention. After all, most people know that submitting a suggestion doesn't usually solve anything. But this academy was different. The student council's influence was widely known, and they had real achievements, like getting air conditioning installed and increasing club budgets. On top of that, thanks to Yuki's performance during the recent Wakaba Festival, expectations for the current student council members were extremely high. The mountain of submissions was the visible result of those expectations, but that visibility also caused a new problem. With so many consultations, won't mine just get buried? To avoid being overlooked, students had no choice but to exaggerate the seriousness of their issues. Things they originally intended to submit on a blue sheet were instead written on yellow or red, blown out of proportion. This was the result. I'm troubled because I can't get a girlfriend. Like I care, why would you submit this on a red sheet? Yuki slammed the consultation form onto the floor. Well, for a high school boy, it is a serious issue. This wasn't supposed to happen. Yuki looked on the verge of tears, clearly dejected. I understood how she felt. It's frustrating when an idea you were so confident about doesn't work out. Well, I think the number of submissions will settle down eventually. For now, we just have to keep at it steadily, the president said, offering some encouragement. You're right, we have to start with what we can do. Yuki lifted her head and began organizing the forms. I'll sort them by importance based on my judgment. Suzuhara-kun, could you input the task list into Excel? Roger that. Oh, she's already bounced back. She's gotten mentally tougher. Feeling genuinely happy about her growth, I booted up the PC. Section, finally done. Took longer than expected. Right before the forced school closing time, Yuki and I managed to finish digitizing all the contents of the suggestion box. Since it looked like we could wrap it up today, we had the others leave first. Recently, Keed and the vice president had always been around, so it had been a while since the student council room felt this quiet. This way, when you put it into data, it's not as much as I thought. Yeah, a lot of it was just people messing around too. Yuki, probably feeling stiff, was rubbing her own shoulders. Want me to rub them for you? No way. Your touch is way too slazy. Come on, in the future, Yuki loved my shoulder massages. I'm thirsty. Maybe I'll get some tea. Oh, right, we ran out. Arasugawa, mind if we stop by the vending machine on the way? I want to stop by too. We packed up and locked the student council room. The vending machine in the courtyard was the closest from here. In the quiet school building, only the sound of our footsteps echoed down the stairs. Somehow, it's these ordinary moments that feel the most like youth. I never thought much of it during high school, but once you become an adult, you really understand. Looks like it's going to get busy starting tomorrow. Yeah, I'll have to work even harder. Seeing the heavy expression on Yuki's face stirred something in my heart. But don't push myself too hard, right? I know. Yuki puffed out her cheeks in a slight pout. I'm not going to make the same mistake I did at the Wakaba Festival. I'll make sure to get enough sleep. I see. She really has grown. She still tends to get carried away with her enthusiasm, but her ability to bounce back quickly when she's down and her determination not to repeat the same mistakes were truly impressive. When we reached the vending machine, I bought a canned coffee, and Yuki bought a small bottle of green tea. We sat down on a bench. I took a sip of my coffee and let out a breath. Yuki sat down next to me, leaving just enough space for one person between us. It's so quiet. Yeah, looks like even the sports clubs aren't around today. Maybe we're the only ones left. Just the two of us, Yuki whispered, squeezing her green tea bottle tightly with both hands. Even though we'd been alone all this time, it seemed like just knowing no one else was around made her nervous. Cute, neither of us said much, just sipping our drinks. I finished mine quickly, but Yuki was still drinking hers. I quietly waited for her to finish. She's taking forever. It's just a small bottle, but she wasn't making much progress. It's not like she's a slow eater or anything. I snuck a glance at her. She was sipping it little by little, very slowly. Just like the Yuki from the future. At the end of our dates, when we stopped by a cafe, she always had this habit of slowly drinking her last drink. When I asked her why, she said it was because she wanted to stay together just a little longer. Even when I said, "But we'll be together even after we go home, so what's the point?" She just puffed her cheeks out and said, "I want to make the date itself longer." You don't understand girls at all. The fact that she was doing the same thing now. Not good. My face is starting to feel hot. Bathed in the glow of the soon-to-set sun, her hair sparkled. She was so beautiful, I gulped unconsciously. Maybe I should try confessing again. The first time I confessed, it was a spur-of-the-moment thing. It happened in front of everyone in the student council, and I had fully expected to be rejected. But now it was different. We were alone, and her feelings toward me were far better than they had been back then. If it's now, maybe she'll give me a different answer. Just as I was thinking that. Click. I heard a noise behind me and turned around. It sounded like something from beyond the fence enclosing the courtyard. What's wrong? I thought I heard a shutter sound just now. A shutter sound. Yuki didn't seem to have heard it. Was it just my imagination? Wait, could it be the newspaper club, trying to scoop a secret meeting between me and Arasugawa? If they publish something like that, I'll slash their next year's budget to 0. That's way too much abuse of power. I smiled wryly, glancing at Yuki, whose eyes were deadly serious. No good. The mood for a confession is totally ruined. I'll just have to try again another time. Thinking that, I tossed my empty coffee can into the trash. Section. As for the requests related to air conditioning installations, let's group them together for a meeting. Wait, shouldn't we check in advance how much they'll cost? The next day, during break time, Yuki and I were discussing how to handle the suggestion box submissions when Suzuhara-kun. See, can we talk for a minute? 2 small boys with glasses approached us. If I remembered right, they were Shiju and Yashi. They were classmates, but I had only spoken to them once or twice. If I recalled correctly, they were part of the photography club. I heard the student council is accepting consultations. Is that true? Yeah, if you put it into the suggestion box, someone from the student council will handle it. Is it possible to request who handles it? Well, if you write it down, we'll try to accommodate why. Shiju glanced over at Yuki. We really want Arasugawa-san to handle it, or rather, it has to be her. It has to be me. That line must have hit right on Yuki's things I want to hear list. Her eyes sparkled, and she looked genuinely happy. What's the issue? Do you know Tsunada from the class next door? He's in the same club as us. He's been absent from school for about a week now. Is he sick? No, physically he's fine. Physically? Before he stopped coming, he was really depressed. When we asked him why, he said he confessed to Arasugawa-san and got rejected with a not interested. I see. He got pricked by the thorn of the White Rose Princess. Poor guy. Wait, are you saying it's my fault he's absent? Yuki looked surprised, as if thinking just for that. No, boys our age are pretty sensitive. But what am I supposed to do? I'll say it now, dating him is absolutely out of the question. Of course, I think it was perfectly natural for you to reject Tsunada. But if you could just soften the reason a little bit. Soften the reason? Yeah. Like saying you already have a secret boyfriend or something. If he had a reason like that, I think he could move on. I see if it's just that. After thinking for a moment, Yuki gave a small nod. Then I guess I'll have to act as your secret boyfriend. You don't have to. What if weird rumors start again? What? So you'd rather pretend it's someone other than me? Just say it's someone outside of school or something. As Yuki and I bickered, Shiju blinked at us. Are you two secretly dating? There were rumors going around a little while ago. We're not dating. Yuki denied it fiercely, her face bright red. Section. Wrapping up the student council work early, we followed Shiju and Yashi to Tsunada's house. It was about a 15-minute train ride from school, then a 5-minute walk from the station to an old building. There was an elevator, but it had a sign saying it was out of order. We climbed the stairs to the second floor, where there was a snack bar with an entrance that still carried a faint air of the Showa era. It had obviously been closed for some time. The sign reading, Snack Mio, beside the entrance was covered in dust. This is Tsunada's place. Why yeah, his family's from Tochigi, and apparently he's been staying at this old place that used to be run by his aunt. Huh. Well, rent in Tokyo is expensive. I guess there are people like that. I have someone I'm secretly dating. I have someone I'm secretly dating. Behind me, Yuki was muttering under her breath, practicing the gentle lie she was about to tell Tsunada. She really wasn't good at acting. Her expression would stiffen, and her words would become awkward. If it's like this, maybe I should do the explaining instead. If I do it, Tsunada might even pick up on who the secret boyfriend is supposed to be. Ready? I am okay. Seeing Yuki give a small nod, Shiju opened the door to the snack bar and went inside. Huh, something felt off. Why didn't he ring the doorbell? And wasn't the door unlocked? Did they tell him beforehand we were coming? Excuse me for intru, Haya. As Yuki tried to follow Shiju inside, I grabbed her shoulder. Startled, she jumped a little. What are you doing? You should wait here, Arasugawa. I'll talk to Tsunada. The unlocked door, Shiju's casual attitude, something didn't sit right. I couldn't explain it well, but there was definitely something wrong. But if I don't tell him myself, it won't mean anything. That's why I came all the way here. I know, but... And besides, this consultation is exactly the kind of thing the student council president I aim to be would handle. The student council president you aim to be. I tilted my head, and she hurriedly covered her mouth. And nothing. Saying that, she shook off my hand and went inside. Damn. I hurried after her. The snack bar was surprisingly spacious. About 5 meters from the entrance, there was a narrow, hallway-like passage, and beyond that there was a counter and a cluster of round stools. Is someone really living in a place like this? It felt way too devoid of any signs of life. Yuki, who had been walking ahead, suddenly stopped, a worried expression on her face. Her gaze was directed toward a table next to the counter. I looked over as well. There, sitting at a table, was Tsunada, but he wasn't alone. Oh, finally showed up, huh? 4 men and women sat around the table with him, drinking. They all looked to be around 20 years old, probably university students. A guy with piercings and brown hair. A guy with a scruffy beard wearing a cap with a mean look. 2 girls with brown hair wearing revealing clothes. Tsunada was hunched over, seated in a way that made it impossible to escape. At first, I thought Tsunada was being harassed by these people, but after seeing Shiju and Yashi's reactions, I realized they knew them. Arasugawa. Run. I grabbed the hand of Yuki, who was standing frozen and headed for the exit. But, whoa there. A big, curly-haired man came in from outside, blocking our way. The timing's too perfect. He must have been hiding by the stairs, waiting to make sure we couldn't escape. Hey now, no running. If you behave, we won't do anything painful. No way we can fight back with this many people. Arasugawa for now, let's just do as they say. Yuki still seemed unable to grasp the situation. Holding her hand, I led her back to the others. Ryuji-san. I brought them, just like we promised. Shiju, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. His gaze was directed at the pierced, brown-haired man. After looking back and forth between me and Arasugawa, the man called Ryuji grinned. Good job, man, she really is cute. Huh, seriously, that's your type, Ryuji. Idiot, I'm not into younger girls. Maybe Tagami would be all over her, though. True. That guy does seem kinda like a lolican. Jayahaha. Their crude laughter echoed through the small bar. Shiju-kun, what's going on here? Still clinging tightly to my hand, Yuki asked Shiju. Tsunada not going to school was a lie to lure us here. Right. Sorry, Arasugawa-san, Suzuhara-kun. Both Shiju and Yashi shrugged their shoulders and nodded slightly, eyes downcast. Did they threaten you into doing this? Hey now, don't say something that sounds so bad. They just agreed to do us a little favor. Ryuji stood up from his seat, pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket, and tossed it toward us. We just showed them this and asked nicely. Paper, no, a photo. I picked up the photo that had fallen on the floor and flipped it over. I see. In the photo were Shiju and the others, smoking cigarettes. Looks like a karaoke place or something. Judging by how awkwardly they're holding them, they aren't used to it. It was a spur-of-the-moment thing. We just got curious and tried one after someone offered. Yashi muttered, looking like she was about to cry. I get it now. They threatened to expose the photo and extorted you for money. Oh, smart, as expected from a Shichibu Academy student. Quick on the uptake. Ryuji widened his eyes and whistled. What the hell? The grip Yuki had on my hand tightened. Extorting high school students, aren't you ashamed? Ryuji's expression suddenly turned blank. He walked slowly toward Yuki, then kicked the table right next to her. The table toppled over, and the empty liquor bottles on top crashed loudly to the floor. Ah! Yuki flinched and froze up. Seeing her frightened face, Ryuji snorted and said, no need to be that scared. I'm not gonna do anything, just watch your mouth, got it? Yuki looked like she was about to cry but said nothing more. Like I care about shame, you guys are guaranteed to become winners. Let us have a little cut of that, would ya? These guys are seriously messed up. I sighed inwardly. They're somewhere between delinquents and full-blown thugs. They want money to play with but don't want to work honestly. So they extort high schoolers instead. I get Shiju and the others' situation, so what do you want with us? Shielding the completely frozen Yuki, I stepped forward. We've been collecting cash from these guys every month, but it's getting harder. So we asked if there was someone else to squeeze. And guess what? Turns out there's a company president's honor student daughter at the school. So that's why they called us here, to make Yuki their next target. But that only works if you have something to blackmail with. I haven't done anything shady. Yeah, seems like it. We had these guys watch you for a while, but they couldn't dig up anything useful. So, Ryuji pulled another photo from his breast pocket and handed it to Yuki. What is this? Seeing the photo, Yuki paled. Image editing tech these days is amazing, huh? In the photo was me and Yuki, smoking cigarettes. It was obvious when the photo was taken. It was from 2 days ago, when we stopped by the vending machine before heading home. The drinks we were holding had been digitally altered to look like cigarettes. Come to think of it, Shiju and the others were in the photography club, weren't they? The shutter sound I heard that day must have been from when they took this photo. Obviously, tearing that up won't help you. The edited photo data is stored on my PC. Go ahead and try snitching to someone. I'll just spread this all over school. Don't be stupid. Anyone can tell right away that it's been edited. Sure, if they properly investigate it, they'll find out. But until then, rumors of your misconduct will be all over the school, maybe even outside of it. You're not just any student, after all. You're a model student and a student council officer. He hit a sore spot, no doubt about it. If this photo gets spread around, just like they said, Yuki will be condemned. Especially since she's known for being serious and pure. And even if the misunderstanding is cleared up later, the fact that she had ties to a delinquent group would remain. It might not affect her career path, but it would definitely impact next year's student council election. Seeing us fall silent, Ryuji patted Yuki on the shoulder and said, starting next month, bring 50,000 yen every month. You're rich, right? Then, turning to me. And you're her boyfriend, right? Then 30,000 yen. If you want to protect your girlfriend, that is. Suzuhara-kun, Arisugawa-san, I'm really, really sorry. Shiju and the others shrank down and kept repeating their apologies. Glancing at them, Ryuji said, Tsunada, Shiju, Yashi. Starting next month, it's 20,000 yen for you guys. Wow, wait please. You promised that if we brought someone else, you'd let us go. It used to be 30,000. You should be grateful I'm knocking off 10. That's not fair. Well, if you bring more suckers, maybe I'll lower it even further. There's gotta be more rich kids around. Ryuji gave the stunned Shiju, and the others a light kick in the back. Come on, if you get it, get lost already. The first deadline is 2 weeks from now. You know what'll happen if you're late, right? He said in a low, threatening voice. Don't even think about pulling anything. If you snitch, it won't just be you. Your families and friends won't get off easy either. This has gotten out of hand. After we left the building, I suggested we find a calmer place to talk. We went into a nearby cafe, but the atmosphere was still terrible. For now, explain your connection to them, and how that photo got taken. Okay. Shiju, who had been silent all this time, exchanged looks with Yashi and Tsunade before finally starting to speak in bits and pieces. It had started by coincidence, they said. While playing at the arcade, Tsunade had been approached by a girl named Shin, one of the 5 we saw earlier, and thought she was hitting on him. When he told her he was a student at Shichibu Academy, she said, "Wow, you're smart. Hey, we're looking to have a mixer. Do you have any single friends?" and invited him. That's when he introduced Shiju and Yashi. At the mixer, they had alcohol mixed into their drinks without realizing it. Under the influence, they ended up smoking, had their photos taken, and were blackmailed. I wanted to yell, "You idiots," but I swallowed it back. I made mistakes when I was young too. Like that time in college when I followed a girl who hit on me, only to get dragged into a religious recruitment scheme. High school boys, more or less, are all dumb in their own ways. They make mistakes and grow up through them. In their case, the price of their mistake was just way too steep. "I'm so sorry, we dragged you two into this, but we really couldn't take it anymore." Crying, they bowed so low their foreheads nearly scraped the table. Honestly, I didn't feel like forgiving them so easily. If it were just me, maybe, but they dragged Yuki into this too. Still, blaming them wouldn't solve anything. Arasugawa. What do you want to do? Blaming them for what's already happened won't change anything. We need to focus on what comes next. Yeah. I was a little relieved to hear her say that. She stood up and said, "For now, it's getting late. Let's go home. Tomorrow, let's all meet and figure out what to do." That's what she said. Something about her behavior bothered me. Yuki usually believed in resolving important problems as quickly as possible. Yet she wanted to wait until tomorrow? Sure, it was getting late, but it was still only 6 in the evening. "Tomorrow at lunch break, let's meet in the empty classroom next to the student council room. Until then, everyone think about any good ideas you might have." Saying that, she picked up the bill and headed to the register. Section, 30 minutes after we split up. Night had fully fallen and the streetlights had turned on. In front of the rundown building where Snack Mio was located, Yuki was standing. Looking uneasy, she pressed a hand to her chest. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, then, as if steeling herself, started toward the building's stairs. "Hold it." I called out to her from behind. "Eh." Yuki turned around, eyes wide in surprise at seeing me. "Why, I thought you went home." "I've been following you since we left the cafe." Instead of taking the train home, she had gone into an electronics store near the station. There, she bought a voice recorder and came straight back here. "Didn't you say we were going to talk it over tomorrow?" I knew. Yuki has a habit of averting her gaze when she lies out of guilt. She had clearly done that back at the cafe. In other words, let's go home for today and discuss it tomorrow, that was a lie. She had planned to solve everything on her own. "You were planning to record evidence of their blackmail, weren't you?" She hung her head with a frustrated look. "Why, yeah, but it's not a bad plan, right? If we have evidence, it'll be a lot easier for the police to act." It was true. Not a bad plan, but that plan only works if you can pull it off without them noticing. And Yuki was terrible at acting. If she tried it, they'd figure it out immediately. If they caught you, you know what would happen, right? Yuki bit her lip in frustration and muttered, "Why do you always try to shoulder everything alone? We promised at the Wakaba festival, didn't we? That we'd work together." Yuki's eyes welled up with tears and she completely fell silent. Maybe I pushed too hard. "Sorry, it pissed you off, didn't it, hearing those guys say whatever they wanted?" But Yuki shook her head firmly. "That's not it. The thing that hurts, it's not that I couldn't talk back then." Clenching her fists tightly, trembling all over, she squeezed out her words. "I can't forgive myself for dragging you into this." Tears streamed down from Yuki's eyes. Realizing she was crying, she hastily wiped her face with her sleeve. "This whole mess, it started because I trusted Shiju and the others without any suspicion. I thought if I could get Tsunade-kun to come back to school, I could become someone who could change people like you. Arasugawa, I really am hopeless. I thought I had changed. But in the end, I'm just causing you trouble again." She curled up, trembling slightly. "Yeah, you're right. Honestly, the old you would have been more cautious. You probably would have tried talking to Tsunade over the phone instead of meeting him in person." Hearing my words, Yuki's face turned even sadder. Then, I was better back then. But you know, I like the you now better. I prefer the you who tries to connect with people and help them, rather than the you who shut everyone out. I gently placed my hand on her head. D, don't say weird things at a time like this. Idiot. She swatted my hand away. Whether from crying or embarrassment, her face was completely flushed. All right then. I cracked my neck and took a deep breath. Arisugawa, can you handle everything else for a bit? In exchange, let me take care of this situation alone. And no, I want to help too. No, leave it to me. Seeing my face, she gasped. Maybe because it was an expression she had never seen on me before. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. I said, brushing my bangs aside. When you grow up, you get angry less often. No matter how unfair things get, most of the time you just brush it off with a bitter smile. But there's one thing that still makes me truly furious. You made Yuki cry. I looked up at the building, where those delinquent college students were probably still inside. You made my wife cry. You'll pay for that. Chapter 7, College Students versus High Schoolers, Physically Only. This should do it. Late at night, sitting at my study desk, I reviewed the notes I'd written in my notebook. Our victory conditions were twofold. 1, end their blackmail. 2, prevent Yuki's smoking photo, the fabricated one, from being spread. 2 was easy. Just reporting them to the police would be enough. But solving both 1 and 2 at the same time would be a lot harder. Simply put, those guys were idiots. The fact that they could carry out such a sloppy blackmail scheme so confidently was almost impressive. Even if I did nothing, they'd probably all get caught within a year. However, idiots are the hardest to negotiate with. You never know what they'll do. I need a little more information. The next day at lunch break, I called Shiju and the others to an unused classroom in the old school building. Anything is fine, even the smallest thing. Tell me everything you know. Shiju and the others exchanged anxious glances. If you help me out, I might be able to save you. Really? I compiled the information I heard from them into my notes. Apparently, they usually hung out at Snack Mio. They were all college students, but nobody knew which university. The group consisted of 3 men and 2 women. Their names were Ryuji, Shin, Boa, Alice, and Coco. They all used fake names with each other. Their real names were unknown. All contact came through throwaway email addresses. They didn't know any phone numbers. The leader was a brown-haired guy with piercings named Ryuji. This is all. Why, yeah. Damn, there was less information than I'd hoped. Anything else? Weird words or anything odd you heard in conversation? Weird words. Shiju thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, Shinsan talked about some plaisir drinking party. Something about it being held at a shop in Shibuya this year. Plaisir, if I remember right, that's French for pleasure. A bar name. No, maybe the name of a club or group? How did those 5 even get together in the first place? If they were from the same university club. Blackmail college students, acting, smoking photos, club, police, connections, money. And our victory conditions. Mixing all the pieces together in my mind, I came up with one plan. This might work. Really? But there was no guarantee it would succeed. Besides, the preparation required would be way beyond what we did at the Wakaba Festival. As long as we make them stop the blackmail and cut ties with us completely, it's fine, right? Why, yeah. But how? I held up a hand to stop Shiju and the others, who were leaning in eagerly. I'll negotiate with them myself, but if it succeeds, you guys have to promise me 2 things. I held up 2 fingers in front of them. First, confess to your parents and the school that you smoked. No exceptions. B, but if we do that, we might get expelled. You won't. I found an old reflection essay in the student council storage room from someone who got caught smoking before. I even checked with the teachers. For a first offense, it's just a 2-week suspension. 2 weeks. Even if you were tricked, you chose to smoke, so you have to take responsibility. Reflect properly and come back to school. Got it? As long as we never have to deal with them again, I'll do it. Me too. I'm fine with suspension if that's all it is. The 3 of them exchanged glances and nodded. The second thing is to support Arisugawa in next year's student council election. If you can, convince others to vote for her too. Why, yeah, we owe Arisugawa-san anyway. We'll do our best. Me too. Me too. Good. That seals the deal. But what exactly are you going to do? What kind of negotiation? It's simple. I'll fight blackmail with blackmail. Section, a week later after school. We were standing in front of the building where Snack Mia was. It was me, Yuki and Shiju, Tsunade and Yashi. Are you really going alone? Yuki asked, tugging worriedly at my sleeve. Yeah, it'll be easier for me to move if anything happens. If anything happens, are you planning something dangerous? I'll be careful so that doesn't happen. I didn't deny it, and Yuki's face grew even more anxious. I'll be fine. I took a correspondence course in karate. It was meant to be a joke, but she ended up seriously worrying. I glanced at Shiju and the others. All right then, maybe I'll have Shiju come with me as a bodyguard. Hey, Emmy, I can't fight. I'm kidding. I just need a witness in case things get resolved. You just have to stand by the entrance. If that's all. Shiju adjusted his crooked glasses and nodded reluctantly. Also, what's in that bag you're carrying? This. Yuki pointed at the black sports bag I was carrying separately from my school bag. It's a bargaining chip, I guess. It's nothing special. Adjusting the sports bag on my back, I headed toward the building's stairs. Well, I'm off. Be careful. Yeah. It seemed Ryuji and the others were inside again today. I could hear their raucous voices through the door. All right, let's do this. Taking a deep breath, I opened the door and stepped inside. All right, bullseye. No, you crossed the line. It doesn't count, it doesn't count. At the back of the snack bar, Ryuji and his crew were playing darts. Empty beer cans were scattered across the floor. Looks like they were drinking from midday again. Hey, someone's here. Shiju and, who was it again? The cute silver-haired girl. I'm Suzuhara, a student council officer from Shichibu Academy. I'm here to pay back the money. If for real. Ryuji's eyes widened in surprise. Most people barely bring the money before the deadline. You're pretty impressive. Maybe you'll actually be competent in the real world someday. With heavy sarcasm, Ryuji stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and walked toward me. How long is this going to go on? Until you guys graduate. We're not total monsters, so we'll let it go after that. I see, in that case. I unzipped the sports bag and dumped the entire contents onto the floor. Would it be all right if I just paid everything off at once? Hi. Their faces stiffened. They all froze, staring at the mountain of cash scattered across the floor. This covers me, Arisugawa, Tsunade, Shiju, and Yashi, 3 years' worth. Might be a little extra, but better too much than too little, right? After a moment of stunned silence, they scrambled toward the cash on the floor. Holy crap. Each bundle's 100,000, right? 1, 2, 3. This has gotta be close to 10 million. It's fake, right? Yeah, but... One of the big guys with curly hair pulled out a bill from the pile and held it up to the light. It looks real. Of course it does. It's all real. Looks like you guys did your homework on Yuki being the daughter of a big-shot CEO, but you didn't bother checking my parents' jobs. Their job. They handle a lot of money that can't exactly be made public. I flashed a deliberately unsettling smile. All of that money belongs to my parents. I stole it from their safe. Their faces drained of color at my casual confession. Oi, this money's shady, isn't it? Handling unreported cash, are they Yakuza? Don't fall for it. There's no way it's that convenient. Ryuji barked out, but he seemed rattled too. But still, how are we supposed to explain this? No matter how you look at it, it's real money. There's no way a high school kid could carry this much cash. It has to be from his parents. Maybe he stole his parents' cash card and withdrew it. But a kid can't pull out 10 million yen. Maybe it was just sitting in their house's safe. Even then, normal families don't keep that much cash lying around. If anything, it'd be dirty money they can't put in the bank. Which means it's really. The bundle of cash slipped from their hands. A few tens of thousands of yen is something they'd snatch up without hesitation, but when it came to several million, fear overtook them. They were all college students. This might have been their first time touching that much money. What the hell are you? What do you want from us? I just want you to stop your blackmailing. That's all. I pulled out the last bundle from the bag and tossed it at them, making a show of it. Not that it was easy. Even if I begged my dad, he wouldn't move the organization. So I had to create a situation where they had no choice. I grinned. I left a letter saying you guys threatened me into stealing the money. It's probably causing a huge uproar right about now. The guy with the scruffy beard closest to me grabbed me by the collar. Why, you bastard, you trying to drag us down with you? Drag you down? More like taking you down with me. I'm not getting away unscathed either. We only told you to bring a few thousand. This is insane. True. But the money vanished from the office, and now it's sitting here in your hideout. How do you think that'll look? Hey, you little shit. Beard guy raised his fist, ready to punch me. My cell phone rang from my pocket. Probably my old man. He must have found the letter. Still grabbed by the collar, I pulled the phone out and switched it to speaker mode before answering. You bastard, Masyami. What the hell is this? A deep, thundering voice boomed through the room. Hey, you hear me? You know what that money was meant for, don't you? It was a voice so harsh it sounded like every word had a growl attached. Did someone there put you up to this? Say something, damn it. The bearded guy let go of me and stumbled backward. You little punk, don't you dare move from there. Got it. Click, I ended the call and turned off my phone. That's what he said. The blood visibly drained from Ryuji and the others' faces. Ryuji, this is seriously bad. Why yeah, nobody said anything about the Yakuza getting involved. I told you this was bad. Huh? Don't pin this on me, you're the one who started this. They started arguing, their faces filled with anxiety. Instead of fighting, you should hurry up and run. I said, giving each of them a slow, scrutinizing look. Shungo Namiya, Toshiaki Taikta, Yuyu Kagome, Kiyomi Suga. And the leader, Ryuji, Akira Kamizono. How do you know our real names? They looked even more shocked than when I showed them the money. It seemed they had never even considered the possibility of their real names being exposed, having always used fake ones with each other. Shiju, was it you? No. I don't even know Ryuji-san and the others' real names. Shiju frantically shook his head, tears welling up in his eyes. It wasn't him who looked into your real names. Then who? An acquaintance of mine. They've already investigated your university, and where you live too. It felt like something inside them snapped. Ryuji dropped to his knees, placed his hands on the floor, and bowed his head. I get it, we were wrong. Please forgive us. He begged desperately. We'll delete the photos and the backup data too. We'll even return the money we extorted little by little. So you want me to convince my old man? Why yeah. Exactly. Scratching my cheek, I said flatly. Yeah, that's not happening. Apologizing now won't fix anything. I can't save you, but there is someone who will help. Who? As they nervously swallowed hard, I hit them with the obvious answer. Japan has a group called the Police, Citizens Allies, you know. Section, 5 minutes later. Inside Snack Mio, only Shiju and I remained. The bearded guy was the first to bolt, and the rest followed soon after, one after another. I had no idea where they were headed. Some might be trembling back home, others might be rushing to the police. Man, that was exhausting. I collapsed onto the floor. I didn't realize acting could be this tiring. Keed's been doing this kind of thing for ages, huh? I'm amazed her nerves can handle it. Wiping the sweat dripping from my hand, I awkwardly brushed my hair back. Watching me, Shiju, with a somewhat tense expression, asked, Suzuhara-kun, are you maybe the son of a Yakuza boss or something? Of course not. I come from a perfectly normal family. And besides, I never even used the word Yakuza, you know. If I had, things would have gotten way more complicated later. They just jumped to that conclusion on their own. But still, how did you get that kind of money? I just used a real bill on the top and bottom and filled the rest with paper. No way I could prep a whole 10 million yen. Seriously. I didn't notice at all. Of course, that was a lie. If I'd tried something like that, they would have found out instantly. It was all real money from my own pocket. I'm seriously glad I stockpiled cash after the time leap. Though asking Dad to withdraw the physical cash was unavoidable. When I told him, with a dead serious face, that I needed it to save a girl I liked, he helped without saying a word. I stuffed the bundles of bills scattered on the floor back into my sports bag. My job was done. Recovering the money they had extorted and catching those guys, that was now the police's job. All right. Guess I better head back to Arasugawa and the others. They must be worried. Grabbing my school bag from the counter, I left the snack bar. Trailing behind me, Shiju asked, By the way, Suzuhara-kun, you're really not dating Arasugawa-san. Here we go again. Sorry, but no, we're not. But Arasugawa-san looked really worried about you. Yeah, that made me really happy. Maybe it's about time I confessed again. Crap, I said that out loud without thinking. Maybe the weird tension from all the acting was still lingering. Anyway, you better keep your promise. Why yeah, I get it. Tomorrow, I'll come clean to the student guidance counselor. Good. Smoking doesn't make you cool at all, you know. Yeah, I think today I finally understood what real coolness is. Shiju looked refreshingly clear-headed. Oh, one last thing I want to ask. How did you find out Ryuji-san and the others' real names? Section. To avoid bumping into the fleeing guys, I had Yuki and the others wait at the bike parking area by a convenience store a little away from the building. Since Shiju had gone down first and reported the success of the plan, Tsunade and Yashi looked relieved. The only one still wearing a worried expression was Yuki, who immediately ran up to me. Are you okay? You're not hurt. I'm fine, I'm fine. They grabbed me by the collar, but they didn't hit me or anything. I see. Relieved from the bottom of her heart, Yuki relaxed her shoulders. So, how did you talk them down? I bluffed that my parents are cops. Told them if they didn't delete the photos and stop extorting, I'd tell my old man. Really, that's all. Yuki looked at me in disbelief. They always said getting caught by the police would be the worst-case scenario. So I think that's why it worked. Shiju quickly added to cover for me. Good save. Thank you so much, Suzuhara-kun. Receiving their heartfelt thanks, we split up at the station front. Unlike Yuki and me, they seemed to be taking the subway. Well, shall we head home too? As I was about to head toward the ticket gate, Yuki tugged gently on my uniform. Hey, wanna grab a quick drink before going home? It was rare for her to suggest making a stop like this. I was so surprised that, hey, I want you to tell me more about what you talked about with those guys. I blurted out in a panic, I really don't want to talk about that, I might slip up. Besides, I want to hurry up and take home the 10 million yen stuffed into this sports bag. I'm tired today. Let's talk another time, okay? Okay. What's wrong with her? She didn't look disappointed, more like she seemed kind of flustered. And her gaze, she's been staring at my school bag for a while now. Is she curious about the strap I attached to it? But it's not a cat, and it doesn't seem like something Yuki would like. The train is arriving. Please stand behind the white line. This time of day, the trains are always packed. Why yeah. Even before we boarded, the train was already full. It felt like the morning rush hour. Yuki and I were pushed by the salaryman behind us and ended up crammed near the door at the connection between the cars. Come on, seriously. It's already jam-packed, and more people are still getting on. Right in front of me was Yuki, her back pressed against the wall. Before I knew it, I'd ended up in a kind of caved-on pose. I was holding myself up so I wouldn't touch Yuki. If I relaxed even a little, I'd end up pressing against her. Sorry, I can't really pull back anymore. I know. It's crammed after all. The distance between our faces was less than 20 centimeters. I was so close I could even smell her hair. Yuki, seemingly embarrassed, curled herself up tightly. Ugh. What's with that weird face? If I don't stay tense like this, whoa. The train turned left, and even more weight pressed onto me. I used every muscle in my body to resist, and it seemed Yuki noticed. She grabbed the hem of her skirt tightly and looking away said, If it's too hard for you, you don't have to force yourself. I won't get mad. Seriously, if I loosen up now, we'll be completely pressed together. It can't be helped if it's beyond our control. No way, I didn't think she'd actually give me permission. Or rather, this is going to feel more like hugging than just pressing together. Then, just turn around. It's embarrassing. Gee, got it. Timing it with the braking of the train, I relaxed my arms slightly and turned around. However, Shimo Itabashi. The next station arrived, and the packed train car loosened a little. A pitiful sound I could hardly believe escaped my mouth. Just when I thought I'd get to press against Yuki, guess it's punishment for having such impure thoughts. I sighed. Ew. Something soft pressed gently against my back, soft and warm. Arisugawa. Don't turn around. As I started to turn, Yuki wrapped her arms around my torso to stop me. Wait, is she hugging me? But why? The train was still crowded, but not nearly as cramped as before. I wasn't falling toward her either. In other words, Yuki had pressed herself against me on her own. Compared to the Yuki of the future, her chest was a bit smaller. But still, the sensation was unmistakably soft. Even through our clothes, I could feel her warmth, and even the gentle thump-thump of her heartbeat. This is like a thank you for helping me out. A thank you. Wait, was Yuki in this time period always this aggressive? No good. That caught me so off guard my brain stopped working. I just wished this moment could last forever, but reality wasn't so kind. Aikbata, Aikbata. In less than a minute, the train reached Yuki's station. The moment the doors opened, she let go of me. WL, see you tomorrow. She pushed her way through the passengers and bolted out of the car at full speed. I couldn't see her face clearly, but for a split second, it was as red as the evening sunset. I am not dreaming, right? I pinched my cheek. Ouch, very real. I'm pretty sure I'll never forget the feeling of her hugging me. Section. Thank goodness I somehow managed to get it back. Night. I staggered into my room and collapsed onto my bed. Clutched in my hand was a small black voice recorder. I had secretly slipped it into Suzuhara-kun's bag into a side pocket, because I wanted to know what he talked about with those guys. But the real problem was how to retrieve it. When Suzuhara-kun came back, he was carrying the bag reversed, with the side pocket turned inward. I'd been waiting for an opening the whole time, but no chance ever came. So I used my last resort, recovering it by brushing against him in the packed train, though. What the heck was that thank you supposed to be? There had to be a better excuse. I slammed my pillow against the bed over and over, shouting. At the time, I was panicking and also overwhelmed with relief that the incident had been resolved, and ended up acting totally weird. Now that I was calm, I realized just how strange the things I said were. Last time I thanked Suzuhara-kun, it was with a homemade lunch, but this was something completely different. After Wakaba Festival, he hugged me when I was crying, but back then, it wasn't like this, and I'd never been the one to initiate contact before. I had pressed my chest against him pretty firmly too, and he definitely heard my heartbeat. He totally realized how crazy fast it was. Ooh-wug. I buried my face into the pillow, letting out the most miserable groan I could muster. If only I had a time machine, I'd go back to lunch today and redo it all. Letting out a voice helped me calm down a little. What's done is done. Tomorrow, when I see Suzuhara-kun, I need to make sure I don't act weird around him. I'll just act like, I'm not thinking about anything in particular, but what about it? Or something like that. More importantly, the voice recorder. He said he threatened to tell the police or something, but that felt like a lie to me. What method did he actually use to solve everything? I swallowed hard and pressed play on the voice recorder. Money, something, somehow. Able to. I slumped my shoulders in disappointment. No good. It hadn't picked up anything clearly. Words like money, explanation, and dangerous came through in bits and pieces, but it was all broken up. Even though I worked so hard for this. By the way, is it really true that Suzuhara-kun isn't dating Arasugawa-san? Suddenly, the audio became crystal clear. Wait, is this Shiju-kun's voice? There was a rustling noise, probably the sound of picking up a bag. I see. They must have been talking away from the bag, so it couldn't catch the sound properly. There's that question again. Sorry to disappoint you, but no, we're not dating. But Arasugawa-san seemed really worried about you, Suzuhara-kun. Don't say unnecessary things. I felt a flash of irritation toward the Shiju-kun inside the voice recorder. But after hearing the next words, that feeling instantly vanished. Maybe it's about time I confessed again. The moment I heard Suzuhara-kun's gentle voice, two overwhelming emotions surged inside me. Relief that he still liked me, and tension over when that confession might actually come. What should I do, W? When is he going to confess? I was happy, but I still didn't have my dad's permission. Yet turning him down again would be. The hug on the train, and now this constant tension about when he might confess. My brain circuits felt like they were about to burn out. Enough already. I pulled the blanket over my head, trying to shut down all the swirling thoughts. But no matter what I did, the pounding of my heart just wouldn't stop. In the stuffy warmth of the blanket, I ended up listening to the sound of my racing heartbeat the whole night. Interlude 7, Behind the Operation and the Collaborator. Operation, drive off the thug college students. 2 days before execution. How is it? I had explained everything to Keed and was getting acting lessons from her. Yeah, compared to when you were reading it like a robot, you've gotten way better. Really? My plan couldn't afford even the smallest mistake. I had to be ready to improvise in case something unexpected happened, so I needed to rehearse over and over. Want to take a short break? Yes, please. I bought 2 cans of coffee from a vending machine and handed one to Keed. Is there anything else that needs work? Well, if I had to say, it would be good if you were a little more unsettling. We need to make them feel scared to get involved with you. Unsettling? How exactly am I supposed to do that? Let's see, it said that people feel fear when they see behavior they can't understand. Keed popped open her can of coffee and took a sip. For example, what if I started drinking this coffee through my nose while screaming and running around? How would you react? Yeah, that'd definitely be scary. I wouldn't want to get involved. Behavior they can't understand? I wanted to keep my lines simple and minimal. The more I spoke, the more likely I was to slip up. Which meant gestures. What are you thinking so hard about? If you just want to be unsettling, that's pretty easy. After tossing her empty can into the trash, Keed pressed her fingers against her cheeks. Just smile. She said it with a grin. Smile. This plan is about stealing money from the Yakuza. Think about it. Who's creepier? Someone stealing from the Yakuza while trembling with fear, or someone doing it with a big smile? I see. Smile, like this. Your smile's a little stiff. Make it more natural. Keed poked my cheeks with her fingers, trying to force me to smile. Ari. Cut it out, that tickles. As I grabbed Keed's hands to pull them away. There you are. Sujata-senpai came walking over from the direction of the administration building. Here's what I promised. He handed me a voice recorder. Thank you very much. Honestly, I'm not sure how usable it is. I gave it my best shot, though. No, you're the only one who could pull this off, senpai. Yeah. If you're aiming to be a voice actor, I'd even recommend you to our agency. No way. I never want to imitate a Yakuza ever again. Sujata-senpai looked completely worn out. He had helped me by acting the role of the Yakuza boss. Originally, I had planned to have him talk live over the phone, but Keed suggested we record it instead. If all he needed to do was shout, it was better to have multiple takes and pick the best one. I plugged in some earphones and checked the recording. You bastard, Masyami, what the hell is this supposed to be? A deep, thunderous roar ripped through my eardrums. Whoa, that's intense. I thought his low voice would be perfect, but it exceeded my expectations. With that growl, he didn't sound like a high schooler at all. No one would doubt he was the real thing. By the way, Keed had coached his performance. After so many retakes, Senpai's voice was a little hoarse. Suzuhara, in exchange for helping you. I know, I won't tell anyone. Sujata-senpai had been reluctant at first, but I convinced him by promising to keep quiet about that time he bought some shady doujinshi in Akihabara. What are you guys talking about? It's a man-to-man secret. Anyway, I'm out. Before Keed could dig any deeper, Sujata-senpai hurried away. All right, Keed, I'm counting on you for the live execution. Got it. I just have to play this into my phone's mic when the call comes in, right? I handed the voice recorder to Keed. She squeezed it tightly. Will it go well? Unusually, she looked anxious. Our biggest risk is if they find out the money's fake. If they check it, we're screwed. Of course, I hadn't told Keed and the others the full truth. I planned to use real bills just for the top layer and regular paper underneath. If they find out, we're gonna get the crap beaten out of us, aren't we? Well, if I'm the only one who gets beaten up, that's fine. If I can protect Arasugawa, it's a cheap price to pay. A cheap price, Masian, you're trying way too hard to act cool. A guy always wants to look cool in front of the girl he likes. Ehate, you sound so wise all of a sudden, like an old man. Shut up, leave me alone. Keed leaned against the vending machine and gazed up at the sky. Hey, Masian, why do you like Arasugawa-san that much? She suddenly asked. Where's this coming from? Remember, I told you before, I've never had a first love. Ah yeah, you did say that. I've been struggling with it. When I have to play a girl in love for a role, I can't really get into it. You don't understand what it feels like to be in love. Yeah. Keed nodded quietly. I thought pretending to have a crush on you would be good practice. So that's what it was. But honestly, I think you pulled it off really well. Not at all. I just tried copying what I learned from rom-com manga. I don't think real love is anything like that. Well, that's true. Keed's behavior had always been straight out of a rom-com manga. It felt a little off from how a real girl in love would act. That's why I want to know what it really feels like when you fall in love with someone. Seeing her with such an unusually serious expression, I felt I needed to give her a proper answer. The reason I fell for Yuki Arasugawa is. I thought back to the future before my time leap. Was it love at first sight? No, it wasn't just that. The reason I found her so dear was because I wanted to make her smile when she was crying. That feeling hadn't changed, whether it was when we first met or here in this time. Both times, she had looked like she was reaching out for help, and I just wanted to take her hand. I just couldn't leave her alone. Keed's eyes widened in surprise at my answer. She stared at me in a daze for a while, then suddenly puffed out her cheeks. Take this and this. And started kicking me hard in the shin. Ouch, 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 what the hell? I'm punishing you for being a womanizer. Huh? What are you talking about? Saying you couldn't leave her alone. That's exactly what you said when you helped me back in elementary school. Wait, seriously. Now that she mentioned it, when I saved her from those bullies, I might have said something like that. But still, I was surprised she remembered it so clearly. Masyan, can I ask you one more thing? What? Why do you think I'm kicking you right now? I'm the one who wants to know. It wasn't like she was fooling around. She genuinely looked confused. Keed tilted her head slightly and pressed a hand to her chest. When I realized the reason you helped Arasugawa-san was the same as when you helped me, my chest kinda got all tight. It's the first time I've ever felt like this, and before I knew it, my body just started moving, trying to destroy your shin. She put a hand on her chin, lost in thought. Keed, shut up for a sec. I'm analyzing myself. With a serious look, she kept thinking, and then, after a while, she suddenly looked up, as if she had realized something. Her face quickly turned bright red. It was a shy, flustered expression, totally different from her usual self. I had only seen this face once before, when she had acted out that declaration of war against Yuki. But why now? Why that face? What could this feeling be? Keed kept her head down, muttering something under her breath. What's going on with you all of a sudden? Don't come any closer. As I tried to approach, Keed quickly backed away. If you come any closer, something terrible will happen. The school might blow up. What? Do you have a self-destruct function or something? Keed covered her mouth with her arm as she continued to back away. Sorry. I'll be back to normal by the time the operation happens. Saying that, she took off running. What the hell was that? She sometimes acted in ways I couldn't understand, but this time was even more baffling than usual. Section. The night after the operation succeeded. After returning to my room, I pulled out my cell phone and hit the call button. This plan only worked because of the help I got from so many people. Dad, Keed, Sujata-senpai. And so was my info useful? Arasugawa Yuma's voice came through the speaker. Yeah, it really was. For the final push, I had borrowed his help to dig up their real names. Those guys had always called each other by fake names. In other words, they must have been desperate to keep their real names hidden. So what would happen if some random high schooler suddenly knew all their real names? The only clue we had was the name, Placier. Guessing that it might be a university club, I got in touch with Yuma. Since he was into older women, I figured he'd have connections to local college girls. As expected, he bragged that he had over 20 female college acquaintances. Following that lead, we found out that Placier was a drinking circle at Nazu University. Of course, there was no way he helped for free. He charged a decent cooperation fee, but thanks to him, we got the names of the circle's members too. Yuki's making a racket. Is she smacking her futon or something? Did something happen? Beats me, maybe something pissed her off. Something upsetting. Wait, don't tell me it's because she hugged me. Could it be I smelled bad or something? Anyway, about what we talked about before, turns out we were right. Yuki apparently told her old man, if I can become more capable than my brother, can I inherit Arascore instead? Which means, yeah, looks like she's serious about not wanting to marry one of the Arascore heirs. Hearing that, a wave of happiness surged through me. That was something that had never happened in the timeline before the time leap. The fact that she chose to take that step on her own made me genuinely happy. And if, by some chance, that actually happens, I'll have to start calling you my brother-in-law. Gross. I'd rather not call you my big brother either. You've got guts, don't you? Yuma sounded pleased. Then his voice shifted to a more serious tone. By the way, about that 50,000 yen reward we agreed on, I don't want it anymore. Instead, just owe me one. I let out a wry smile as I looked up at the ceiling. Was 50,000 yen not enough? Honestly, I'd rather not be in your debt. Figured having a favor from you would be more valuable than a little cash. I'm not responsible if my stock value plummets. Relax. If that happens, I'll just make you work for my company, as a part-timer. Laughing softly, Yuma ended the call. Epilogue. Afterward, Shiju and the others confessed everything to the student guidance office and were suspended for 2 weeks. After that, they filed a police report. It didn't take long before they were arrested. Apparently, the members of Placier had been extorting students from other high schools besides Shichibu Academy. Other victims had also come forward, and an investigation was already underway. Yuki and I were also called in for questioning, but since there had been no actual exchange of money despite the extortion attempt, it was quickly settled. However, because of that, the fact that Yuki and I had gotten involved was exposed to the student council president, and we ended up getting scolded. Honestly, if you get caught up in trouble, you should come consult us properly. Sorry. Well, I do understand wanting to look cool in front of the girl you like, though. Ahaha, I'll be more careful next time. For now, the big storm had passed. The suggestion box was still piled high with letters, but I could deal with that little by little from here on. More importantly, there was another problem. Arisugawa, during break, would you help me clean the reference room? Sorry. I'm busy with another request right now. Saying that, she dashed out of the classroom. Once again, Yuki had started avoiding me. What the heck, seriously? When there were other people around, it was fine. But as soon as it was just the two of us, she'd come up with some excuse and leave. It felt different from when she was jealous of Keed. It wasn't like she was annoyed. It was more like she was embarrassed to be alone with me. Maybe Keed would know something. Keeds, you there? What's up? When I went to the neighboring classroom, Keed, who was chatting happily in a mixed group of boys and girls, turned to look at me. There was no trace left of the girl who, right after returning from her leave of absence, couldn't fit into her group. Well, she's a natural at socializing, so I guess that's only natural. When I told Keed about Yuki's behavior, just hearing that doesn't really tell me much. She tilted her head. Yeah, I thought so too. I can't think of any reason myself. If I had to say, maybe the time she clung to my back on the train. But there's one thing I can say for sure. Keed gave my back a light push and said confidently, if a girl's running away, you gotta chase after her. That's just how it is. Another piece of love advice from someone with zero experience, huh? I'm not at zero anymore. Huh? Come on, get moving, I'm busy. Keed shoved me toward the hallway. If you don't hurry up and make it official. Huh? It felt like she muttered something under her breath. When I turned around, Keed had already returned to her group. What the heck, seriously? If even Keed didn't know, then I had no choice but to ask Yuki directly. Just like she said, I should chase after her. Still, where did she even go? After running away from me, she always came back after a few minutes. She had to be hiding somewhere nearby during that time, but I found her. I searched all over campus and finally found her. She was standing on the landing of the staircase leading up to the school building's rooftop. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on her like a spotlight, making her silver hair glimmer. The moment she spotted me, Yuki's face lit up with a bright, happy smile. You finally chased after me. She whispered in a small voice. Could it be she was waiting for me to chase after her this whole time? Why are you in a place like this? She didn't answer. She just turned her head away, her cheeks faintly flushed. The rooftop door ahead was closed, and there was nothing special here. It was just a place where hardly anyone ever came. Come to think of it, this was the spot where Yuki and I had our first real conversation after starting school. She had forgotten her textbook, and I had lent her mine. She misunderstood it as me trying to leverage a favor. She thought I was just like all the other boys, about to confess to her. Just hurry up and confess already so I can turn you down. That's what her sulky expression seemed to say. But now it was different. Yuki was fiddling with her hair, fidgeting nervously, almost like she was waiting for something. No way. Was she waiting for me to confess? If she kept coming to this place, she must have thought that if I confessed, it would happen here. That's why, every time it looked like we might be alone together, she would come here. Because she believed I would chase after her. Sigh. I held my head and let out a deep sigh. Seriously, how awkward can you be? I lifted my head and looked at Yuki. straightened my tie, and took a deep breath. Arisugawa. What? Her blue eyes turned toward me. Sweat trickled down her flushed cheeks. She was trying to act calm, but it was obvious she was nervous. Facing her, I honestly let out my feelings. You're planning to turn me down, aren't you? Her eyes widened. She took a step, then another backward. Why? She murmured, it's written all over your face. How long do you think I've been watching you? Ever since we came to this place, Yuki had been biting her lower lip. It was a habit she had whenever she was trying to endure something painful. At a glance, it might have looked like she was expecting a confession. But no matter how much she tried to hide it, that habit gave her away. She had probably intended to say, I'm sorry, or I need more time to think. Because of her promise with her father. Until she gained the right to love freely. Then I'll wait, until she's satisfied, until the day she can proudly say she loves me. I won't confess right now. The next time I confess, it'll be when you're ready to say yes. At my attempt to look cool, pointing my finger at her, Yuki let out a little laugh. What's that supposed to be? That's already like confessing. She said with a shy smile that looked just like the Yuki of the future. Bonus story, swimming is effective for dieting future. Early February. I frowned as I looked at the results of my health check. My weight had gone up by 5 kilos compared to last year. Dinner's ready. Yuki walked over from the kitchen. The reason for my weight gain was sitting right there on the plate she was carrying. I tried making chicken nanban today. I watched a video on how to make a really good sauce. With a thud, she placed a mountain of freshly fried chicken nanban on the table. The juicy chicken looked ready to burst with flavor, and the sour scent of the sauce tickled my nose. I swallowed hard. Can you serve me just a little less rice? Are you feeling sick or something? Yuki, who had been about to pile a huge serving of rice into a bowl, looked at me worriedly. No, it's just, I'm thinking about going on a diet. For now, there wasn't much change. Maybe my belly was sticking out a little. That was about it. But if this happened after only 3 months of marriage, I was in trouble for next year. I took a half portion of rice and sat down at the table. Thanks for the meal. 15 minutes later. I'm so weak, in willpower. I cried out in front of my empty rice bowl. In the end, I went back for seconds. Yuki's chicken nanban was just too good, I couldn't eat it without more rice. How about that? Admit defeat. Seeing me like that, she puffed out her chest proudly. Cute. The plan to reduce my rice intake had failed. Guess I'll just have to start exercising. I pulled out my phone and started looking for a gym nearby. Hey, if you're joining a gym, can I come too? Hi. I mean, compared to how I used to be, I might have gained a little weight. Saying that, Yuki glanced down at her stomach. Not that I noticed anything, though. Can I touch it? Absolutely not. When I tried to poke her belly, she grabbed my finger and twisted it in a weird direction. Ow, ow, ow. Even though on the bed she always says, touch me more. Oh, how about this one? If Yuki was coming too, it would be better to go to a high-end gym with good security. There was a nice-looking one about 15 minutes away from our place. Oh, and it says they have a heated pool too. Wow, gyms these days are amazing. Are you good at swimming, Yuki? Yeah. I wouldn't say I'm great at it, but I can swim about 25 meters without any problem. I see, then let's go with this one. It's close to home too. A pool, huh? I imagined Yuki in a swimsuit. A black bikini would definitely look good on her, as I was thinking that. You were thinking something pervy just now, weren't you? Yuki gave me a suspicious look. What makes you think that? Women's intuition. Knowing you were probably thinking, I'm gonna get to see her in a swimsuit, woohoo, or something. I wasn't thinking that. Your eyes are totally darting around. Seriously, was I butterfly stroking with my eyes? Yuki, looking exasperated, started clearing the dishes. I'm fine with just the treadmill. Plus, I don't even own a swimsuit. Section, and that's why I ordered some from Amazon. The next day, with a big grin on my face, I brought over a cardboard box containing swimsuits. Yuki held her head in her hands. You're kidding, yesterday and already. I ordered it last night. You can call me a man of action. More like a man of perviness. Incidentally, I bought 2 swimsuits, a one-piece that covered the stomach and a black bikini. I knelt on one knee and held the box out to her like I was offering a gift. Present for you. This might be the most unappreciated present I've ever gotten. Yuki sighed in exasperation but accepted it anyway. Then she opened the box and pulled out the swimsuits. Wow. These are actually kinda cute. Good, looks like they suited her taste, but I wonder if they'll fit. Well, you could try them on and see. I knew the general size of her chest, but I didn't know the exact measurements. So I picked something that seemed about right, as I watched her with eager eyes. All right, she said, her cheeks faintly flushed, as she headed for the bathroom's changing area. Apparently, she was too embarrassed to change right here. I waited in the hallway while she changed, so excited. How is it? It's so perfect it's actually annoying. The door creaked open and Yuki stepped out. An angel was there, or rather, a fallen angel. Dressed in a black bikini that contrasted sharply with her pale skin, she played with the side of her hair, looking uncomfortable. The fabric wasn't particularly revealing. In fact, her underwear probably showed more skin. If lingerie was sexy, then a swimsuit was adorably sexy. I raised my hand, permission to comment. Go ahead. You're ridiculously cute. Thanks. But this one seems more suited for the beach or a night pool. The one-piece swimsuit is more modest, so that might be the better choice. And besides, what are you holding your head for? As I wrestled with a certain internal conflict, Yuki asked curiously, maybe we should skip the heated pool after all. Why? I don't want other guys seeing you in such a sexy swimsuit. You're the one who picked it out. Blushing, Yuki grabbed a nearby bath towel and started smacking me with it. Afterward, after uploading the first arc, I've been getting messages from friends like, I read it. And it was really fun. Among them, one married friend commented, you're way too dreamy about newlywed life, lol. In reality, it's way more of a nightmare. Fair point, he's not wrong. But of course, I was prepared for just such a critique. I already had a rebuttal ready. Novels are supposed to be about dreams. If you're going to say that, then high school rom-coms aren't realistic either. Did you flirt with cute girls back in high school? 10 seconds later, he replied, my girlfriend from high school is now my wife. I quietly changed his name online to, that guy who smacks you with facts. Nice to meet you. I'm Hiro Nakamura, single. Please refrain from saying things like, maybe if you weren't so petty, you'd be married by now. Anyway, this time the story centers on a rival character appearing, prompting Yuki to reevaluate her feelings. If we had to express Yuki's current level of Dara using a stray cat analogy, she'd be at, I'll let you pet my head, I guess. Yes, we're very close to a full capture. I wonder if she'll eventually let him give her little taps at the base of her tail. Sure hope so. To the readers who are reading this story, my deepest thanks. Bowing in every direction with gratitude, I'll put my pen down for now. Thank you so much. End of Volume 2.